Hello, hello, studio. Hello, studio. Hello, hello. Just checking the stream's going out. Could you send me a text, fellas? I know it's all going fine. here, Frank, and the chief exec Rob Andrew was talking about the outfield here and what a great job Ben Gibson and his side do, and I have to say I couldn't agree more with Rob. It looks absolutely fantastic.
It does, it looks marvellous.
In comes Leach around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes clips that. There's an appeal for LBW, but I think that was veering down the leg side. Tom Haynes get a little bit of bat on that? No, he didn't. So it came off the pad. The ball runs away down to fine leg, and it's another to the total that goes to 4 without loss. Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat first, and I guess why wouldn't you really, Frank, on a day like today?
Yeah, I think so. You could argue, couldn't you, that it's a 10:30 start. If there's going to be anything in the pitch, it would be in the first hour, and I would say that is the case, but if you get through that first 20 overs or so, I would imagine it will flatten out quite nicely.
Comes Leach around the wicket, bowls, and all is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Joe Leach. In fact, we've got a terrific view here.
Yeah, we have.
We're literally looking right behind the umpire. The only problem is where the umpire is staying, you have to sort of stand to one side to get a decent view.
Well, the other thing is, if you wave your arms around too much, you're going to get in trouble with the batsman at the far end, aren't you? Because we are literally, with Joe Leach going around the wicket now as well, we are right behind where the batsman is seeing the ball released from.
And the good news here is we got tinted glass, so hopefully they can't see us leaping around behind the glass.
Is that right? Sorry.
No, that's all right.
No, it's a relief.
In comes Leach and bowls, and Orr is bowled. So Ali Orr has his off stump taken out of the ground, and it's first blood to Worcestershire. Ali Orr is on his way for a single, and Sussex have lost a wicket in the opening over of the day. They're 4 for 1. It almost looked to me, Frank, as if Ali Orr was in two minds there, as whether to let that one go or not. And I think he got caught in two minds, and he's lost his old peg, and Sussex lost an early wicket.
Yeah, great start for Joe Leach, who might, I don't know whether I'm at liberty to say this really, but might get called away in this game, Joe Leach, at short notice, because his wife, who may well be listening, she's a regular listener, is due to give birth at any moment.
Oh, wow.
And Joe's sort of takes a bit of a risk, I think, coming and playing. I don't know whether I really ought to have disclosed that, but I hope he stays for the whole game, because he's been in good form recently with bat and ball, and so often he is the man that gives Worcestershire a good start, and he's done that on this occasion. That's a really important breakthrough. I talked about this first hour. I really do think that the talk in the Worcestershire dressing room before they came out would have been, if we can knock over 3 in the first hour, that will give us a real chance. That's got to be the aim, because it will flatten out after that. Sunny day, forecast good, bit of rain maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the forecast for tomorrow is there is a bit of rain around, and maybe hanging on into Wednesday morning as well, but we'll have to see. But as you were making the point, Frank, it's a lovely day, but these 10:30 starts, and Sussex certainly haven't played, the same. Did Worcester play in the last round of matches, Frank?
Yes, they did.
So Sussex haven't played any 4-day cricket since the middle of July. So it's been a long, long break. So the new bat is Tom Alsop. Plenty of left-handers in this Sussex top 4 as in comes Leach. 4 slips in place, he's in on bowls, that's down the leg side and through to the keeper. It is the end of the opening over of the match. And Sussex are 4 for 1 with Ali Orr already back in the pavilion. From a Sussex perspective, this is very much about these last 3 games of the season. We were just hearing from the chairman, who actually is going to join us, Frank, just after 12 o'clock today, John Philby. He's going to join us to let us know what's been... There were some very interesting questions, actually. I had to leave the forum before the questions were asked. So John's going to join us at 12 o'clock. And Sussex are hoping to win a couple of these games and go into next season on a bit of a high. From Worcestershire's point of view, if they were to win these remaining 3 games, I guess looking at the table, they could almost force themselves into contention, but they need other things to happen in their favour, I think. Yeah,
I think it's one of those where if they won every game and other things fell their way, it could happen. Stranger things have happened, but you don't bank on it. Worcestershire's red ball cricket this year has been, in stark contrast to their white ball cricket, has been pretty good. The white ball campaign in all competitions pretty disastrous, really, for all sorts of reasons, but the red ball cricket has been quite consistent, and the truth is they've nearly won 3 games. I'll just break off as Ben Gibbon begins his first over from the far end, running towards us, left arm over the wicket, and takes Haynes on the pad and runs out on the offside, and there's no run. They could have won 3 games. Glamorgan twice. Glamorgan, they lost at home when Glamorgan scored the biggest score of the game to win it on a not very good pitch, or on a helpful pitch. It wasn't a bad pitch. Then last week, had it not rained, they may well have beaten Glamorgan. They've been a coat Leicester the first game of the season. They had 20 overs to get the last wicket and didn't manage it. Just break off as Gibbon is in again and bowls, and this one's steered into the gully by Haynes. And if you take, you look at the table, Adrian, as you were just doing, you take one of those games, 2 certainly, and throw them in there, and Worcester would be right in the mix for that second spot. As it is, they're probably not quite going to make it to that level, but it's not been a bad campaign in the red ball game at all. Here's Gibbon again. New recruit this season. He's in, bowls, and that's good delivery. Seeps back a little bit at the left-handed Haynes and drops out on the offside. He had a good game last week, Gibbon, against Glamorgan. Picked up a few wickets and enhanced his prospects. Still very much learning his trade. Came from minor counties cricket up in Cheshire, but he made a good impression.
Yeah, I was going to say, because he didn't play in the game at New Road earlier on this season, a game which Worcestershire won convincingly.
It's his first season in county cricket and he's had limited opportunities. He's in again now and he bowls, and that one is pushed out defensively on the offside by Haynes. Sussex then 4 for 1 after winning the toss. A couple of changes in the Worcestershire team from the team that didn't quite manage to get a victory against Glamorgan last week, probably frustrated by the rain when they enforced the follow-on. And those changes see Azhar Ali coming back into the side at the expense of Taylor Cornell, and Josh Tongue comes into the side to bolster the seam attack as Gibbon comes in again now, and that one really climbs off a length. They'll give Haynes the benefit of the doubt, say that he dropped his hands underneath it outside the off stump as it went through to Roderick, but encouraging delivery. And having mentioned Josh Tongue, he's the man who would get most out of this pitch in terms of bounce and pace. We'll have to wait and see. He's had a long-term injury, hardly played any cricket really in the last 18 months or so, but back in the side just a couple of times recently, building up his fitness. Here's Gibbon again, bowls, and Haynes is forward to this one, pushing out into the cover. That's the end of a very good maiden over from Ben Gibbon. 4 for 1 off 2 Sussex. And just to mention that second change, the extra seamer Tongue coming in to bolster the bowling, which means that Ben Cox drops out and Gareth Roderick, who got 170 odd, a career best last week against Glamorgan, takes the gloves. And that's why Worcestershire line up as they do.
Well, Joe Leach is going to bowl the third over of the morning from this, the C end of the ground. You're on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcester. Adrian Harms, Frank Watson and Ariana Dowse will join us just after 11 o'clock. Our commentary team, as in comes Leach and bowls, and Allsop is forward to a ball of good length, plays that out into the offside. Footed by D'Oliveira, and there is no run. So Sussex last played in the county championship way back in, and I'll look at the last game that they played, which was against Leicestershire. As I say, that was way back in July, so it's a long time ago since there was any 4-day cricket. As in comes Leach around the wicket bowls. Allsop, he said, that looks very out to me, and it is out, and Tom Allsop is on his way for a duck. I think he was rather caught on the crease there, was Tom Allsop. And he's LBW. I mean, the ball's got to do a little bit, and Tom Allsop did look surprised to be given out by umpire side at this end. But he didn't look to me, it's difficult to tell from this angle, Frank, but it looked to me like he didn't get too far forward. No, Tom Allsop is hit on the pad, and he's out LBW for a duck, and Sussex 4 for 2.
It looked a decent one to me, I must say. I might have to check watching a replay, but didn't look a bad one. He does threaten the stumps, Joe Leach, when he goes around the wicket. And he's doing that consistently. We've seen him hit the stumps to remove ore, and now Allsop trot straight in front. So great start for Joe Leach and for Worcestershire.
Great.
Really good start.
Yeah, so the last county championship game here was against Leicestershire. That was a drawn game, which was, I have to say, a fairly dull draw. Leicestershire making 756 for 4 in their first innings, and Sussex drawing the game comfortably. But then there were 2 championship matches away from here. So that was the last time there was championship cricket here, Frank. 14th of July.
Yeah.
The 4 days there, which is just madness, isn't it, really? And
crazy.
And we'll talk to John Philby, the Sussex chair, a little later, because it's something that John was saying. Although everyone's looking to change the schedule, which is the right thing to do, the current schedule clearly isn't working. But since then, Sussex went to Lords, where they drew, and to Trent Bridge, where they were fairly convincingly beaten over 4 days by Nottinghamshire, who have pretty much all but secured promotion back to the First Division. Now, the new man in is Tom Clark. He's the 4th left-hander in this top Sussex order. And Joe Leach really with his tail up. Figures of 2 for 3 for Joe Leach. And a great start for Worcestershire as Leach is running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Tom Clark, and Clark is defensively forward, placed to mid-on, and there is no run. Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bat. At the moment, that doesn't look perhaps like the greatest decision. I mean, you always do wonder, don't you? Because you're never quite sure at this time of year where there's a bit of extra movement. Yeah. It's amazing just the sort of little bit of difference that the extra half hour can make. In comes Leach again, bowls, Clark forward, plays that into the offside and picks up a single. Just Tom Clark, a nicely judged single, fielded by D'Oliveira.
It is, it's mad, isn't it, really? If you were explaining cricket to somebody who had no idea, and you said, well, actually, this first half an hour could be very different, they'd say, what?
Yeah, they would. No, absolutely. So I'm just looking at the Sussex side that played Nottinghamshire up at Trent Bridge. That was the last championship game. There is a debutant for Sussex in this game. Fahim Ashraf, who is a Pakistan all-rounder, has come for the final 3 games of the season. I have to say, I've never seen him play. I don't know a huge amount about Fahim, but I don't get a chance to talk to him.
I've done a bit of research.
Yeah, he's played test match cricket.
14 tests. He's got a batting average of 30.
He is.
Tests, yeah.
He's an all-rounder who's going to bat number 7. As in comes Leach and bowls. All Haynes is beaten outside of the off stump. Good delivery.
I presume he's a left-hander, Adrian, because you've got to be left-handed to get into this Sussex.
Yeah, actually he's going to bat 8. So the Sussex batting lineup will be Ali Orr, Tom Haynes, Tom Alsop, Tom Clark, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson down to back at 6. I'm a little surprised if he bats ahead of Ollie Carter, who's going to keep wicket in this game. Fahim Ashraf, James Coles, Brad Curry and Henry Crocombe. So that team that played at Trent Bridge in the last championship game, Tom Haynes didn't play because he had a broken hand, which he's thankfully recovered from, as in comes Leach and bowls, and Haynes is hit on the pad, and I think that was going down the leg side. There's an inquiry from Joe Leach, but not quite as vociferous as the previous appeal that resulted in the dismissal of Tom Clark. And Joe Leach finishes his second over. 2 overs, he's taken 2 for 4, and Sussex, after 3 overs here this morning and winning the toss, are 5 for 2.
Yeah, just watch the replay of the Tom Alsop dismissal, and I just got the impression he might have thought he was just outside the line. He was playing a shot, but it was very, very marginal. And then looking at a replay of that last one, looked at maybe even a bit straighter than the other one. So I don't know.
What do I know?
But it's Hassan Adnan's view that matters, and he decided that last one was probably, given Leach's delivery point round the wicket, probably going across just a little bit too far. Here's Gibbon in towards us, left arm over, good delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Clark, who, it goes without saying, is a left-hander. I've never seen a team with so many left-handers. Actually, the only time I have is I remember taking a cricket tour to Sri Lanka, and there must be something genetic, because every Sri Lankan team that we played against had about 8 left-handers in it. And if you think about it, their test sides over the years have had a lot of left-handers as well. But it is, I presume with the county team, it's just a coincidence. Here's Gibbon again, he's in, and he bowls. That's down the leg side, and Clark inside. It looks to sort of flick it away down to long leg, but doesn't get anything on it. And Gareth Roderick skips across to take. We have got a perfect view, as you said, Adrian, for this game, haven't we? We're almost, I mean, I feel as though I'm fielding a very fine leg here as I watch this. It's quite a short ground at Hove, isn't it, in terms of boundary length, straight. And Gibbon into us now. Bowls, and this one is turned on the leg side by Clark. And he didn't get a bat on it. Leg bye is signalled by umpire Nigel Long, and the score ticks on to 6 for 2.
Yeah, I was just looking because the Sussex batting lineup in that game at New Road earlier in the season, Frank. Sussex had both Cheshire Pujara and Mohammed Rizwan in the side.
They did indeed.
But they still lost by an innings and 34 runs.
Well, Pujara did play very well, didn't he? Here's Gibbon in again. Bowls! Ooh, that is a good one. He's turned Haynes round there and really sort of got him chest on, pushing at that one. And it passed the outside edge, and it's prompted a very bold change in the field, I think, now, because I think we're going to have a 4th slip. So encouraged is Brett D'Oliveira by what he's seeing out there, that he's brought Azhar Ali in at 4th slip. He brought the 3rd man up to cover, and he himself has gone to square leg as Gibbon is in again. Bowls, and again lateral movement, quite sharp movement off the seam for Gibbon away from the left-hander, so much so that Haynes was able to leave it alone, but even from where we're sitting we could see that move quite sharply off the seam. So this first hour, as predicted, is looking to be a very testing little session for these Sussex batsmen. Every ball at the moment is presenting a challenge. Gibbon again is in, and he bowls, and again that's an absolute snorter, that one. That's climbed off at no more than a good length really, and over the shoulder of Haynes's bat as he pushed at it outside the off stump. A really impressive over from Gibbon, and Worcestershire starting well with the ball. 4 overs gone. Sussex, who chose to bat, are 6 for 2.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcester. Adrian Harms, Frank Watson, Ariana Dowse will be joining us just after 11 o'clock as a 3rd member of our commentary team. And John Philby, the Sussex chair, is going to join us just after 12 o'clock to tell us what's been discussed in the members' forum and get the very latest on the ECB review as to what's going to happen next season. As in comes Leach and bowls to Clark, who steers this into the gully or to 4th slip, and there is no run. What we can tell you is that the meeting of the county chairs that was planned for the 20th of September, where a lot of the recommendations of the high performance review were going to be discussed and we understand voted on, that meeting has been cancelled. So we'll have to wait and see a little longer as to how the structure is going to be for next season of the Championship. As in comes Leach, running away from us. Bowls to Clark, who's beaten outside the off stump. Good opening spell this by Joe Clark, just wobbling the ball around.
We've had, what have we had? 26 deliveries. And how many have been hit with the bat?
Not many.
Fewer than 6, 7. It's incredible, isn't it? The number that have gone past the edge or hit the pad, it's just a remarkable start. Not the sort of thing you'd necessarily notice if you were just sat reading your paper or something like that, but hardly any balls have been hit by the bat.
Leach in and bowls, and Clark, well, did he get something on that? Maybe a bit of bat, maybe a bit of a pad. The ball dribbles on the onside. There is no run. Wickets here at Hove, Frank, this season have been very good for batting on.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, they usually are, aren't they?
Well, the last game here, certainly my view was, which wasn't shared by everybody, was that actually it was a little bit too much in favour of the batsmen. Sussex made 588 for 9, Leicestershire made 756 for 4, and then Sussex were 220 for 1.
And you thought it was a little bit in favour of the batsmen?
Just a little bit, yeah. just 14 wickets in 3 days. In comes Leach, round the wicket, bowls. Clark lets that go, but again the ball moved away from the left-handed. Clark taken by Roderick behind the stumps, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a few like that. Not this year at Worcester, they've been pretty good, but certainly last year there were 2 or 3 where we had almost, days with only 1 wicket or no wickets on a couple of occasions, and it's no good for anybody, is it? Really, nobody enjoys it.
Well, I agree, and I was slightly in the minority, I think, on that game. That there's this feeling that young bowlers have to learn to take wickets on good wickets, but there's good wickets and there's wickets where it's a real struggle. In comes Leach, bowls. Clark is forward solidly to bowl of good length. Leach fields on his follow through, and there is no run. So just for people who are joining us, if you want to email us and get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to have your emails throughout the day. You could tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Frank Watson, is that right?
At Frank Watson 58.
Right. And the 58 is because?
I keep being asked that. I think it's because that is how old I was when I started joining Twitter, or possibly it's the year I was born, one or the other.
In comes Leach, bowls, played to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, I think it's probably the latter. Sussex are 6 for 2 at the end of the 5th over of the morning, an over in which Worcestershire have accounted for Ali Orr, who was out for 1, Tom Alsop without scoring, both to the bowling of Joe Leach. Ali Orr having his off stump taken out of the ground. Tom Alsop, LBW. He just stood and paused a little bit, Tom Alsop. And as Frank was saying, having looked at the decision again, perhaps the feeling that Tom Alsop may have been a little bit unlucky.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm saying that as it. No, if there was something in his mind, it was. I thought I might have got outside of stuff, unless he thought he got a little nick on it.
He's not one to complain. No. Tom Alsop, very amiable person, and he looked a little surprised.
Gibbon into Haynes. And Haynes gets a run, pushing out on the offside. Good run. Good cricket in a way, because when you be calmed and you can't get the ball away, it's quite easy as a batsman, I think, to get into the frame of mind that all that matters is survival. But Haynes there got a bat on it and immediately saw the opportunity to scamper through for that quick single as Tongue came in from mid-off. So good running by Haynes, and Sussex move on to 7 for 2. Good start by Worcestershire in the seaside sunshine here at Hove. Gibbon again, left arm over, bowls, and that one outside the off stump, left alone by Clark. Did move a little bit off the seam, but started wide enough for Clark to leave it alone. Oliveira just jogging down to have a word with Joe Leach, just presumably asking him how he feels, how many he wants in this spell, because he'll want to keep going for 5 or 6, I would think. Sorry, Adrian.
No, I was just going to say, actually, Worcester were mentioned in the forum, actually, not Worcester Cricket Club, but Worcester Rugby Club. I'll tell you why in a minute.
Yeah, I can imagine. Gibbon again is in and bowls, and Clark forward, pushes back to the bowler.
Rob Andrew, who is the Sussex chief executive, of course knows a thing or two about rugby, and was talking about the state of the club's finances here at Sussex, which are very healthy, which is great news for all Sussex supporters. But just saying about the difficulties clubs are facing, and Rob was saying it's prophetic in a sense. Sussex playing Worcestershire today, and poor old Worcester Rugby Club seem to be in all sorts of trouble at the moment.
Yeah,
which is very sad.
It is. Very difficult situation. Gibbon in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, left alone by Clark, taken by Roderick. Of course, Dave Bradley, who sends his best wishes to you, Adrian.
Oh, good old Bradley.
He'll be listening this morning, not with us today, but he, of course, would know a lot more about Worcester Rugby Club's situation than I do, because he covers their progress closely for the radio station. I think there's been some, questionable management, shall we say, off the field, of the finances, etc. But I don't know enough about it to comment with any authority. Given bowls, and that's a nice shot of the day actually so far. First really bad ball of the day, short of length outside the off stump, punched away off the back foot through the covers by Clark, and he'll pick up 3, as it's quite a long trek out to the boundary. Tongue from mid-off. So 3 onto the total. Double figures reached, 10 for 2. But Worcester did manage to fulfil their fixture last Saturday away to London Irish, albeit they went down to a heavy defeat, and there's a great groundswell of support amongst the locals and the local community for the club, doing everything they can to ensure it survives. Gibbon in, bowls, left alone. taken by Roderick. The whole Worcester story, I don't know how much you know about it, but the Worcester Warriors story is a bit of a fairy tale built on the philanthropy of one man, Cecil Duckworth, who did great work for the city of Worcester and supported all sorts of good causes, set up a children's hospice and took Worcester Rugby Club from being an amateur rugby club to being a Premiership rugby club almost single-handedly, and it's his legacy that people feel is being tarnished a little bit by what's happening at the moment.
In comes Joe Leach with 3 sips and a gully, bowls to Tom Clark, who plays into the ground, fielded in the gully. And there is no run. As you would imagine, the players are wearing black armbands, the Sussex flag, I would say, flying at half-mast, but actually there's virtually no breeze at all here at Hove this morning, and the flag, Union flag, is limped to the flagpole at half-mast, as indeed is the Sussex Martlet flag. Not a huge amount of people in the ground, but actually, considering the schools are back, and it's not too bad at all. As in comes Leach, bowls, and forward comes Clark, plays back down the track. Leach fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. There was a minute's silence before the start of play, as well as the national anthem being played as well. Joe Leach wanders back towards us. We've got a wonderful view, Frank and I. We're looking directly from behind the umpire, so it should make our view of LBW decisions a pretty good one today. You'd hope. We'll probably get them wrong. As Leach runs away from us. Comes in and bowls to Clark, and Clark flicks that away, and that's going to be 4 arms. That's a lovely shot. That's the best shot of the morning. Just erring down the leg side there was Joe Leach, and Tom Clark very quickly flicking that one away through square leg for 4 runs. Beautifully timed shot by Tom Clark. He picks up a boundary, and he goes to 8, and Sussex to 14 for 2.
Yeah, it's often better to have the excuse on, isn't it, on an LBW or something? Well, I can't really see from where I am here at wide third man or something like that. But no, we haven't really got much excuse. We have to be very careful what we say.
Leach wheels round, the sun just disappears for a moment, bit of high-level cloud around as Leach is in and bowls, and Clark is solidly forward, a bowl of good length, punches that to mid-off, and there is no run. 4 slips in place, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. It's funny actually, Frank, because when you arrived, you said, you love coming to Sussex, and you were talking about your experience of going to Hastings and watching cricket.
Yeah, a long time ago. First ever county game I saw Hastings. I think I've mentioned it before. Warwickshire against Sussex and Sussex against Kent. They played a cricket week, 1966.
Those were the days. In comes a Leach, bowls, and he sits on the pad is Tom Clark now, and he's given out. Well, it was a long thought.
Why did he take so long?
He took an awful long time, did the umpire, to give that out, but Tom Clark goes, and Joe Leach has picked up his 3rd wicket, and it's umpire Mohammed Said who's given that out. He took a long time, and I just thought for a moment that he wasn't going to give it, because Tom Clark had actually wheeled around as if to say, no, that's not out, but he's been given out, and the 3rd wicket goes down. He was looking to glance that one away on the leg side.
That looked a good shout to me, I'm afraid.
Perhaps he was playing slightly across the line, Tom Clark. Nonetheless, he's gone. He looks desperately disappointed.
Hassan Adnan, I think, is the umpire.
Is it? Sorry, I'm just looking here.
I think
right.
it is.
Well, I'm looking at the BBC website, and I've got Mohammed Said down.
I beg your pardon. Well,
but maybe that's wrong.
On the MV Play one, but it looks like, I'm just looking at, it looks like Hassan Adnan to me, but I might be wrong.
Okay.
Anyway, whoever it is, he thought that was out.
And he's given 2 over. Perhaps we could get some confirmation, actually, from the Sussex lads who are watching the live stream, because certainly we're looking at the information here, is that on the BBC website we've got Mohammed Said as the umpire at the end of the ground. Perhaps if someone could let us know definitively, that'd be very kind. What we do know definitively is Sussex, having won the toss, are in a bit of a pickle. 14 for 3, and Joe Leach has picked up 3 for 8.
Yeah, and that I thought that was a good one. That looked a decent shout to me. Shin high. Now, I'm not sure if it is Hassan Adnan now. Looking through the binoculars, it could well be a change. But great start for Worcestershire. In fact, I better go and tell the listeners to BBC Worcester's FM frequency how well it's going for them. And I'll make way for Ariana Dowes for the first time, and then I'll be back to join you a little bit later on.
Thanks very much indeed, Frank. Frank will be back with us at just after 11:30. The new man in is Ollie Carter, who was shown on the scorecard as coming in at number 7. I rather thought he wouldn't come in at 7, so he's coming in at number 5. And what a moment to come in with Sussex in real trouble here, 14 for 3. And Joe Leach with figures of 3 for 8. Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first. Probably wish they hadn't. Hello, Ariana.
Hello.
Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you again.
How are you?
I'm doing very good, yes.
Great. The last time I saw you, I think, was at Lord's.
Quite possibly.
That was the Sussex-Middlesex game. Way back at the end of July. A game, I think you were there for the 4 days. I was only there for the first 2 days of the game. And that was a game where Sussex looked like they might lose it, but then held on for a draw at the end of proceedings. Now, the delay is because we've got a short leg in place. So 4 slips, a point mid-off, a short leg, mid-on, and a fine leg. And Joe Leach, who's really got his tail up today, he's taken 3 for 8. He's running away from us, coming into bowl to Ollie Carter, and Carter plays that firmly to mid-on and picks up a single. He is on his way. It's the end of Joe Leach's over, the end of the 7th over of the morning, and Sussex Ariana are 15 for 3 with Carter on 1, Haynes on 1, and it looks to me like a good morning to bowl.
Definitely. I think Sussex might be regretting slightly their decision to choose to bat first, but
what do you think might have been behind Tom Haynes' decision? Because often with these early starts, you do see the ball moving around a little bit.
yeah, but it's a lovely day. It looks like a beautiful day to go out batting, and obviously I haven't gone to see them pitch, but it looks like it's a fair pitch, playing as normal kind of thing, so why not set the tone and go out and bat? But unfortunately it's not quite gone their way so far this morning. Ollie Carter on strike, just marking his guard.
He's done a little bit here, Ben Gibbon, hasn't he? Frank was saying he hasn't played that much for Worcestershire, but I certainly think he's got a good line and length.
Definitely, as he comes in to bowl to Ollie Carter, which is defended away to the leg side.
So since I saw you at Lord, what have you been up to? Have you been playing much cricket, or hasn't there been that much cricket?
I have actually been playing a lot of cricket. I went on tour recently.
Wow.
Yes, I went on tour with the Fairbreak Global, which is an organisation, and we toured England, Scotland and Amsterdam.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah,
so you've been up to a lot.
A lot of
cricket. You'll have to
cricket.
tell us about that. That sounds very exciting.
Definitely will. As Gibson runs into bowl to Ollie Carter. Defended strongly again by Ollie Carter, just to mid-on this time.
So, sorry, who was the organiser? So, who was it you went away with?
Fairbreak Global.
Okay, who are they?
They're an organisation that are promoting gender equality for women globally, to be honest.
Okay, right.
I wasn't initially meant to be playing with them because obviously it's global, but unfortunately a few visas didn't come through for a few other players, so I was lucky enough to get selected.
Wow, fantastic.
As Gibson comes in and defended again strongly by Ollie Carter, just a short mid off there.
So just explain where you went and who you played against.
We played lots of cricket. It was a very good tour. We started in England down at Arundel Castle, playing there.
Lovely. Yeah.
At the beautiful ground there, yeah. And we played the Duke of Norfolk 11, followed by going up to Wormsley as Gibson comes into bowl. Left alone by Ollie Carter there. Not a lot of movement, just.
So off to Wormsley, which is the Getty ground, isn't it?
Yeah, and we played the Serval Getty 11 up there, followed by the Barmy Army the next day.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was lots of great cricket being played.
And these matches, were they 20 over? Were they 50 over? What was the format of the games?
It was a mixture. It was mainly T20s, but we did play a couple of longer formats of 40 overs.
Okay.
And 30 overs as well. And we started off a bit rocky, losing a couple, but after that we really got into it and became a very strong team together as Gibson runs into bowl. Carter defending to mid-on. We went and played So then we started at Arundel, went to Wormsley, played Essex County Women as well, and then went up to Scotland and played the national team there.
And whereabouts did you play in Scotland?
Well, for the first time, the Scottish women's team played at the Grange.
Yeah.
And that was very, very exciting.
Is that a nice ground?
Beautiful.
Is it?
Yeah. Really.
Is that in Edinburgh?
Yeah.
Right.
As Gibson comes into bowl. Left alone last minute by Ollie Carter there, and that's a maiden, I believe, from Gibson there. 15 for 3, Sussex are.
Yeah, 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 4 for Ben Gibbon. Really good spell from that Cromwell Road end. So you went up to the... How were you travelling around? Were you on a coach or cars, or how did it all work?
We had a team coach. So we got driven around everywhere, luckily. Not a lot of petrol spent by the players, which was good.
So how many of you were in the squad? I mean, did you play in every game, or how did that work?
I did play in every game. We did have a big squad of 17, but many players came in and out of the tour when they were available.
Right.
So we had one player who just joined us from Netherlands, one player that was with us the whole tour until Netherlands, that kind of vibe.
Joe Leach runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes looking to flick that one down the leg side. A bit annoyed he didn't make contact with that. The ball goes through to Roderick, and there is no run. Sussex 15 for 3. So you went to the Grange, and from there you went to...
And then we played Scotland in 3 T20s. One unfortunately got rained off.
Okay.
But then luckily the weather held through and we were able to play both the T20s on the next day. And we won one and lost one, so even there. And then we flew to Amsterdam to play the Netherlands at the VRA ground.
Leach in and bowls, and Haynes is beaten comprehensively outside the off stump, taken by Roderick. That didn't miss the off stump by very much either. Lovely delivery by Joe Leach. Total remains 15 for 3. And how many games in the Netherlands did you play?
We played 3 T20s against them over 3 days.
Was it against... who did you play against?
The Netherlands.
Fantastic.
International, yeah. It was very, very exciting to play all these amazing teams.
Yeah. And how did you get on against the Netherlands?
We won 3-0, so that was very, very good. And I captained 2 of them. Which
Did
was
you?
really
Fantastic.
exciting. Yeah.
That's brilliant. And did you keep wicket in all the games?
In the Netherlands, yes.
Comes Leach and bowls. Haynes lets that one go outside the off stump, and again that cut back at the left-handed. Haynes going down the leg side by Gareth Roderick. And again there is no run. Joe Leach asking plenty of questions in his 5th over, figures of 3 for 9.
Yes, there were 2 keepers on the team, myself and the Hong Kong keeper. So we were playing with many international players. I met the captain of the Brazil team, Roberta. I played with a French player, Poppy. She was lovely. And there was many international players, as it should be, as a global initiative to improve gender equality.
And comes Leach and bowls, and Haynes is forward, placed at backward point, and there is no run. So from Holland you went to...
That was the end of the tour,
the end of the tour.
Unfortunately, yes.
Fantastic. And obviously the cricket was successful. Do you think the tour achieved its objectives as well, Ariana?
Definitely. The Scottish women were finally able to play on the Grange for the first time.
Was that the first time?
That's the first time in history,
Wow.
Yes. And now they've played again against the Irish team there. So it's opened doors for the Scottish women, definitely.
Well, I'll ask you in a minute. As in comes Leach. 5th ball of this over, in and bowls. Haynes is beaten again outside the off. This is pretty torrid going for the Sussex batsman. Lovely delivery. You can probably tell by the howl of the slit cord in our effects microphone that didn't miss the outside edge by very much. So why hadn't they played at the Grange? I mean, that seems...
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Right, okay. Well, anyway, the mould has been broken, so that's good. And what sort of period of time were you away with? How long was the tour?
I think it was just over 2 weeks. But
Oh,
under 3
fantastic.
weeks, so it was a nice long tour.
So you met new friends?
Definitely,
Oh,
yes.
that's brilliant.
Yes, lots of friends made.
Leach in bright sunshine now around the wicket, in and bowls, and Haynes. I'm not sure how that's missed the stumps, to be honest. Do we give Tom Haynes the benefit of the doubt? Maybe let that one go through. Either way, a maiden over from Joe Leach. Wonderful figures: 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 9. Sussex are 15 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcester. Adrian Harms and Ariana Dowse with you on commentary. If you want to get in touch, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Frank Watson 58. And I forget, Ariana, whether you're on Twitter.
I am Ariana Dowse on Twitter.
DOWSE. If you'd like to speak to Ariana, myself, or Frank Watson. Brilliant. So, and did you make any runs?
I did. I scored and got the highest score of 83 against the Barmy Army at Welmsley.
Ooh, fantastic. How many overs? Was that a 20-over game?
I believe that was a 30-over game.
Okay.
Yes.
And where did you bat in the order in that game?
I think I opened.
Right.
It was quite funny. At one point, I was hogging the strike, I have to admit.
Okay.
I think we were at like 50, and I was on 40 odd, and my opening partner was only on a couple.
Change of bowling, and it's going to be Dylan Pennington who's bowling. And he gets a wicket with his first ball, caught behind. Ollie Carter gets a little nick. I've got to say, that's not the greatest shot from Ollie Carter, who's playing away from his body. And the fourth wicket goes down, and Ollie Carter is on his way for a single, and Sussex in a real pickle here. 15 for 4. Well, I don't think that's a shot that Ollie Carter will be very proud of.
No, rather loose shot, unfortunately, but quite an easy take for the keeper, just slightly to his right. And yeah, another wicket down for Sussex.
A wicket there for Dylan Pennington. It was a change of bowling from the Cromwell Road end with Ben Gibbon out of the attack. First delivery, maybe a bit of extra bounce is the only thing you can say in Ollie Carter's defence, and there has been a bit of movement and a bit of extra bounce, but Ollie Carter really feeling for one outside of the off stump. Little nick through for the keeper, as Ariana said. A very straightforward catch to Gareth Roderick, and Sussex, who won the toss here and decided to bat first. Well, the skipper's still out there, Tom Haynes. He made that decision to bat first, but at the minute, it is backfired.
Just a little bit.
And the total is 15 for 4. So that was good, making some runs as well.
Yes.
And obviously, there's been a lot of women's cricket being played in the 100 as well. My last championship game I covered was up at Trent Bridge, and I was with Grace Ballinger, who was spending some time with the London Spirit.
Yes.
And I know she played in a couple of games, Grace. So what was your view of how the women's 100 went? I know last year people felt that it was a good competition. It did give a stage for women's cricket. Do you think that carried on this year?
Definitely. It was the women's 100 started slightly later due to the
Yes, it
Commonwealth
did.
Games.
Yeah.
But I think they matched out perfectly, and it was even, I think, for the first time the women played after the men in one match.
Yes, they did.
And
yes.
that was actually, I thought that was very good, because that meant all the people came in early to watch the men's, and they stayed on to watch the women's cricket. Rather than arriving early and watching a little bit of the end, they actually stayed for a bit more, I felt. It was good for women's cricket.
I do apologise, I pinched the first ball of that over because we were nattering away, but it is Dylan Pennington who's going to bowl his second ball, having picked up a wicket with his first, coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, and the new man in is Fid Hudson-Prentice.
Pennington comes into bowl. Ooh, and that jagged in and just worked down to fine leg, and a single is taken.
Wow, that really did cut back into it. For a moment, I thought Finn Hudson-Prentice had been bowled. I mean, it seemed to take an inside edge, and it did cut back a long way to the right-hander.
It's good reactions for the first ball.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that was a horrid first ball to get, wasn't it, to be honest? It really did cut back into Hudson-Prentice. Well, there's a little bit in this pitch. And, well, absolutely. Extra bounce, a bit of extra movement as well.
Four slip still in play. Going a wide mid off, covering that mid on, mid wicket, and a deep fine leg. As Pennington comes into bowl that, Tom Haynes. It's down the leg side.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? It was down the leg side, and immediately Dylan Pennington is asking for something to be brought out. Now, I don't quite know what that was. I don't know whether he wants a helmet brought out or maybe a short leg brought into play. Let's wait and see. He's certainly making signals towards the Worcester dressing room. Brett D'Oliveira is trying to convey the message as well. So I just wonder whether that was a call maybe to get someone in for that shot off of the hip, Ariana.
Possibly, yes. I think there's some movement up there, so they might.
Yeah, it's always frustrating, isn't it, when they're signalling to the dressing room and nothing happens.
As Pennington comes in and wraps him on the pads. No run.
I think Tom Haynes almost got that somewhere quite painful. Yeah, he did.
Yep.
He did.
As he takes a walk over to the square leg.
Yeah, that was nasty. And he's crouched over his bat, is Tom Haynes. The last time Tom Haynes batted here in a county championship match was the game against Leicestershire, where he broke his hand has only played one match since then, and that was the semi-final of the 50 over cup here. A couple of weeks ago now.
Making his way back now. Pennington comes in to Tom Haynes. It's defended strongly into mid-wicket. No run taken.
That was that defeat to Lancashire. And the 12th man is coming down the pavilion steps. But there has been no change in the field so far. So 3 wickets for Joe Leach, 1 for Dylan Pennington. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcester, Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse. And batting not easy.
As Pennington comes into ball again. It's defended again. And clearly picked up by the fielder. That's the end of the over. And Sussex are 16 for 4. And overs.
And a wicket maiden for Dylan Pennington, having Ollie Carter caught behind delivery that was really a little wide to be playing at, and Ollie Carter had a little nibble at that and got caught behind. He was out for 1. The other wickets to fall Ali Orr when the total was on 4, bowled by Joe Leach. Joe Leach then having Tom Alsop LBW for a duck. A delivery that we thought might have just been missing leg stump, but umpire Mohammed Said deciding that he was LBW, and then Tom Clark also LBW to Joe Leach. So Sussex in a pickle here, 16 for 4, having won the toss and decided to bat first, and Joe Leach running in up the hill from the Cromwell Road end in bright sunshine. He's in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who nudges that one to first slip. Only half forward there was Hudson Prentice. It wasn't outside edge, it was pretty much along the floor to first slip. Now we have got a short leg in place, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4 slips, a backward point, extra cover, a mid-on, a fine leg, and a short leg in place. As Joe Leach, with 3 wickets already this morning, turns and comes running into bowl to Finn Hudson Prentice, who's 1 not out. Leach is in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice lets that one go outside the off stump. There's a howl from the slips, but that look a good lead from Hudson Prentice. And there is no run.
Quite an aggressive field setting, but why wouldn't you with such a score on the board?
Oh, absolutely. And Worcestershire certainly with their tails up here this morning. As Frank was saying a little earlier on, if Worcestershire could win their final 3 games, a lot might depend on how results go the other way. And of course, we don't know the structure of the county championship for next season. Worcestershire could be there or thereabouts. In comes Leach, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's forward, but a little uncertainly, and plays out into the offside. And there is no run.
Still quite a bit of movement with this ball. I think that one just went in quite nicely there to Hudson Prentice there.
Email from Julian. I was sitting next to a little earlier on in the members forum. We're going to get John Philby, the Sussex chairman, up on commentary just after 12 o'clock to tell us what's happened in the forum and the very latest on the high performance review and how that might implicate on county cricket next season, as Leach is in and bowls and Hudson Prentice is forward and steers this between 4 slip and backward point. The ball races away towards the pavilion, and it's going to be 3 runs for Hudson Prentice. That was a nicely controlled shot. He goes to 4 and the total to 19 for 4. Julian said, a good toss to win. In fact, Julian whispered to me, that's a good toss to win, and we sort of agreed, but he's not so sure now. And as you rightly say, Julian, the pitch is right in front of them. The last few wickets that we've had here in the Royal London Cup, when actually they were using the hybrid pitches here for those, meaning there's just a little bit of material that's interwoven into the grass. And those wickets were all on this side of the square, and so is this one as well. For those of you who know Hove, on the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground. As in comes Leach, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes is forward to a ball pitching around middle and leg, played to mid-on, and there is no run. Sussex 19 for 4. Tom Haynes has only scored 1 run, but he's faced 27 balls, which matters not a jot. The most important thing is that the Sussex skipper is still there, because he's seen 4 of his teammates already back in the pavilion, all for 1, all shot without scoring. Clark for 8. And the last one, Ollie Carter, caught behind for a single as Leach wheels around and comes in around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haynes. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is forward and punches that into the covers, and there is no run. And you can tell by the Worcester fielders all encouraging each other. It's the end of the over, just the 3 runs off the over, and Sussex are 19 for 4. John Malone has been in touch. He's hello, John. He says weather is so far beautiful in Bexhill-on-Sea, just along the coast from here in Hove. He says you're coming through loud and clear on the stream. Thank you. Not the best of starts. There's a long way to go. Have a good week. Regards, says John Malone, who's a regular contributor on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you could tweet at Frank Watson 58. Frank back with us in about 10 minutes or so at Ariana Dowse, which is DOWSE, and it's going to be Dylan Pennington who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
He's coming into bowl to a strong leave there by Finn Hudson-Prentice there.
Yeah, they just moved away from the right hand. That was a good leave, wasn't it? Finn Hudson-Prentice, who came back to Sussex at the end of last season and actually played in the game at Worcester. That was his first game back. He made 46 in it was the second innings down there. He was out first ball in the first innings, then made 46. Then we went to Leicester where he broke his hand, and that was the end of Finn's season. He'll be hoping the same doesn't happen today.
Pennington's in a bit of extra bounce there as it's left alone quite drastically there by Finn.
Yeah.
I think the slips looked happy with that extra bit of bounce.
There really is good bounce here, isn't there? And a bit of movement as well. Batting is not easy. Skipper is still there, so he'll feel he was justified his decision to bat first. But you have to say Worcestershire bowled very well. They pitched the ball up, they made best use of the conditions.
And was another short, played by Finn, playing a miss outside the off as another one rises with extra bounce there and through to the keeper for a run.
Yeah, I don't think that was a great shot, to be honest. That was a very similar delivery to the delivery that accounted for Ollie Carter.
That's a similar outcome as well.
Yes, it was. He certainly fenced at it, didn't he? Wasn't that far away from getting a little tickle through to the keeper. Gareth Roderick, who's waiting.
As Pennington comes in. Left alone as the ball swings back in past the stumps.
I don't know how that missed the stumps, Ariana, to be honest.
Entirely sure it's one of those where all the slips are wondering how.
Well, I can't, but the minute he let that go, I thought, well, he's going to be bowled. I just don't know how that missed the stumps. I don't think the slip cord nor Gareth Roderick do either. We have to give credit to the batsman.
Definitely. He knows where his stumps are. This is exceptional bowling though from Pennington. Swing the ball in and then just that short bouncer one that just goes straight. Really testing the batters here as he's in to bowl again, Pennington. And defended strongly to the offside by Finn Hudson-Prentice there.
I had an email in from Julian, and of course here today the flags flying at half-mast, the players wearing black armbands. We did have a minute's silence before the start of play, but Julian was saying that back in 1980, he's a big horse racing fan, is Julian. He went to Plumpton Racecourse, not a million miles from here, down sort of between Haywards Heath and Lewis. I'll finish the story in a moment's time.
As Pennington comes into bowl. That one just jars in, played off the back foot by Finn, no run. And that's the end of the over, another maiden over for Pennington. He's bowling exceptionally well from the Cromwell end.
He is indeed 2 overs, 2 overs, 1 maiden, and he's taken 1 for 1, has Dylan Pennington. Sussex 19 for 4 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcester. Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse, and Julie was saying he went to Plumpton in and around 1980, and the now King Charles III was Prince Charles back in those days, and he actually rode in a charity horse race down at Plumpton, that beautiful track just nestling under the downs. So thank you for Julian. I don't know if any of our listeners have any other stories I'd like to share with us, as in comes Joe Leach bowls to Tom Haynes, who plays firmly to mid-off and there is no run. Tom Haines, who's played and missed on a number of occasions this morning, but I guess, and you would know this as a batter, Ariana, that I guess it's about putting those deliveries behind you and concentrating on the next one, because the important thing for Sussex is that the skipper is still there.
Yes, as you say, I think my mindset is if I play and miss, I'm still here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, I think on a day like today, when wickets are tumbling around you, the skipper needing to lead from the front. In comes Leach around the wicket, bowls to Haines, who lets that go. There was a howl from the slip cordon. We have to say good leave by Tom Haines, but it wasn't that far wide of the off stump taken by Roderick. And there is no run.
Yeah, very positive mindset is needed by the batters in this situation.
It is.
And a little bit of gardening happening as well.
Yeah, I don't know, it's nervous gardening because the ball there's a bit of extra bounce. I mean, it hasn't been bounce, it's been unexpected bounce, but it's just been encouragement for the bowlers. As Leach wheels around and comes running into bowl to Tom Haines from the C end of the ground. He's even bowls, and Haines is beaten this time outside of the off stump, playing forward through to keeper Roderick. For at least half a dozen times, I reckon Tom Haines has been beaten outside the off stump today. The ball goes through to Roderick, and there is no run.
Yes, the slips are keeping their eyes and hands ready, I'm sure.
No, they are. They are.
With the amount of played and misses, unfortunately, from Sussex.
We'll give you the up-to-date scores in the other games around the country at the end of this over or during this over, as in comes Leach in his 7th over. He's in and bowls, and Haines is forward and picks up his second run. Just Tom Haines played out into the offside, fielded by D'Oliveira, and Haines goes through for his second run. He's placed 31 deliveries as Tom Haines this morning, and Sussex go to the scoreboard is showing 22 for 4. So was that a signal to no ball? Yes, it was. So apologies, I missed that signal of a no ball. Haines goes to 2. We've got the right-handed Finn Hudson-Prentice on strike. First of all, in the Test match at the Oval, England have lost a wicket, but comes Leach and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is rather squared up by delivery. The ball ricochets away into the offside and picks up a single fielded there by Jake Libby, but a moral victory for the bowler. I'm not at all sure that Finn Hudson-Prentice knew where that had gone. The ball went away through cover point. Hudson-Prentice goes to 5, and the total 23 for 4. So England are 125 for 1 in the Test match, needing just 5 to win. The man out today was Alex Leach, who was LBW to Rabada for 39. Welcome runs for Zach Crawley, who's 65 not out. So England are going to win the 3rd Test match at the Oval, and with it the series. And Ollie Robinson's had a good game in that Test match, as in comes Leach and bowls, and Haines is forward to ball. I thought that goes a little low. Haines plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So in the 2nd division of the Championship, a good start for Leicestershire at Grace Road, 52 without loss against Durham. Lords, Glamorgan and Middlesex are in action. Both of those two sides with hopes of, I think, filling the 2nd promotion spot, if indeed that is confirmed. We're still waiting to hear what's going to happen in terms of promotion and relegation from the Championship. Glamorgan 54 for 4 in that game. In comes Leach, bowls, and Haines is forward, carefully forward, studiously forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So end of the over, Sussex got 23 for 4, Hudson-Prentice on 5, Tom Haines is on 2. In the 1st division of the Championship, Northamptonshire 51 without loss at Wantage Road against Surrey. Surrey, if they win that game, will go back to the top of the County Championship. It's raining in Birmingham, where Somerset are 17 for 1. A battle there between two sides. One of them will almost certainly find themselves in Division 2 next season, if indeed we have a situation with 2 up, 2 down. And Yorkshire in the final game in Division 1 of the Championship are 34 for 2 against Essex. Hampshire, the leaders of the County Championship, not in action in this round of matches.
I just had my last club match yesterday, and similar, we're not sure what the structure is going to be next year as Pennington comes into bowl and defended strongly by Finn Hudson there to mid-on.
So tell us what league that was in.
It's in the Southern Premier League for women's cricket.
Okay, and you don't know what the structure's going to... That's really frustrating, isn't it?
Yes, because there's talk about the level below being, like, not existing next year. So we're not sure if there's going to be movement up or down, or if it will even stay for next year. We're not sure at this moment in time. As Pennington comes into bowl again to Finn. Bowls and just back, played to fourth slip there along the ground.
So tell us who you were playing for, the outcome of the match, and how you did.
I played for Hursley Park against Gunnersbury, who won the league, even though we won the match, which is always one of those. We lost a toss and batted first, and it was a good decision. I was batting 3, and I was sat there for 30 overs with my pads on.
Oh, right, okay.
Our opening batters did very well together, as Pennington comes in again.
Ooh, poor shot.
Tried to be driven there, big flash of the bat there, but straight through to the keeper for a no run.
Yeah, when I say poor shot, I mean, it was, I guess if he puts his foot to the pitch of the ball and crashes that through the covers for 4 runs, Ariana, we say what a brilliant shot, but I'm not sure he was in the right position to play the shot.
No, not quite in the right mindset there.
So your openers batted through the 30 overs?
Yes, we're playing 50 overs, so I did have 20 overs to go in and bat, but I think we managed to get 280 on the board.
Wow. And
defend that quite comfortably as Pennington comes in, and that's, I think, defended off the hip straight to mid-on.
So having waited 30 overs, then what happened, Ariana?
Well, I was middling the ball, luckily, until I edged it.
Right, okay.
And caught behind, unfortunately, but it was one of those pitches where there was a nice wet patch and a nice hard patch, and it was doing left, right, up, down. It was not the best conditions to bat on.
Okay.
And it was great fun keeping on as well, I tell you that. As Pennington comes into bowl again.
Ooh, good delivery.
Just about defended, skewed to backward point there for no run.
I mean, that was a good delivery. It's a good job for the Hudson managed to play that, because that would have hit middle stump, and it just yacked a little bit back into Finn Hudson-Prentice. And this is tough going, Ariana.
This is very good bowling from Worcestershire here. And Pennington just really testing the batsers. And then we managed to keep them down to around like 150. So.
Excellent. In 50 overs?
Yeah.
So you'd won the game a long time out, really?
Yeah, it was...
Did you bowl them out?
We did not.
Right.
No. As Pennington comes into bowl. A solid defence there. And fielded off his old bowling there, Pennington. And that's the end of the over. Another maiden for Pennington. Sussex are now 23 for 4 after 14 overs.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcester. Adrian Harms and Ariana Dowse with you on commentary. We'll be joined shortly by Frank Watson, who's just doing his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Worcester. And it looks to me as if Ben Gibbon is going to come in from the sea end of the ground. So Joe Leach, having bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, and taken 3 for 60, is making way. And it's going to be Ben Gibbon, who's bowled 4 overs, 3 maidens, figures of 0 for 4, who's going to come in from the sea end of the ground. If you're just joining us, a very good morning, whether you're watching via the Sussex live stream or listening to us via the BBC website. Very much Worcestershire's morning here. Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat, but they lost Alistair Orr for 1, Tom Alsop for a duck, Tom Clark for 8, Ollie Carter for a single. Skipper Tom Haynes is still there. He's faced 34 deliveries for his 2 runs, which he won't worry about. The important thing for Sussex, he's still there. The skipper, as in comes Gibbon, left arm over the wicket, bowls. Oh, and he's put down. Well, it should have been a fairly routine caught and bowled for Ben Gibbon, who can't believe it. Tom Haynes is given a life. He was looking to play that away into the leg side. He got a leading edge. The ball surprised Ben Gibbon. It came back to him about shoulder high, and the chance has gone begging.
Yeah. Wow. I think that kind of ballooned up, and it's one of those where you have too much time almost to juggle it around.
Tom Haynes gets a life on 2 with a total on 23 for 4. In comes Gibbon again, bowls to Haynes, and Tom Haynes chops the ball on, and he goes the very next ball. Tom Haynes is out for 2, and Sussex are 23 for 5. And having survived that chance, that wasn't the greatest shot by Tom Haynes. He was looking to clip that ball away on the offside. It was never really there for that shot. And Ben Gibbon picks up a wicket. His first wicket of the innings. And Sussex in all sorts of trouble. And I have to say, it's very easy to say from up here, I don't think that was the best shot in the world.
No. After that first ball, I don't think he reset enough, unfortunately. And got that last delivery out of his head. And then just played a bit of a wild shot there and just chopped on, unfortunately, for our captain.
So this brings out to the middle the Sussex debutant, who is Fahim Ashraf, as Frank was saying. He's got a test average of over 30. We're just waiting for our update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and then I'll bring in Frank, will join Ariana on commentary. In fact, our headphones, I certainly didn't hear anything from the studio, so right. Sorry, I'm just get a message to the studio. So it is going to be Fahim Ashraf, who has played 14 test matches for Pakistan. I'm sure in Pakistan you get wickets that are quite as helpful as this one this morning. So let's see how he gets on. Tall man. Signed for Sussex at the tail end of last week. And my apologies, we think it's James Coles who's come out. Well, that doesn't look much to me like James Coles, unless he's got a little taller. Well, it shows on the scoreboard as James Coles, so maybe it is. Sorry, we're just waiting for the studio to come to us, and in fact it is James Coles. I do apologise as Ben Gibbon comes in bowls to Coles, who plays to mid-off, and there is no run. I thought for a minute, but it is James Coles, so my apologies. I'm slightly distracted as we're just waiting for our various updates to come here on BBC Radio Sussex. Sussex 23 for 5. I don't know whether you can hear the studio at all, Ariana.
No, nothing coming through.
No, okay. So we'll bring Frank in just as soon as we've done the update. And it is James Coles. I do apologise. As in comes Gibbon. Let Coles let that one go through to keeper Gareth Roderick. So a tale of woe, really. Alistair all 1, Tom Haynes 2, Tom Alsop without scoring, Tom Clark for 8, and Ollie Carter for just a single. Finn Hudson-Prentice 5 not out. Ben Gibbon bowling his first over from this C end of the ground. He bowled from the Cromwell Road end. And comes running into bowl to Coles. He's in on bowls and he's hit on the pad. There was a short, had there been a short leg, they might have been interested. The ball just ballooned away on the leg side. The suggestion from Ben Gibbon that maybe there was a little bit of inside edge on that. I can only assume we're not going for an update, so I'll bring Frank in just a moment's time. Gibbon wanders back to his mark. The sun has momentarily disappeared. Gibbon turns. And the final ball of his 5th over, he's in and bowls, and Coles clips this one, a ball that was just erring down the leg side down to Joe Leach. Fine leg who picks up a single, so James Coles is on his way. The total goes to 24 for 5. Hudson-Prentice is on 5. James Coles is on 1. Erin, if you could just talk for a minute, I'm just going to make a call to the studio and see whether we're going to do an update, and then we'll bring Frank in back in on commentary.
Sure thing. Well, the Sussex are 24 for 5, and Pennington will continue from the Cromwell Road end. 15 overs gone now, and it's not looking great for Sussex, unfortunately. I think there's a conversation had between the two batters there before getting ready to face Pennington from road end. Just taking guard. We still have 4 slips in play. Very positive from Warwick's there. And Coles is ready to back face as Pennington comes into bowl. Work to the leg side, but fielded for no run by the
I can't hear at all.
The clouds have come here over at Hove.
Well, welcome back to Hove, Sarah, where Sussex are in all sorts of trouble, having lost this morning, having won the toss, decided to bat. They probably wish they hadn't, because they're 24 for 5, a tale of woe. Alistair Orr out for 1, Tom Haynes for 2, Tom Alsop for a duck, Tom Clark for 8, and Ollie Carter for a single. So Sussex in real trouble here at Hove. Meanwhile, up at Northampton, Surrey with a chance to go back to the top of the county championship if they win this week, but Northamptonshire have made a good start batting first. They're 56 without loss.
That was the update done. And Pennington is turning around, running towards us to bowl at Coles, who gets on the back foot and guides it down to third slip. No run is taken. Just having a change in the commentary box. Frank joins us again.
Good morning, Ariana. Good morning, Ariana.
There we go.
Finally got the buttons sorted.
Yes.
And the updates sorted.
All good as Pennington comes in again to bowl to Coles. There's a short, aggressive one there that doesn't bounce just quite as much as the previous ones have. Through to the keeper for no run.
I tell you what's interesting from a Worcestershire point of view is that so far we haven't seen the quickest bowler. Because Josh Tongue is by far, well, not by far, but certainly the quickest and the most hostile bowler in this Worcester lineup. And he has yet to bowl. He's just standing at mid-wicket, surveying things, and no doubt itching to have a go, I would imagine.
Pennington's in bowls and defended by Coles into the offside. No runs taken. Well,
Actually, he's down at fine leg down here, but he's had a lot of shoulder injuries, a long-term injury. At one stage, it was thought that it would be career-ending, and that was it. And then a new diagnosis earlier this year, came back, played a couple of league games for his league club, and then has slipped in for 2 or 3 games as well for Worcestershire, and just easing him back in. He's not going to bowl too many overs, but he is hostile, Josh Tongue.
as Pennington's in and does not bowl. There was a very late decision there to
That was a very odd one, wasn't it?
face. They're all looking to the...
Some things happened over in the pavilion. I think somebody might have had a fall. Yeah, they have. A spectator had a fall, and I think there must have been a cry, and it happened just as Pennington was about to bowl. Gentleman's being helped up on the pavilion steps now. No, it doesn't look too bad, but there must have been quite a shout, and that disturbed Finn Hudson-Prentice's concentration just as Pennington was about to release the ball, didn't it?
A couple more stewards coming to help, I believe.
It doesn't look too bad over there, thank goodness.
Pennington's running into bowl now. Cole, who defends it to back with point, no run taken. Another maiden for Pennington.
Yep. The figures make good reading, don't they, for the Worcestershire bowlers so far. Joe Leach in particular, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 16. Ben Gibbon, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. And Pennington now, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1. Runs have been hard to come by. No better indication of that, I don't think, than the fact that Tom Haynes, who was out for 2 in Gibbon's, the over before last that he bowled, faced 36 balls for those 2. That's how hard runs have been to come by this morning after Sussex won the toss. Hudson-Prentice on strike. Gibbon from the C end, left arm over the wicket, moves away from us now and bowls outside the off stump, and Hudson-Prentice happy to leave that one alone. I've noticed, and I expect you have, Ariana, because you're a wicket keeper and you notice these things, the bounce from this end considerably less than the bounce from the far end, possibly because Leach is a sort of skiddy bowler, but I've noticed Gareth Roderick's been taking it round about shin, knee height at the far end, whereas at this end, when the bowling's been from the Cromwell Road end, possibly because of Pennington's height, been a lot more carry through to the keeper. It's Gibbon again and bowls, and that one's down the leg side, and Hudson-Prentice Gets 4, just tickles it away off his hip. There have been very few free gifts this morning, and that one was a free gift to a professional batsman. And Hudson Prentice just used the pace of the ball and turned it off his hip down to fine leg, and Joe Leach is quite wide at long leg, couldn't get around, so a rare boundary. Sussex move up to 28 for 5.
Yeah, I think that might be the first boundary of the innings.
I think there was one earlier, wasn't there, when I think it was Clark clipped one off his pads to square leg. Here's Gibbon again, bowls, steered down into the gully. Yeah, he clipped Leach, didn't he? Really nice shot off his pads, but you're forgiven for not remembering because there've been so few, haven't there? It really has been ball on top of bat. We did say when Sussex won the toss and chose to bat that the first hour would be crucial, and I mean, of course, they would have known that. They would have said, let's try and get through this first hour. They didn't. They lost a wicket in the first over. Joe Leach then, as he tends to do, got on a bit of a roll, and it's been a tough morning for the home side. Gibbon again is in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives, and that's a lovely shot. Even better, that is the shot of the day so far. It was wide and it was full from Gibbon, but Hudson Prentice just leaned into it and I wouldn't say smashed it, just steered it through extra cover for 4. So 2 boundaries, the riches of this over compared to the previous dozen or so. 32 for 5 with that boundary. Hudson Prentice goes to 13. He's looked pretty comfortable. Played and missed once at a ball from Pennington that he shouldn't have, when he sort of fended at it, a bit like Carter did, I beg your pardon, when he got out to Pennington's first ball. But other than that, Hudson Prentice has been good. Gibbons decided to go round the wicket to him, and he starts round the wicket with a good Yorker, which Hudson Prentice almost fell over, but he just dug it out at the last minute and squeezed it up to mid-on where Pennington did the fielding. So it's been a tough morning for the home side. Good crowd in, I reckon, for September, and it's a nice morning here at the seaside, but a fairly good crowd dotted around, and of course quite a few people watching from their flats and their balconies around this ground. Gibbon again is in and bowls, and again down the leg side. Hudson Prentice looking to turn it away off his hip. This time just gets I think just got it on the splice, really, just dropped it down. Picks up another single. End of the over from Gibbon, a relatively expensive one. His figures now 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. And when you think that 9 came off that over, that tells you how tidy he was before. 33 for 5.
Yeah, much better over for Sussex there. Just a few more runs on the board.
Just short-term targets, I suppose, Ariana, at the moment for these two. Just literally get through the next over, isn't it?
Very much the case. As Pennington comes in bowl, there's back foot punch just to square leg there.
You would imagine, wouldn't you, that's exactly what these two are saying. I mean, basically, we need a partnership. It doesn't matter how long it takes. It doesn't matter whether we only score 1 on over for 10 overs. We've just got to develop a partnership, wrestle back a bit of control.
Definitely.
That's what you'd be saying.
As Pennington's in again and sort of flicks to mid on along the ground for no run there by Hudson Prentice there. Yeah, I'm sure the batters will be meeting in the middle between overs just to consolidate that mindset of we're staying.
Literally 1 ball at a time.
Yeah.
And then, get through this over. Just got to stop the rot. They've just lost wickets regularly, haven't they?
Really.
Well, that goes without saying if they've lost 5.
As Pennington's in.
That's a lovely shot.
Timed through the covers there by Hudson Prentice for 4 runs. Hold the pose a little bit there as well, even.
Yeah, well, 3 boundaries in 9 deliveries. It doesn't half change the mood a little bit out there, I think, and Hudson Prentice will feel much better. And they've been 3 good boundaries, but those last 2, 1 off the front foot, 1 off the back foot. That one struck nicely. Bad delivery, to be fair. Short and wide.
As Pennington comes into bowl again. Hudson, and
4 more.
Similar outcome. A little bit fuller that time, but steered just in front of backward point for 4 runs.
Isn't it amazing how quickly things can change? Just the whole mood changes, doesn't it? 4 boundaries in 10 deliveries after 1 boundary in 15 overs. It's just mad, isn't it? But Hudson Prentice 22 off 28 in these circumstances. Ridiculous scoring rate.
Yeah. Dealing in boundaries almost now, the last few overs.
Needs to be just keep control now and not throw it away after. Don't let the adrenaline take over. That's another lovely shot.
Through mid-wicket. I suspect that'll be another 4. Yes, it will be. Pennington just strayed a little bit, went a bit straighter, a bit fuller, and got punished.
Yeah, well, he's short and wide with that one punch through the covers. Tried to correct it, over-pitched on off stump, got punished. And then, as you say, tried to straighten up, but over-pitched again. And that is meat and drink through mid-wicket there to any top-order county batsman. It really is. Just clipped away. And Hudson Prentice he's seized control, hasn't he, a little bit here?
Yeah.
Change of mood, complete change of mood.
As Pennington's in. Slightly shorter one.
Better.
Just missed the outside edge of...
I think he dropped his hands, but that's where you want to bowl it, isn't it? And there you go, in a nutshell, I suppose. We see in that over the bowler's dilemma, really. He's a young bowler, Pennington. He's made massive strides this season in terms of his accuracy and consistency. He's reached 100 first-class wickets, but just there showing that he's still occasionally unable to put together, to stack together a few deliveries on the trot when it really matters. But to be fair, good batting from Hudson Prentice and a good contest. That last ball is exactly what Pennington would have been hoping for. Just back of a length, outside off stump, climbed, and Hudson Prentice just dropped his hands, I think, at the last minute. But a good contest, and Pennington has bowled well, picked up a wicket with his first ball, that helps. Here's Gibbon from the C end, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Coles, very solidly pushing that one back up the pitch to the bowler. Bit cloudy. It was bright sunshine this morning. It's clouded over. I think the conditions have probably helped the bowlers a bit more than Sussex might have expected this morning. It was a 10:30 start. They would have expected some help for sure, but perhaps it's just done a little bit more than they may have thought. Gibbon in bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Coles gets a bit lucky here because he's looking to turn it on the leg side and gets a leading edge, almost back of the bat really, and it goes out square on the offside. And he looked worried, didn't he? You don't know where it's gone. He's relieved that it didn't go straight up in the air and lob out to cover. As it is, he gets a fortunate single. Takes him on to 2, and it's 46 for 5. And the man of the moment, Hudson Prentice on strike. Sorry.
I'm quite lucky that wasn't aerial, that one.
Yeah, I think you could tell by the way he looked anxiously. He didn't know where it had gone, did he? Gibbon round the wicket to Hudson Prentice, taken on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Turned down this time by the umpire, and I think quite rightly so, in my view, and we've got a pretty good view here from sort of almost behind the umpire. Gibbon round the wicket, he's very wide on the crease, left arm round, he's letting that ball go from almost adjacent to the return crease, angled across. If it hits the batsman in line, unless he's actually sitting back on his stumps, almost certainly going down. Gibbon again is in and bowls, and again that one a little bit would have had a bit more chance if he hadn't missed it, I think, that one, because it just was a bit straighter. But I think that's what the umpire's thinking would have been on turning down that LBW. But it's better from Gibbon since he's gone round the wicket. I think he's given Hudson Prentice less opportunity to get those arms free.
Definitely.
Comes in again now, wearing 21, bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives nicely through extra cover for 4. Finn Hudson Prentice has got in. He's the one batsman, I would say, so far today that has got in, as we say. He's settled, he's got used to the pace of the pitch. That wasn't a half volley. and he just leaned into it, steered it very nicely in the gap between cover and extra cover, mid-off and extra cover, and he brings up the Sussex 50. It's been hard going, and he's got 30 of them off just 33 balls, and most of those have come in the last 15 minutes. Here's Gibbon again, round the wicket, bowls, and Hudson Prentice is actually, well, I talked about adrenaline, he's actually taken a little bit of a pace down there, and in the end just checked himself, and looking at his sort of post-shot run through, he was even thinking about clipping it over mid-wicket, so that explains how the mood has changed. But at the same time, I would say, if I were in the Sussex dressing room now, I'd be trying to say, or maybe if I was his partner, I'd say, hang on a minute, you're going so well, do not throw it away, do not let the adrenaline take over. That would be a dangerous thing to do. As it was, he checked himself, it was a dot ball, end of the over, 50 for 5, and now we are going to see Josh Tongue.
Yeah, definitely checked himself there. I think at this point there's no need to take that risk to go aerial when he's timing it so well along the ground for many, many boundaries in the last few balls.
Yeah, and you'd be saying to him, wouldn't you, if you were his partner, you'd be saying, don't chuck it away, mate. Now this is going to be interesting. Tongue from the Cromwell Road end hits the deck hard. He's a big man, about 6'4", broad shoulders. As I said, a lot of injuries, one injury, shoulder injury, which has persisted. But for me, when he's at it, as they say, he's as hostile as anybody in the Worcestershire lineup.
And he comes to Coles, who tries to play it to the leg side, but ends up being fielded at that point there for no run.
You'd like keeping to Josh Tongue early on because he gets it up here. It's going to come. I know saying up here is not very good for radio because nobody can see me, but I've got my hands in front of my face. Reverse cup, that's what I'm talking about. You'd be taking quite a bit like that, and I think keepers enjoy that, don't they?
Definitely. As Tongue's in, bowls one on the pads, just worked
just swung in a bit.
Fine leg for one run. One leg by Aston, no bat involved there.
Bit of swing there, bit of in-swing, wasn't there?
Yeah, definitely.
It's not been as easy this morning as Sussex might have hoped it would be when that coin came down, I think. And the cloud cover's increased as well, hasn't it? It's quite humid as well, isn't it? It's a morning to bowl, I would say, rather than to bat. And I know that's wisdom after the event.
Turning into Hudson Prentice, who's off the back foot, and a quick single is being taken. A direct hit there would have been the end of Hudson Prentice there, but
he picked his man there, Hudson Prentice, the 38-year-old Azhar Ali at mid-on. He thought, oh yeah, we can get in. And actually Azhar was pretty quick. I think it would have been in, but it would have been close. But picked his man, I think. Bit of experience.
Cole's back on strike. Just looked a little rushed the last two deliveries he's faced by Tongue, but he sets up as Tongue's coming back into bowl. And defended nicely there for no run. Fielded by mid-on.
Yeah, 3 slips. We've had 4 for a lot of the morning, but 3 in now for Josh Tongue. And every likelihood that one of them might be in action fairly soon. You'd certainly be in the slips there. You would be thinking it could be coming any minute.
Not as much bounce as that one.
It's swung in again.
The pad, just the one as it's fielded by fine leg. And definitely a bit of movement here for Tongue from the Cromwell Road end, swinging into the batters. A little bit of hand gesture there, just to from the batters, just letting each other know.
They're almost letting the crowd know, aren't they? I think when they do that, you know, when somebody's beaten and they go, they move their right hand as if to say, you just think, yeah, you're just telling everybody what we already know. You missed it.
As Tongue's in, hit the pad again, but no run taken as Scudder comes in quickly there. End of the over. Sussex now 53 for 5. And only a couple scored off that over from Tongue, which is very good.
Quite a bit of movement in the air for Josh Tongue there when he pitched it up. Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire bowling coach, walks past in front of us. He'll be a happy man this morning. He might not be so happy with what he's seen in the last 10 minutes, but fairly happy with what he's seen generally, in that the Worcestershire seamers have bowled well, very accurately, and also with quite a bit of hostility. There's a change in the bowling now at the C end. We're going to see the 5th seamer in the Worcestershire lineup. They've gone into this game with 5 seamers quite deliberately, and Ed Barnard it is coming into the attack at the C end, and he will be bowling to James Coles. He comes in, he bowls his first ball, is outside the off stump and left alone by Coles. Good conditions, I would suggest, these for Ed Barnard, who is an attacking bowler. He doesn't mind conceding runs, tends to bowl a fairly full length, but he's canny, does a bit with it both ways, and ideal conditions for him. And the ball, well, just slightly, not exactly new, but the lacquer will have come off, and he's useful in these conditions. That one's wide, and Hudson Prentice may be a little bit annoyed with himself that he played at that one, as it skidded through quite low to Gareth Roderick, who has the gloves today for Worcestershire in the absence of Ben Cox. 53 for 5 here at Hove. If you're just joining us, the men out, Orr for 1, Alsop without scoring, Clark for 8, Carter for 1, and Haynes for 2. A sorry tale, those first 5 wickets going down, not one of them making double figures. 3 wickets for Joe Leach, 1 for Dylan Pennington, 1 for Ben Gibbon. Barnard again outside the off stump, little bit of movement off the seam, but started too wide and left alone. And an indication of how difficult it was early on is that Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain, who faced 36 deliveries in making those runs, and that's how hard it was. Since then, Finn Hudson Prentice has broken the shackles a little bit with an array of well-timed shots. He's 31 off 36, but it's James Coles on strike on 2 as Barnard bowls, and he works this one to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Gibbon, and there's no run. The score remains at 53 for 5, and the cloud cover, which kind of came in after about half an hour this morning, has settled over the ground and continues to make life difficult for the batsmen, as well as the fact that there's been just a little bit of a nibble in this pitch. Barnard again, he's in a bowl short and taken on by Coles, almost surprised. Well, it did surprise him. Barnard has a bouncer which he doesn't use very often, but occasionally throws in, and Coles, seeing it, went for it and got a top edge, and it could have gone anywhere. As it was, it went down to a very fine leg for 4 runs. All contributions greatly accepted by the Sussex batsmen at the moment, and Coles moves on to 6. 57 for 5. Barnard in again to complete his first over from the C end. Bowls now, and more runs, 4 more in fact for Coles, who just tickles this down to the boundary. So an expensive first over from Barnard. 61 for 5 is the Sussex total. At the end of it, we've had 21 overs, and in a moment it'll be Adrian Holmes once again.
Yeah, just started that over off well. He did, with keeping it outside in the channel, outside off stump, and then just straightened up, and unfortunately got punished as it went too straight and was clipped away before a few exasperated looks by the fielders as that top edge went flying over everyone's head.
Ariana, I'm going to bring in John Philby, who's the chair of Sussex Cricket in a moment's time. As in comes Josh Tucked out the door bar, as well as Prentice for the place to be offside, and there is no run. So I'm going to have a bit of a break for a while, and we'll bring John Philby, who's going to come into your seat in a couple of moments' time and just have a natter away. So thank you, Ariana. Ariana will be back with us after lunch. Lunch at 12:30 today, so with these early starts we get early finishes as well. Early lunches, as Josh Tong runs in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, comes running in to bowl to Hudson Prentice, who looks to play this one down the leg side. Good take by Gareth Roderick down the leg side, and there is no run. And delighted to be joined by the chair of Sussex Cricket, John Philby. John, a very good morning to you.
Morning, Adrian.
Lovely to see you. And John is with us because there was a members' forum held this morning before the start of play. Went on for a little bit after the start of play as well. So we'll ask John some of the questions that were asked in that forum as in comes Tong running in down the hill, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who clips this nicely, not quite where he intended. It's gone back to the square on the leg side. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs. In fact, it may run all the way for 4. No, it's a good stop, very well stopped by Dylan Pennington out on the deep backward square boundary, but Hudson Prentice able to come back for a third run. He goes to 34 and Sussex to 64 for 5. Sussex winning the toss this morning and batting first. We'll wait to the end of this over, John, and then we'll start our natter. And please, Worcester supporters, if you'd like to join in, because I think some of what we're going to talk about is relevant not just to cricket here in Sussex, but cricket in Worcester and indeed around the country in terms of the high-level review and where we're at with those conversations. As in comes Tong and bowls, and Hudson Prentice, James Coles, I apologise, a short delivery, pulls that down to fine leg without timing. Picks up a single. Sussex go to 65 for 5, which is something of a recovery, having at one stage been 23 for 5 with Orr, Haynes, Alsop, Clark and Ollie Carter all back in the pavilion. 3 wickets for Joe Leach, 1 for Ben Gibbon and 1 for Dylan Pennington. It's Josh Tong who is running down the hill. Ground in shade, he's in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice is forward and plays that firmly through mid-on. He's going to pick up more runs here is Hudson Prentice. They've taken 2 and he's very quick between the wickets. I'm sure he'll come back for a third run as Ashraf chases out towards the pavilion. 3 more to Hudson Prentice, who's moved very quickly on to 37 of 40 deliveries, and Sussex to 68 for 5. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. There's now a deep backward square and a fine leg as the sun comes out again at Hove. Lots of cloud around, but it's pretty high-level stuff and a few patches of blue in between. And the forecast is pretty good for the rest of the day. Final ball of the over as Tong is running in from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Coles, who plays to backward point. There is no run. End of the over, 68 for 5. John, thanks for joining us. I guess before we talk cricket, it's a time of great sadness around the country with the death of Her Majesty the Queen. I just wondered on your reflections on that and the thoughts of everybody here at Sussex Cricket Club.
Thank you, Adrian. Well, the first thing to say is that at 10:30 or 25 past 10 this morning, you would have been here and we observed a minute's silence. The national anthem, the new national anthem, was played, and it was a sombre moment of reflection, of course. One of the things that's occurred to me is one of our values in Sussex cricket is respect. And I think that's something that we've all had a lot of opportunity to reflect on over the last few days.
Ed Barnard running in up the hill to bowl to Hudson Prentice, is in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice forward plays into the covers, no run.
And I think if cricket as a sport can continue to use this time to be respectful of each other, and we'll come on to why that's important probably when we're talking about the high performance review, but people being respectful of each other's positions and understanding each other, I think that's in line with what respect means.
Barnard in bowls, just down the leg side, not a great delivery and a tumbling stop by Roderick down the leg side.
And my other reflection on that is there was a lot of speculation as to what the impact would be, and I think that the King Charles III has made an amazingly powerful start to his reign with the things that he has said and done, and I'm optimistic that we can show respect to each other.
As Ed Barnard runs away from us up the hill to bowl to Hudson Prentice. Hudson Prentice plays firmly to backward point, there is no run.
Show respect to each other and unite in what is obviously a period of incredible sadness. I mean, I'm 62 and I've only ever known one person as the monarch, the Queen, and that's true of 80% probably of the population. So it's unbelievably sad and and obviously there's also the personal things. There's the stuff about her family as well. She's a granny and a great granny.
Ed Barnard runs away from us. The sun momentarily goes in, bowls to Hudson Prentice. A bit of movement away from the right-hander through to the keeper, and there is no run.
But if we can learn anything from her life, it's the respect that she showed to people. I've read one thing that her single strongest characteristic was that she saw the good in people, and I think that's something that we should all learn from and seek to do.
Well, here to that. The ECB took a very bold decision, actually, at the weekend, John, as Ed Barnard turns and runs away from us. Coming into bowl to Finn Hudson-Prentice, in and bowls. Hudson-Prentice forward, plays out into the offside. That's the page that covers. There is no run. There was no play on Friday in the Test match, but they did play on the Saturday, and that seemed to be fairly well received universally, John. But that must have been quite a bold step, because the football programme had the football authorities decided not to play, but cricket did.
I think it was a bold step. I think it's a sign of the confident start that Richard Thompson has made as chair.
Barnard in again, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice lets that go. He was looking to play, but we'll give Finn Hudson the benefit of the doubt. It's a maiden over from
he did leave
Ed Barnard.
68
for 5. Hudson-Prentice 37. Coles on 11. Yeah, so you're saying you think that's very much down to the rich and the new era, perhaps?
I'm not saying completely that, but I think that it was a confident decision. It reflected the mood of people around the sport. I know that they looked at some other sports and that they were inspired by the Great North Run, and the Great North Run is about participation. And cricket, we're always talking about making cricket accessible, and you don't make it accessible by not playing. So I think it was a really good decision. I think it recognised the Queen's love of sport and cricket, and her family's love of sport and cricket. And actually, what better, a more appropriate thing to do than as a
Josh Tong comes in down the hill, bowls to Coles, who's 4, plays to mid-off, there is no run.
For the national team to go out and play in her honour, and I think that was a really good move.
And in terms of the day itself, Ollie Robinson, a Sussex player, taking 5 wickets and leading England off as well on Saturday.
Well, we're very proud of Ollie. He's done a magnificent job. He's been brilliant for us ever since his first game. He got 100 against Durham in a county championship match.
In comes Josh Tongue, running in over the wicket bowls to Coles, who plays very straight and firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. There was a members' forum. High on the agenda is the high performance review, John, a lot of which has been said. I just wonder if in between balls, I know it is slightly tricky. You very kindly did an interview for us on the radio station a couple of weeks ago, when it looked then as if there was going to be a meeting on the 20th of September of the county chairman to vote or hear more about these proposals. As here comes Tong over the wicket bowls, and Coles, that got a little low, played to mid-on, and there is no run. What's the latest on that meeting? I'm sure this will be of interest not just to Sussex people, but also to people from Worcestershire listening as well. Well,
the meeting's been cancelled. It's not going to happen. In line with the comment that I made about respect and respect for each other's positions, one of the things is that during the national period of mourning, it would be inappropriate for us all to be arguing about what are relatively minor matters of cricket. Tong in bowls, and Coles plays nicely through square leg. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. He may even pick up 4 runs. Pennington is chasing around the boundary. He doesn't get that. It's a nice shot by James Cole. Flicked away on the leg side. He picks up a boundary and goes to 15. Sussex to 72 for 5. So in the early part of last week, the first class chairs made a very clear and unequivocal statement that we welcome the high performance review. We welcome large parts of its content. We welcome the high performance review's thought on the schedule, but then we need time to apply all of the other factors that influence the schedule. Tong in bowls short, and Coles ducks out the way through to keeper Roderick, no run. And so we wrote to the ECB and said we need more time. Not in a sense of kicking down the can down the road, but in the sense of for the other factors that influence the schedule to be taken into account. The ECB have now responded by saying they're not going to force us into a vote on the 20th of September, and that we are going to have a period of consultation. And I talked to the members this morning about the fact that that consultation would involve consultation with them over the ultimate format.
Tong in bowls, always a full toss, hammered away by James Cole. It rather slipped out of Josh Tong's hand, but James Cole's absolutely hammered the ball away. It's a lovely shot, and it brings up the 50 partnership between these two. Total goes to 76 for 5. James Cole's on to 19. Hudson Prentice on 37. Something of recovery. Sussex at one stage, 23 for 5.
And just see Jofra Archer arriving over there.
On his scooter. Here he comes.
That's another good positive sign for everybody in cricket. I'm hoping that means Jofra's come for a bat in the nets this afternoon. He may be coming just to use the gym.
Right. Well, he's arrived on his scooter. As Jofra, Ed Barnard's going to carry on from the C end of the ground, and for those just joining us, you're hearing myself, Adrian Hums, alongside the Sussex chair, John Philby, talking matters cricket as Barnard is in bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's forward, has allowed a bill from Ed Barnard, but I think maybe there's a bit of bat on that. Rolls into the offside, no run. So where were we? So we were saying about the review. The meeting on the 20th has been cancelled. So I guess the question is, when is a decision going to be made, John?
Yeah, I think, and there's no timetable been set for that yet. My personal, we're expecting that the 23 schedule will mirror the schedule for 2022, and that decisions will be taken in time for the start of the 2023 schedule, so that everybody knows what's going to happen in 2024. And I think that's all good and appropriate.
Barnard is in bowls and caught. No, he's dropped. Well, he's given a life, is Finn Hudson Prentice. That was high to the left of second slip. The chance has gone down. It went very fast, but I think at this level there'll be disappointment. I can't quite see from where I am who's dropped that catch, but Finn Hudson Prentice had been put down on 37 with Sussex on 76 for 5. That was a chance, John.
It was a chance. It flew really fast. It would have been a brilliant catch, Adrian, I think, to be honest. But yes, it was a chance.
Hudson Prentice survives. He was on 37 at the time. In comes Barnard again, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Coles. There is no run. So decision will be made. There was a member who asked the question this morning of you, and he said, when these decisions need to be made, is this something that will be put to the members as they did at Lancashire?
Yes, we did. That question was asked. The reply that I gave was that this meeting today is the first of a series of consultations with the members for their opportunity.
Coles lets that go outside the off stump.
For their opportunity to give their views, and I've also opened up my emails so that anybody who wants to email me and let me know their thoughts and opinions can do that. But that, as far as a vote is concerned, my view is, and the view of the board of Sussex Cricket, is we're elected by the members and by the cricket clubs around Sussex to represent them, and that's what we'll do. So it'll be the board that will make the decision as to what we do and don't support, but we'll absolutely take everything else into account.
Barnard in bowls, let go by Coles. There is no run.
I think recent political British history shows that the wisdom of going out for public votes doesn't always give you the best outcomes.
So just to reiterate, John, because I was slightly distracted by the delivery being bowled, when do you think we can expect some sort of decision on the format of cricket for next season? When do you? Because fixtures need to be made and arrangements made. I mean, I know it's the end of September and the new season's sort of 7 months away. In comes Barnard in bright sunshine, bowls. Coles is forward, plays down the track. There is no run. End of the over. Sussex are 77 for 5 with Hudson Prentice on 38, Coles on 19.
I think for next season, there's not going to be any significant amount of change. I think Sussex cricket, we don't want a repeat of last year, of this season, where we had so little cricket at Hove in July and August, and we may well look to create some additional cricket in some way during that period, but the main schedule will be the same as this year.
And do you think they'll confirm sort of a 2 up, 2 down from the Championship?
That's what, for this year?
Yes.
Oh yeah, without any doubt. That's exactly what will happen.
Okay,
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's been a little bit undecided. It's going to be Josh Tong who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, plays it onto the onside and takes a quick single for Hudson Prentice. He goes to 39, Sussex 78 for 5.
My assumption is that next year there will be 10 teams in the first division, 8 in the second, and there'll be 2 up, 2 down to get us to that situation. It's the same as this year, and that the work will be done on the schedule, taking into account all of the other factors that don't relate to high performance but that do relate to creation of a schedule, such as members' interest, commercial interests.
Tong down the hill, bowls to Coles forward, plays that into the offside, and there is no run. Let's talk matters Sussex. We'll try not to be too Sussexy for our Worcester listeners. First of all, what's we're seeing Cheshire Pujara here, wonderful during the summer. What are the chances? I know it's probably not Sussex's remit, but is that something that Sussex are actively trying to do, John? Yeah,
we'd be very keen for him to come back, and we're working with him and talking with him about that. Yeah.
In comes Tong over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays into the onside. There is no run. What are you looking for, though, from Pujara? Are you looking for him to be... Because I think a lot of people do feel, and it's something else that came up this morning as well, that if you can have an overseas, they've got to be here. It's no use being here for a couple of matches, going off and playing a test, because is that a consideration, John, as how much time he can give for Sussex?
Yes, very much so. The type of overseas cricketer that we're looking for, and it's a needle in a haystack to an extent.
In comes Tong bowls, and Coles, I thought for a minute he pulled that one away over mid-wicket. And the ball seemed to lodge in the top of his pad, and there is no run.
I think that's exactly what happened. Yeah, he went to pull it off the front foot through mid-wicket, and didn't make contact. So it's increasingly difficult to find cricketers that are overseas qualified, but also regularly available. And Cheteshwar has fulfilled that for us this year. He's been here all year, and we would hope to find...
Tong in bowls, forward comes Coles, plays to mid-on, there is no run.
We'd hope to find cricketers of that ilk to be available. So, yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to do. We have learnt a bit from this, the constant toing and froing that happened this year, that on the whole it's not very helpful. You want a stable group, you want the players to know each other well and to create a team, and I think we saw that in the Royal London Cup, that that team was a joy to watch, and they played virtually the whole competition together.
Tong over the wicket, bowls, forward comes Coles, plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
And we had the 2 overseas players, Cheteshwar Pujara and Ari Carvelis, and they took their place in the team. They were part of the team. Cheteshwar was the captain, and that really bonded beautifully with our homegrown lads that played around them.
And to that end, talking about overseas players, a debutant for Sussex in this game, Fahim Ashraf, who's come in for 3 games. What's the thinking behind that, John? Is that someone who Sussex have got in mind for next season?
I think it's reasonable to say that, yes. He hasn't just come to play these 3 games and then disappear out of our lives forever.
So Barnard runs in bright sunshine from the sea end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's forward and plays to mid-off. There is no run.
We think we have learned a bit about the bringing people in and out, and that's not generally a good idea. But in this instance, first of all, Ari has sustained a season-ending injury, and therefore there's a gap for an overseas bowler in our lineup. And secondly, we can have a good look and get to know Fahim and see whether he's the right one for us for next year or indeed future years.
Barnard runs away from us, in and bowls. Hudson Prentice plays slightly away from his body, but he forces it through the covers, and this could well get towards the boundary. But D'Oliveira is lightning quick across the ground, and that's a very good piece of fielding. Pulls the ball back inside the rope. Hudson Prentice goes through for his 3rd. He goes to 42, the total to 81 for 5. I didn't realise that Ari Carvelis was out for the season.
Yeah, Ari's had he's a knee injury, as a ligament called the meniscus in your knee. We've all got them, and it's even us, I think. Yeah, Ari's has sustained an injury. He's had an operation. He's currently on crutches. He's going to take a significant amount of rehab time, and Yeah, so that's him done for this year without any.
And that's a shame.
Real shame.
In comes Barnard bowls, and forward comes Coles, plays to backward point, and there is no run. And he was contracted, his contract was extended to the end of the season. I guess him rejoining that's dependent on this injury, I guess, John, isn't it? I mean, and Sussex responsibility to him is...
We don't have any legal responsibility to him, but Ari really entered fully into the spirit of Sussex cricket, and we are going to look after him in the short term, most certainly. And let's hope that can build into a long-term relationship with him.
Barnard in bowls, let go outside the off stump, and there is no run to.
But he'll be able to use Hove for his rehab throughout the winter if he's here, assuming he's here, not in South Africa. And we're hopeful that he can become part of our future.
You're listening to myself, Adrian Holmes, and John Philby here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcester. Live from the county ground where Sussex are 81 for 5, which doesn't sound great, but it's better than it was at 23 for 5 from a Sussex perspective, as Barnard is in bowls and Coles is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Interesting question, and you've part answered it, John, that came up in the forum this morning when I was there, about players looking, will there be just white ball contracts or red ball contracts, or will players be contracted to play all sort of formats? How do you see that carrying on? Because without being too disrespectful, it seems to have been choose my words carefully, perhaps a little bit of a mess, certainly this last season. In comes Barnard, bowls, Coles, forward, plays to mid-on, there is no run.
I think it was a no ball, so there's 2 runs, Adrian.
Thank you, I missed that. Bad commentary.
No, I wouldn't say that. But anyway, a mess. That, I mean, that's...
That's a bit
harsh. It's a bit harsh, but we had reached a point. In some ways, Sussex led the thinking.
Barnard. In bowls, Coles lets that go outside the off stump, no run.
In some ways, Sussex led the thinking in creating our sort of team of superstar T20 players. And in about 2019, we probably had the best T20 bowling attack in the world. When you had Mills and Archer, Jordan, Briggs, and Rashid Khan. What an amazing team that was. But in setting that up, that did cause a disbalance in the red team, because it meant red ball team, because it meant. None of those players really were available for red ball cricket. Briggsy was, but the other 4 weren't, and that meant that budget and coaching time was mainly going into the white ball team, and that's what's caused the poor performance and the weakened team in the county championship. Now we've got a completely different group of players, and the team that played in the Royal London and that showed the potential that it has in the Royal London will be the team that it's more or less the team that's playing in this game. It'll be the team that starts next season in the county championship, and it will largely be the team that plays in the T20 competition. Everybody wants to see Ali Orr and Tom Alsop and Tom Haynes batting, and we want to see them batting in all competitions. So that's the way that we'll head with that, without any doubt at all.
Sorry, that's my cardinal sin. I missed a ball being bowled. Brett D'Oliveira into the attack, and it's an over-pitch delivery that Hudson Prentice drives beautifully through the covers for 4. He goes to 46. Sussex to 87 for 5. There's just the one slip in place, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, sweep on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, the deep backward square as D'Oliveira in bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays into the covers. There is no run. We don't get much time between deliveries now, John, which is a shame, because D'Oliveira does rattle through his overs from the Cromwell Road end. But we can talk more at the end of the over as D'Oliveira in bowls. That's a full toss, and Hudson Prentice drills it to it. He'll need to be, if he hits, he's out. Or well, he didn't hit, but he would have been out. That was a risky run. In fact, I think he hit Finn Hudson Prentice on the boot as he went running through. The throw came in from Jake Libby at mid-off. It was a risky single from Hudson Prentice, and it's hit Finn Hudson Prentice, and there's going to be a break of it. Now, I don't know where it hit him. I'm imagining around the ankle area. He's up on his feet. He's bending over with his hands on his knees. The throw, I think it hit him flush on the ankle, and that's painful. Well, he's trying to walk it off. It was a risky single, John, but I think the throw hit him round about the ankle area.
I think that's exactly what happened. It was a full toss. He did hit it to mid-off. and set off. As you said earlier, he's a quick runner, Finn. And I think you're absolutely right that if it had a hit, it'd been very, very close to being out. But he made it, and and he's taken a whack on the ankle, I think, for his pains.
Well, John Morelli, the physio, is standing on the boundary edge. I think Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to be okay. It might be one of those. It's like a heavy tackle in football, people are walking around. Hopefully he'll be okay. But he's really hobbling, actually. I'm not sure he'd be able to take another quick single.
Let's hope he doesn't try another quick single.
So we're still waiting. He's still bent over, is Finn Hudson-Prentice at the non-striker's end. But it's going to be D'Oliveira in and bowls, and Coles lets that one go outside of the off stump. There is no run. Two more balls to go in the over. Total is 88 for 5. D'Oliveira tosses the ball from hand to hand. He's in and bowls. Coles just drives out into the covers. There is no run. He was thinking about a single, but then probably thought his partner might struggle to make that. And in the end, there is no run. D'Oliveira again. Sun back with us. In and bowls, and Coles go outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over. Where did we get to, John? We were talking about the younger players. That'll be very much the makeup of the side. One other question that came out, John, because I'm mindful time isn't on our side, was somebody said, we've got these young players, someone like Ali Orr, who's made a massive impression this season. How are you going to prevent these players going to other counties?
Well, the main thrust there is that we'll continue to provide support for their career and for their development. And the way that we'll do that is by playing on good pitches like this one that we're playing on today, by having the outstanding practice facilities that we have, both the grass nets and the indoor school and all of the things associated with that.
As it Barnard begins, or probably be the last over before lunch, running in from the C end of the ground. Hudson-Prentice, he lets that go outside the off stump, no run.
By having an excellent coaching team and by providing support to the players as individuals. Ali Orr has lived his life as a young lad in Eastbourne wanting to play cricket for Sussex, and we've got to do our very best to enable him to continue doing that such that he wants to, and to support him in his ambition to play for England.
Comes Barnard and bowls, and Finn Hudson. Well, he's okay. He's running quickly now between the stumps, so he's obviously recovered. He picks up a single. He goes to 89 for 5. Is there something in the back of your mind though and that's terrific from Ali and very commendable? Is there a worry though that the pulling power of the large counties might be such financially as much as anything else with 100 counties, etc., that will become increasingly difficult? Barnard runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Hudson-Prentice, to Coles rather, who plays to backward point. There is no run.
See, I think, Adrian, that English cricket has been served well throughout history by having 18 centres of excellence. And I think the idea of anything that reduces that to 6 or 8 is a really bad thing for English cricket. And so, whilst I can see that there's some stuff around best v best and wanting the best to play against each other, actually, the model that English cricket has, where we develop cricketers around the country,
comes Barnard again, bowls. Forward comes Coles, plays down the offside, no run.
Well, we develop cricketers around the country. That's actually the model. And as far as the support that English cricket has, there's no other country in the world where you get crowds to watch domestic cricket outside the IPL and the big franchise competitions. And so that's another fantastic thing that we need to protect and develop.
Barnard runs away from us, in and bowls. Forward comes Coles, runs this one down to third man. They're going to pick up at least one. Jake Libby fields well and prevents it being any more than a single. Coles to 20, Sussex 90 for 5.
So whilst that threat does exist, I personally think it's something that's got to be managed by the ECB and by the counties to enable us to look after, protect and develop our young cricketers.
You had lots of members in the forum this morning, which was good to see. I wonder if there were any other questions. As Income's Barnard running away from us. He's in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice sways out the way. The ball goes through to keeper Roderick. There is no run. It's the end of the over, and that is lunch with Sussex 90 for 5. Hudson Prentice is on 48, Cole's on 20, and that's something of a recovery for Sussex, or at one stage were 23 for 5, with 3 wickets for Joe Leach, 1 for Ben Gibbon, and 1 for Dylan Pennington as the players leave the field. I'm going to carry on talking to John just for a couple more moments. Were there more questions that were asked, John, that I haven't had a chance to ask you? Anything that you can relay?
Well, there were questions in sort of 3 main areas, which are the one around Sussex Cricket valuing our members. There was a question about what we're doing with catering, and we've committed to having a review of what's best. This is basically our first year in a post-COVID situation, the new normal, and we want to review what we've done this year and see what we should do in future years. There was a question about the cashless ground. So there is Joffre coming down the steps now, and it looks like
He's got a bowl, maybe, or a run.
I don't think he's going to have a bowl.
No.
Maybe he is. Maybe Joffre's going to have a bowl, which would be fantastic.
Well, he's coming. Perhaps he's going to do some fitness stuff. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on him anyway.
Well, he's got James Kirtley with him, which might suggest that he's going to have a bowl.
He's wandering out. Where's he going? Well, I can see Matt Spence, the health and fitness coach, is out there as well.
To resume the Sussex innings, wearing number straits and James Coles. To resume the Worcestershire bowling, wearing number 22, Dylan Pennington.
Good afternoon, welcome back to the county ground in Hove for the afternoon session on day one of this LV County Championship game, Division 2 between Sussex and Worcestershire. The current situation, Sussex at lunch, 90 for 5, which represents a pretty good recovery fashioned by Finn Hudson Prentice and James Coles, who came together when the score was 23 for 5. Hudson Prentice in particular catching the eye in the second hour this morning with an array of pleasant shots, several of which found the boundary. He is on 48 not out, and at the moment he's the non-striker as Dylan Pennington comes in to bowl the first ball after lunch and bowls, and Coles is forward to it, pushing into the covers where D'Oliveira fields Pennington, who bowled just 5 overs this morning, 1 for 13, took the wicket with the very first ball that he bowled. He must have thought it was his birthday as he trundled down the hill from the Cromwell Road end and bowled his loosener and saw Ollie Carter chase it. Didn't really need to play it. He'd be annoyed with himself, I think, and just nicked a very straightforward catch through to Gareth Roderick. Here's Pennington in the afternoon session, in again, bowls and beats Coles with a good one, just short of a length outside off stump. Left alone through to the keeper, Gareth Roderick, who is behind the stumps today for Worcestershire. Ben Cox left out of the side, and Worcestershire going in with 5 seamers. The other change from the last game against Glamorgan sees Azhar Ali return at the expense of Taylor Cornell. But it was Leach with 3 wickets who did most of the damage this morning. Here's Pennington in to bowl, and that's a good delivery outside the off stump. Good leave though from James Coles. It seemed back a little bit, bounced over the stumps almost, and Gareth Roderick took it moving away to his left. Alongside me for this session is Ariana Dowse of these parts, and you're a wicketkeeper yourself, Ariana. Who is it you actually play for?
I used to play for Sussex growing up, Sussex County, and then I've moved my game over to Hampshire, unfortunately.
Right. Okay. And the reason for that being more opportunities, perhaps?
Yes, an opportunity with the gloves.
Yeah. Pennington in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone again by Roderick. And so, what would the aim be? To do? What's the next level after Hampshire? Southern Vipers, is it? Have you played for them?
I've been playing Southern Vipers Academy this year.
Right.
And I'm looking to push for that Southern Vipers spot next year. Hopefully, a couple of second 11 games, and then possibly, if there's any injuries or anything, first 11.
Well, one injury to the keeper, that's the key thing, isn't it?
That is the deal, one injury and it's there.
But you're a batter as well, aren't you? You're top order batter,
Yeah, I tend to open the batting at my age level.
Pennington in again downhill, this one a bit wider outside the off stump, left alone by James Coles and taken by Gareth Roderick. Roderick, who made a career best in the last game against Glamorgan. Excellent performance by him, 170 odd. Having joined Worcestershire from Gloucestershire a couple of years ago, had a very frustrating time, struggled to make runs, struggled to settle, having moved his family, and just generally found the move hadn't worked out. But this year Last few games have really come together. Pennington in, bowls again, and Roderick takes the ball outside the off stump. End of a good over from Pennington, the first of the afternoon session. A maiden for him. His figures 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 13. And we're going to see Joe Leach, this morning's wrecker. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 16 in his first spell. And he's going to take it up from the sea end.
Looks like one of the batsmen is just getting the possibly like GPS in correctly at the back.
Finn Hudson-Prentice just having his ponytail stuck in, I think. Just tucked under his helmet. Possibly. He's played well, hasn't he, Hudson-Prentice? Played really well, I think. Put down at second slip by Jack Haynes when he had 37. But other than that, probably made batting look easier than anybody else this morning. I mean, when you think how hard Tom Haynes battled for his 2 off 36 balls. It's yours, I think, man. As that one's pushed out into the covers by Hudson-Prentice.
Just a change in the field after the lunch there for against Hudson-Prentice there. Only 2 slips remain. A few more fielders just ready for that drive.
Yeah, Barnard, first time we've seen that sort of short extra, isn't it? Very short extra, Barnard in there on the drive. Maybe they're just thinking the ball's softened up a little bit, might just hold in the pitch.
Leach goes into bowl from the sea end. It's a short ball, miss.
No ball.
Oh, no ball, so George, correct.
Doesn't bowl many no balls. Did a bit of, seemed away a little bit, that one, didn't it? Which is encouraging.
Encouraging for the bowlers to see such movement after lunch still.
30 overs old, the ball. The other thing is the overhead conditions changed in that second hour, didn't they, this morning?
Yes.
It started off sort of blue sky overhead, then it clouded over. But then in that last 45 minutes before the break, the cloud cleared. I don't know what the tide's doing, but they say that might have an effect.
And Leach is in, and that's played just on the third man, edged away, but it might go for 4. That's a bit of good fielding there, dragging the back in, and it'll be 3 runs there for
Yeah, Brett D'Oliveira really quick over the ground. 50 for Hudson-Prentice though. 7 fours and 60 balls for Finn Hudson-Prentice's 50.
Round of applause around the ground there for him as well, respecting the partnership they've built, and him scoring 50 obviously to bring up the score to 95 now for 5 Sussex as Leach runs into bowl and just jazzing at the bat and no run scored.
Yeah, hits the deck quite hard, Joe Lee. Hits the bat quite hard. Heavy sort of length, that one. James Cole's 20, played a good part in this partnership. He's faced almost as many balls as Hudson-Prentice, but he's been less fluent. Not that that matters at all.
And Leach is running away from us towards the batter. And it's defended solidly into the covers. No run scored.
Definitely easier paced now, isn't it, this pitch? I think he had more time to play that than most of the deliveries this morning, which again suggests that the ball is possibly just softening up a little bit. Sun on the pitch, drying it out. So important that these two stay together for Sussex. So important for Worcestershire that they break the partnership.
Leach bowls, and that's
Full shot, that one.
It's gone off the edge and is racing away for the boundary for 4 runs for Coles, who looked to drive that through mid-on, however just caught the thick edge passing all the slopes for a comfortable boundary in the end.
Yeah, that one, ironically, Hudson-Prentice sort of in control of the one that he played down there, and he only got 3. Coles completely beaten in many ways there. Outside edge, he gets 4. Such is the game. Leach, frustrated to have conceded 7 runs after being so economical this morning.
And Leach runs into ball. And it's defended to mid on no run. That's the end of the over. Sussex now 99 for 5, almost 100 up after 31 overs.
Yep, and these two continuing the good work that they did in the first part of the day. Second hour, I say first part of the day, second hour this morning. First hour they were in the pavilion, these two just watching as those wickets went down. First 5 Sussex wickets all going down, batsmen failing to reach double figures. The men out, Ali Orr for 1, Tom Alsop without scoring, Tom Clark for 8, and then Ollie Carter for 1 and Tom Haynes for 2 as Pennington starts a new over from the Cromwell Road end outside the off stump, left alone by Hudson Prentice and taken by Gareth Roderick. 3 slips in place as they have been all day. At times we've seen 4. 3 in place, and the usual 3 for Worcestershire this season. Ed Pollock at first, Jack Haynes at second, and Ed Barnard at third slip. A completely new slip cordon for Worcestershire this year. Pennington down the hill, bowls outside the stump, left alone again by Hudson Prentice. Bit of movement back in after it had gone past the batsman. So Worcestershire, with Daryl Mitchell retiring and Ricky Vessels moving on, Tom Fell no longer in the side, Worcestershire basically had to start all over again when it came to a slip cordon this year, and these are the 3 that have tended to dominate those positions, and they've had a pretty good season in many ways. In comes Pennington, on angled in at Hudson Prentice, takes him on the pad. There's an appeal, but it was obviously running away down the hill and down the leg side. So umpire Nigel Long is unimpressed. I'd say all 3 of those, well, Barnard probably the most senior of those catchers, but he's moving on at the end of the year as well, so they'll have to find another one. But Jack Haynes, relatively young, has come in and caught some good ones, although he did put one down this morning. Ed Pollock, likewise, probably about an 80% success rate off the top of my head. Completely random guess as Pennington beats Hudson Prentice. In fact, he does more than that. He takes the outside edge as he pushed forward just a little bit straighter. That one bounced a bit on Hudson Prentice. Good delivery from Pennington, top of the shoulder of the bat, and a very, very straightforward catch for Gareth Roderick. So the breakthrough that Worcestershire so badly needed comes, and Sussex are 99 for 6. Good bit of bowling, Ariana.
Great bit of bowling. That's exactly what they needed after lunch. Just that break up that partnership and hopefully get the striker Finn Hudson Prentice out, and that's exactly what they've done.
Dylan Pennington then making the breakthrough. Excellent figures. 2 for 13 for Pennington now from his 6.4 overs. A second catch of the day for Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. And as we said, big wicket for Worcestershire. Hudson Prentice, certainly the batsman that has made batting look the most straightforward exercise out of all the batsmen this morning. But he goes for 51 and he faced 64 balls and he hit 7 fours. So the bowling figures in full as the new man comes out. Joe Leach, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 25. Ben Gibbon, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. Josh Tongue, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. Ed Barnard, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. And Brett D'Oliveira bowled with just 1 over this morning. No wickets for 5. New batsman, new to county cricket, Fahim Ashraf, Pakistani test player. He's played 14 test matches. He's got a batting average of 31, so not a bad man to have coming in at number 8. But he's mainly here to pervade his right arm medium pace stuff. He's got 24 test wickets in those 14 games. But you don't play 14 tests for Pakistan unless you're pretty handy, I would suggest. Anyway, here he is. As Pennington comes in down the hill to bowl to him, and he starts with a good one, fizzing through outside the off stump, but a good leave from Ashraf. I wonder, well, he will certainly know Azhar Ali quite well, and Azhar Ali will know him, and he's going across now to Joe Leach, Azhar Ali, to have a little word, possibly have a word with Pennington, possibly got an idea. There's every chance he's got an idea of where he thinks they should bowl at his international compatriot. And for Ashraf, I would imagine these circumstances, these conditions, certainly slightly unusual. Pennington is in again and bowls, and that's a nice shot though. It was a good length delivery on off stump, and Ashraf just leaned into it and punched it up to mid-off. No run, straight to Azhar Ali. End of the over, 99 for 6. The man out in that over, and the 1 wicket to go down so far this afternoon. Fid Hudson-Prentice caught by Gareth Roderick off Dylan Pennington, who now has figures of 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 13. And I imagine now, Ariana, that Brett D'Oliveira's not getting carried away, but the talk in the dressing room at lunch would have been, if we can get one, we can get another one, we could still bowl them out for under 150 here, and that wouldn't be a bad effort if you'd have offered them that at 10 o'clock when the toss was made. I think they'd have accepted it.
Definitely. As Leach into bowl, and that's a bit of bat there, luckily down to...
He perfected that leading edge, James Coles.
Yeah. Still a bit of movement with this ball, which is now 32 overs old. That's all down to the bowler's skill, I'm sure. Leach turns, getting ready to bowl towards Coles. I think he puts on a good length, defended to mid-wicket. No run taken. I'm sure Coles will be looking, not Coles, I'm sure Leach will be looking for a couple more here.
Well, he needs one more for 400 in first class cricket, so he'll certainly be after that one, I think.
Definitely.
And I expect he knows that.
He runs away from us towards the batter. Leach into Cole, who leaves it outside the off stump, and it hoops back in afterwards.
And it's interesting how a little milestone like that can play on a player's mind. I think he picked up 3 in no time this morning, and now he might think, where's this 4th one coming from? I'm stuck on 399 first class wickets. But it would be quite a nice milestone for him. He's been a tremendous servant to Worcestershire over the years. A few injury problems.
Leach is into bowl. Is left alone again by Coles through to the keeper for no run.
There aren't many bowlers, I don't think, in county, well, certainly in Division 2 this year that I've seen, who attack the stumps as much as Joe Leach. Whether he goes round the wicket like he did this morning to the left-handers or here, he tends to bowl at the wicket, which I always think is a decent quality.
Definitely. Leach is in again to Coles. Bowls, and it's a bit shorter, flicked off the legs, down to a fine leg just for the 1. That brings up the 100 for Sussex. Sussex now 100 for 6. Strike left-hander, so we're changing the field and we're changing the commentary box. Soon we'll be joined by Adrian again. 3 slips in play. Nice shuffle, and Leach is coming around the wicket. Ashraf just taking guard, checking out the field as Leach is now running into ball away from us at the C end. And it's driven to the onside, fine leg, comes round a little bit too for the new Pakistan international for Sussex. That's
Yeah.
the end of the over. Hello, Adrian.
Yes, hello, Ariana. I'm looking forward to seeing him back, because it was quite interesting. And John Philby, who was on commentary a little earlier on, was saying, the Sussex chair was saying that, clearly they're having a look at him over the next 3 games. He's an all-rounder, a Test match average of over 30. So perhaps a chance for him, Sussex to have a look at him, and indeed for him to have a look at the Sussex setup here and seeing if it's something he'd like to be a part of next year. But it's so important, I think, as Dylan Pennington comes running in from the Cromwell Road end. Figures of 2 for 13. He's in and bowls, and Coles plays this, guides the ball wide of third. The ball runs away all the way down to third man for 4 runs. James Coles goes to 29, and Sussex to 108 for 6. Is that 108, Ariane?
106.
106 for 6. Sorry, a couple of times this season I thought, crumbs, I can't see that scoreboard for her. That's better. 106 for 6. Need to adjust the glasses. So I guess it's a chance for Sussex to have a look at him, and him to have a look at Sussex. But I think it's just so important that any overseas player that Sussex bring in is available for the majority of the season. I think that's a prerequisite now. As in comes Paddington. Lovely afternoon sunshine here at Hove. He comes racing in, bowls to Coles, who's defensively playing into the offside, and there is no run. I think Finn Hudson-Prentice will be a little disappointed, having got himself in and played some nice shots, particularly before lunch. He's got to his half-century, really looking to push on. And just as it looks as if Sussex may be getting themselves back into the game, a disappointing way to lose a wicket.
Definitely, I think he'll be kicking himself back in the change room a little bit, but he did a great job getting the partnership and getting Sussex up to nearly 100 when he got out.
Yeah,
so.
Partnership was 76 between the pair. Pennington in and bowls, and Coles is for the outside edge of the bat. It wasn't an outside edge, but the outside portion of the bat to backward point, and there is no run. Keep you up to date with other games going on around the country. I thought the weather forecast was good for today in most parts of the country, but maybe not the case. I see they're not playing at Northampton, where Northamptonshire was 70 without loss against Surrey. Frustration for Surrey, who are second in the county championship. Hampshire top. This is Surrey's game in hand, so they'll be frustrated if they're sitting in the pavilion watching the rain come down. In comes Pennington roaring down the hill, bowls to Cole. The ball wraps him on the thigh pad, bounces out on the onside, and there is no run. So Surrey didn't play last week. Hampshire did. Hampshire beat Northamptonshire, so it'll make it exciting for the last couple of rounds of matches in the Championship. Elsewhere, it's raining in Birmingham, where Somerset are 17 for 1. That's very much a relegation battle, because both of those counties in danger of being relegated from Division 1, and it now seems almost certain that we will get 2 going out of this division and 2 coming down from the First Division. In comes Pennington, bowls, and Coles looks to clip this one through mid-wicket, but he plays it rather straight to mid-on, and there is no run. Crazy, really. We've had all season not knowing about promotion and relegation in the county championship. It would seem as if it is going to be 2 up, 2 down. So Gloucestershire down, and almost certainly down. And then it looks like one of either Somerset or Warwickshire will come into this division. And in terms of going up, well, Nottinghamshire. There's a whole host of counties with an outside chance. In comes Pennington in the sunshine, down the hill, bowls to Coles, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. End of the over. Sussex 106 for 6 with Ashraf on 2. Fahim Ashraf making his debut for Sussex today. James Coles on 29, the man out since lunch. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was caught behind by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Dylan Pennington for 51. And if you've just joined us, welcome to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Ariana Dowse.
It's hard to believe, looking at the sunshine out there, that it's raining.
Yeah, I agree.
Areas.
Yeah, but it certainly is in other parts of the country.
And Leach is into Ashraf, who just defends it very solidly. Back just past the ball for no run.
Oh, we're going to have an update in a minute on the radio, which will be, so I will break in. But you keep going for a while, Ariana, that's fine. Interesting that John Philby was talking about some of the younger Sussex players and playing all formats of the game now. And I guess that's what players want to do. The Tom Hayneses, the Ali Orrs, the Tom Clarks, they all want to play in the low, because, you know, let's face it, that's where a lot of money in cricket is in these days. You can't, you know, these guys want to be the opportunity to play some limited overs cricket.
As Leach is in, and it's left alone by Ashraf or through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, it's definitely something that I think the younger players will be interested in, playing the shorter formats.
Yeah, for sure.
Expanding their game through those more exciting shots they can play in those formats. But
and when you're playing, Ariana, because you play 20 over cricket, you play 50 over cricket as well, you know, they are different skills for those games.
Definitely, yes. It's becoming more of an attacking form of cricket in the 50 over, but that's a very slow transition, I believe, as Leach is into bowl.
Out.
Edge caught at second slip. Ashraf is out for 2 off 5. And that's another wicket. That's the 100th wicket for...
Yeah, it's the 400th first-class wicket of his career for Joe Leach, and that's why he gets great congratulations from the Worcestershire players. Well done, Joe Leach. He's been a tremendous bowler in county cricket down the years, and he's picked up the wicket for him, Afrash, who's caught at slip for 2. Joe Leach, 400 first-class wickets, and that is some achievement.
That is incredible. Definitely a milestone I'm sure every bowler would very much appreciate. Even as a keeper, I can appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, for him, Ashraf, his first innings for Sussex ends in disappointment. He's out for just a couple of runs, and Sussex have now lost a couple of wickets since the lunch break. And now 106 for 7. I think they're trying to come to us from the studio. I can hear occasional blasts of music if they're listening back in the studio.
Definitely not what Sussex needed, unfortunately, though.
Good catch, though, by Jack Haynes. Wasn't it low down? It went fairly quickly. I mean, I guess at this level you would call it a relatively straightforward catch, but they still need to be taken. We need to kick confidently enough. And so Jack Carson is a new man coming up for Sussex. His first appearance of the season for Jack Carson, the off-spinner, who's been suffering with a knee injury. Then he hurt his ankle as well, so he's had a tough time, as Jack is great to him. Can you hear people trying to come to you, any music in your ears or anything, Ariana?
I can hear the occasional bit of loud music blasting.
Yeah, that's what I can hear as well.
So.
Yeah, same here. So I'm not entirely sure why that is, but...
what happens?
Anyway, Joe Leach, 400 first-class wickets. Very well bowled, sir. And look at his figures today, Ariana. He's in his 10th over, 4 for 28.
Wow. It's exceptional bowling. Carlson just eyeing up the field, and it's all set up as Leach is running into bowl. And straight away I think no ball signals.
Yeah, just straining there, wasn't he, Joe Leach? But even then there was a bit of movement, Ariana, a little bit of ball nipping into the right-hander. Jack Carlson is a very handy man to coming in at number 9. I know it's his first match of the season, but he's a useful performer down the order, Jack Carson, who is potentially capable of batting higher than 9 as well.
Well, that's good to hear, as Sussex will need someone to...
They will.
At
106 for 7, that's perhaps welcome news.
As Leach runs away from us into bowl, and Carlson just flicks that off his hip, and we'll get 2 quite comfortably here.
Yes.
As Square goes and chases that.
If you just chat around, I'm just going to see whether they're coming to us, Eric.
Sure thing. And Carlson's back on strike, 2 off 2. That's probably the best strike rate so far. And 3 slips in place for the new batter as Leach runs around, ready to bowl. Seat end, and it's solidly defended. Straight back for no run.
Yeah, plays very straight, does Jack Carson. I'll have to look back through my records. I think his highest first-class score might have been against Worcester last season, but I'll double-check that in a couple of moments.
Well, Leach is bowling very straight, so it's good that he's strong in that area, able to defend that ball away and hopefully stick around for a bit longer.
No, absolutely.
As Leach runs away from us from the seat end. It's left alone as it's bowled wide outside off stump. That is over. Sussex are 110 for 7, and Coles is the in batter on 29 off 71, and Carson has joined him and he's 2 off 4.
Yes, if you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, you may be watching via the live stream provided by Sussex County Cricket Club, and if you are, you'll see it's the most glorious day down here on the south coast. The final 3 matches of the season, not an awful lot in many ways for Sussex to play for in terms of points, but important for Sussex with a visit to Durham, then the last game of the season here against Glamorgan, for some of the players to show, and I'm sure they will be thinking as well, Ariana, you know, April will soon be here and teams being selected, and important to stake a claim to be in the side on the opening round of matches next season. James Coles is certainly doing his calls no harm at all. He's on 29. 110 for 7. We can now hear that music blasting again in our ears, but I don't know if they can hear us back in the studio, so we'll just keep on nattering away as in comes Dylan Pennington racing in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Coles, who nicks. Oh, I thought he'd nicked that behind. That just left the right-hander, Ariana, and I mean, there's a bit in this pitch, you know. It just pitched and Coles followed it, went through to Roderick, and I thought he'd got a little touch on that.
There was a bit of movement past
there was.
that. So
yeah, there was.
I almost agreed with you there. I thought that would have been, but...
Yeah, I thought he was...
That's just the ball just doing lots still, even being 35 overs old.
In comes Pennington again, bowls, and Coles drives to be on a ball that would have hit the stumps. But he drove firmly slightly across the line, maybe to mid-on, and there is no run.
So there's still quite a bit of cricket to be played this in September.
Yes, there is.
One being the England Women's Series, T20 Series and ODI against India.
And a game here.
Yeah, that's the...
Will you be coming?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I'd love to come watch it down at Hove. Be a great experience.
Pennington in bowls, we beats Coles outside the offside. That was a good delivery, and Coles was groping up fresh air as the ball rattled through to keeper Roderick, and there is no run.
I believe that match will be played on Sunday the 18th here, and the first ODI will be played here in the series, so that'll be the fun format to come watch here.
Yeah, absolutely, and matches have been well. Just hope the weather plays ball, Ariana. You just don't quite know at this time of year. We don't know any time of the year, to be honest. Pennington in bowls. That's a leave from Coles taken by Roderick, and there is no run. Still the 3 slips in place. Third man. Backward point is almost at gully. Mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men sat back on the leg side. There's a deep backward square and a fine leg. Sussex 110 for 7.
Pennington just getting that usual extra bit of bounce from this end that he's bowling at the Conrail Road end, which is quite possibly why he's got the 2 men out there ready for that shorter delivery that could get the next wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. In comes Pennington down the hill, bowls, and Coles drives back convincingly. The ball ends up at third man. It's a single to James Coles. He goes to 30 and Sussex to 111 for 7. I'm going to leave you just to commentate for a couple of minutes, Ariana, if that's okay, while we try and get the feed to the studio sorted out.
Sure thing. So not only is there lots of cricket for England players as well, there's still the remaining of the Rachel Hove Flint tournament to be played, with one fixture that was meant to be played here on Friday but obviously got cancelled due to the announcement of Her Majesty's death. So as well as that rearranged match, there's one more round, and then there'll be the playoffs and the finals played at Lord's this year, as Pennington runs into bowl at Carsten, and it's going to be signalled leg byes as it runs to the boundary for 4. Over, unfortunately, to what was a very good start for Pennington there. Sussex are 115 for 7 now, off of 36 overs. And we've got the in-batter Coles at 30, with his new companion Carson for 2. Fielding side, jogging around very quickly, keen to get this 8th wicket on the board, and the batter's just chatting in the middle, I'm sure, discussing how they will survive. A bit of wisdom, I'm sure, passed from the in batsman to the new batter. As Leach is sending one of his slips down to third man from the looks of it. So only 2 slips in play for the in-bat Coles as Leach runs away from us at the seat end. And it's very strongly defended back to the bowler for a no run. Still a bit of a buzz around the fielding side. I'm sure they're enjoying the sun and the good weather. Went from a very rainy week to a very sunny few days, which is very nice for England and very good for English cricket right at the end of the season. So I'm sure everyone will be happy to see great cricket being played as Leach is running away from us to bowl into Coles. He flicks that off his legs into the leg side for 1. And the umpire signals that as leg byes.
I thought, Ariana, that Jack Carson's highest score was against Worcester. Indeed, it was. He made 87 against Worcester last season. So he is a more than capable number 9. I hope I haven't talked him out having done that.
As Leach runs into bowl. And it's a play and a miss straight through to the keeper.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, he was just sort of groping for that a little bit, wasn't he, Jack? When he said, and I think a lot of people have been talking about Sussex's performances in the county championship this season. They've only won the 1 game. Jack Carson last year was excellent for Sussex, but he picked up a knee injury halfway through the season that was clearly hampering him, and it's taken an awful long time for Jack to come back. But they've missed him. I think the control you get from having an off spinner in the side, and Sussex have really, really missed that this season.
As Leach is running away from us into bowl, and it's driven by Carson for no run as it's fielded by mid-off.
Yeah, that was a game last season. Frank might remember it actually when he comes back on commentary. That was the game, I think, where Daniel Ibrahim very nearly went through to be the youngest player ever to score a century in county championship cricket. I think that was the same game. He was eventually out as Sussex were chasing a declaration.
He slips in play for the new bat as Leach runs into bowl, and it's defended very strongly. The run taken as well, it's hit straight back at the bowler.
If you hear someone chattering away in your ears, Ariana, can you just let me know?
Sure thing. I think no, I'm joking. Slips looking ready for another opportunity. As Leach is turning round, heading into bowl. It's the new batter, Carson. Who edges it on the bounce to third slip, no run.
Yeah, it looked like he's always trying to get the bat out of the way. They're right. The studio say they're talking to us now, but I can't hear anything. Can you hear anything, Ariana?
No.
No.
Nothing in our headphones, unfortunately.
No, nothing at all. So,
that was the end of the over. Sussex are 116 for 7. Pennington is about to bowl another over. He's bowled 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 wickets for 18 runs.
Yes, he's going to be coming in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground in gorgeous, do we call it late summer or early autumn? Late summer, I reckon. We don't want to talk too much about the autumn just yet, do we? Perhaps we'll leave that to October. Worcestershire will be delighted picking up these 7 wickets, with Sussex having won the toss and deciding to bat as Dylan Paddington is racing in from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and Coles turns this onto the leg side, a shortish delivery, and there is no run. Fielded out there by... Was it out there, Frank? Oh, now I've got another burst of something in my ear. Either way, prevented the single.
Very fast and athletic.
I'm surprised you didn't recognise Ben Cox.
In comes Pennington. He's in and bowls. And Coles really feels for that one outside of the off stump. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Gareth Roderick, and there is no run. If we had a penny, or maybe a pound, for every time the ball has beaten the bat today, we'd be quite wealthy, I think, because that's the umpteenth time. And Worcestershire will know, with a little bit in this pitch, a bit of bounce, a bit of movement, that Worcestershire will be very, very keen to wrap this up, because there's a bit in the pitch for the bowlers. Although Sussex look as if they've got a well below par score, and it may well prove to be the case. There is something in this pitch, as Pennington is in bowl short, and Coles was thinking of taking on Dylan Pennington. In the end, pulled out of the shot, and the ball goes through to Roderick. There is no run.
Ben Cox, 12th man, Barnard's off the field.
Thank you, Frank. Voice there of Frank Watson, BBC Radio Worcester commentator. Be back with us after 2 o'clock. I'm Adrian Harms. Ariana Dowse is the third member of our commentary team this week at Hove. If the weather's like this for the rest of the week, it'll be lovely. I don't think it's meant to be, actually, which I don't want to put a downer on it, as in comes Pennington bowls, and that's a good leave by James Coles. The ball cut back into the right-hander, but it passed over the top of middle stump by some distance. He gauged the length of that delivery. The ball goes through to Roderick, and there is no run. What adjustments would you have to make, Ariana, if you're batting against bowling like this and the ball is moving around a little bit? Suddenly off the wicket.
Yeah, I'd definitely say if it was swinging late, then you'd have to play it late. But obviously, this is jarring off the seam, off the pitch. It's just tricky for the batsman to adjust to, from the amount of wickets being lost by Sussex, unfortunately.
Yep. In comes Pennington, racing in bowls, and Coles is forward, plays 2 mid-on, and there is no run. One thing I would say about Dylan Pennington, and we'll talk to Frank about this after 2 o'clock, I think they've bowled really well. They've pitched the ball up, they've made the batsmen play. They realise there's a bit in this wicket for the bowlers, and I think they bowled really well, actually.
Definitely. They've bowled their areas and they've taken their wickets when they've had the chances. Apart from that slip, that was a very hard chance.
Yes.
But all the rest have been really well executed skills from the bowlers.
In comes Pennington down the hill, bowls, and Coles drives. Pennington is a big man, he's down very quickly, gets a hand to that and prevents the ball running away for runs down towards the scoreboard. A good over by Dylan Pennington, who's bowled the wonderful figures: 10 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 18, and Sussex are 116 for 7. Jack Castle on 2, James Coles is on 30. If you only just joined us, Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat first, but a tale of woe. Ali Orr out for 1, Tom Haynes for 2, Tom Alsop without scoring, Tom Clark for 8, Ollie Carter for 1, Fahim Ashraf for 2. Finn Hudson-Prentice batted very nicely for his 51 before he nudged one behind, and James Coles is 30 not out of 84 deliveries.
And that's defended by Carson as Leach runs in and bowls away from us from the seat end again. Leach looking in very good form this game with 4 wickets to his name.
Yeah, and 400 first class. I don't know how many of those Frank has witnessed. Quite a few, I would imagine. But I have to say, he's one of these players. I mean, you'd love him in your side, wouldn't you? I mean, he probably come in about number 8 as well. He can smack the ball all the way around the ground as well. And has led Worcestershire with great distinction down the years.
As Leach runs into bowl. And it's flicked off the leg for no runners. It's gone straight to the fielder at mid-wicket.
One of the things that always impresses me with Joe Leach is just the amount that he makes the batsman play. He's always there or thereabouts. There's very little respite, very few deliveries.
Yeah, it's definitely more likely to get wickets if the batsmen are being forced to play, and if it's going to be hitting the stumps as well, even better for chances of bowled and LBW. It's good tactics by Leach as he runs away from us into bowl. And it's driven through mid-on, racing towards us, and that will be 4 as the mid-on fielder just jogs to follow and fetch the ball.
Yeah, nice shot by Jack Carlson. Once the ball beats the infield here, Ariana, there's virtually no chance of cutting off. He didn't time it quite, so it's still a good shot. But it's his first boundary. We had an email in from Zach Tomasi, formerly the chief executive at Sussex. He sent a rather nice photograph of where he's on holiday at the minute. Lovely blue skies and a Greek beach. A place called Nydri. I think that's Nydri or Nydri.
As Leach is in, and it's defended to mid-wicket, no run taken.
It's called, Nydri Beach in Lefkada. I've never heard of that, Zach, but thank you for listening in, taking time on your holiday to put the headphones in. Not quite Greek weather here, but not far off. Lovely blue skies and really quite warm. Although I think the weather forecast I saw for later on in the week, it's not going to be very warm apparently. So, but what we want at this time of year is dry weather for the last month of the season.
Which is what we've got today, as Leach is into bowl, and it's left alone straight to the keeper. Another dot ball in the over.
Little teaser there, wasn't that, from Joe Leach? I think just pushing that a little wider to Jack Carson, just trying to tempt Carson into the drive. But he wasn't to be tempted. Of all the players Sussex have had out injured during the season, and there have been many, that's not to make excuses for their performances in the Championship, I think Jack Carson is the one they've really missed. I think, an off-spinner who can take wickets and hold an end is just vital in the Championship.
As Leach bowls, and it's solidly defended by Carson. That's the end of the over, only 4 from it.
Yeah, Sussex 120 for 7. James Cole's on 30. Jack Carson is on 6. Joe Leach, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 36. And in so doing, has picked up his 400th first-class wicket. And he's bowled really well here today. Now, we've got a bowling change at the far end. I'm not sure whether Dylan Pennington has been taken out of the... No, he's not. He's going to carry on. I think he's just changing his boot at the far end of the ground.
It's important for the fast bowlers to make sure their fit equipment is properly prepared, otherwise many injuries could come about.
Yeah, do you wear different boots when you're keeping wicket and when you're batting, Ariana?
I just keep them the same.
Right.
I do take out the back spikes when I keep.
The back spikes?
Yes.
Right, okay.
So I only have spikes on the front of the...
Right, okay.
On the sole of your foot.
And that's just so you don't get stuck in the ground, or...?
Yeah.
Right,
just
okay.
to make sure you're not caught on your heels when
Right.
you're keeping on your toes. Just to keep that bit more lateral movement.
Pennington is coming in from the Cromwell Road end. In the glorious Hove sunshine, in and bowls to James Coles, who punches this one away for extra cover. He's going to race up the hill. In hot pursuit is Brett D'Oliveira, who might overturn the ball. No, he doesn't. That shows how quickly that rolled across the grass, because D'Oliveira is like a hare across the outfield. Lovely shot by James Coles. He goes to 34. Sussex to 124 for 7. This is an odd question. Do you, as a wicket keeper, Ariana, do you wear inners?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Right, excellent. Yeah.
It's quite common for keepers to wear inners.
Well, and different sort, because we used to soak our inners. We used to soak them in a bucket of water before.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I wonder whether that might have changed. In comes Pennington over the wicket, bowls, and Coles is forward, punches this through mid-on this occasion, picks up a single. And that's all he'll take. He goes to 35, the total to 125 for 7. Yeah, we used to have inners, and I bet Frank did this, you'd soak them before you put them into... I used to try and keep wicket, but it wasn't any good, but you wouldn't do that now?
No, I've not met anyone that actually does that.
Right, okay, well...
We just have our...
Frank will have to back me up.
I can go from one era to the next.
Right, okay. But perhaps, so would they be made of different material now?
They're cotton back now, you get a chamois palms.
Right, yeah, because it used to be like a chamois leather you'd use to sort of clean the windscreen of your car. Right, okay, well, you've got it easy now, Ariana. In comes Pennington over the wicket, bowls, and Carson is forward, plays that to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, nice padded innings.
Oh, right,
so.
okay. Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of bowlers in our club who were quite fast, and if you hadn't sort of soaked the inners, it would go through to your gloves, and it would really hurt the palm of your hands, Mind you, that was no excuse if you put down a catch.
I'm sure the angry fast bowlers wouldn't appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, when they just stomp back to their mark and don't look at you and think, oh, crumbs.
Don't make eye contact, don't make eye contact.
No, absolutely. He didn't mean to drop it. Pennington is in down the hill, bowls, and an edge from Carson. It dropped short of second slip. Is that Jack Haynes in there? I think it is. Yeah, it was just short. It pitched. Difficult to tell how far short, but it was an edge from Jack Carson. He wasn't in control, and it wasn't a chance. He remains on 6 while Sussex won 25 for 7. The day is getting better and better in terms of weather. We were talking about Zach listening over on that beach in Greece. And, it's probably not as hot as it is in Greece, but it's very pleasant outside. People see, lots of people in shorts and T-shirts. In comes Paddington. In and bowls, and Carson is beaten again outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Roderick. There is no run. 3 slips, third man, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. If memory serves me correctly, Ariana, aren't you going off to play some cricket during the winter?
Yes, off to Australia for the next 6 months.
Wow.
I'm playing the summer of cricket out there.
And who are you going to be playing for?
I'll be heading over to Perth and playing for Melville Cricket Club.
Excellent, okay.
And getting involved in some Western Australia cricket as well.
Fabulous. Pennington is in bowls and Carson is forward. He nudges that to backward point. It's a good over from Dylan Pennington that Jack Carson manages to survive. End of the over, 125 for 7. Cole's on 35. Carson is on 6. Pennington's figures excellent. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 23. So will you be... so when do you leave?
I leave on the 4th of October, so I think I missed the first match out there, but I'll make it for the rest of them. So
Right, excellent.
looking forward to that.
And is there more women's cricket out there than there is in this country, or...?
I'd say Australia are a bit more advanced with the cricket out there.
Okay, in what way?
I wouldn't necessarily say there's more of it, but I think the standard up there is a little bit greater. They have more concentration of making sure club cricket's at a higher standard than here in England, where all the players will go off to the 100, go off and play Vipers and regional, and you're left with very few county players at club, as Leach is running into bowl to Coles, who defends it into the leg side for no run.
So great opportunity.
Definitely. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. And I don't know anything about Melville Cricket Club. How did you find out about that?
I got in contact with one of the girls that went to Australia before from my club at Hersey Park, and they got me in contact with this team, and they needed a batsman wicket-keeper, which I am, so it turned out very well. That was the first club I got in contact with. That was a perfect location as well for where I'm staying. As Leach runs into bowl, it's flicked off the hip just for one, as fine leg goes to field it.
So really, you had to do your own research there. So I mean, good on you, really, that you someone didn't say, "Oh, we'll get you out to Melville." That was down to you to find that out, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And it was quite a coincidence, as one of their players have actually come to our club this year. So without knowing it, I already know one of the girls very well now that I'm about to go and play for.
It's all about networking, isn't it? So well done.
Leach is in, and it's defended into the offside for no run.
And I'd imagine playing out in Perth, where it's pretty warm, you get pretty firm pitches, fast pitches. So what are you hoping in terms of development of your game? Is that something you're looking forward to?
I would really love to keep to some more pace standing back.
Right, okay.
And really work on my diving abilities and just facing a bit more pace, really, and working on that standing back lateral movement, and bring that back to England when I come back in April. Hopefully improve my standing up as well. As Leach runs into ball, and that's driven straight to mid-on for no run. Yeah, I think definitely with the keeping, because our coach there at Melville Club is also a keeper, or an ex-keeper now, so there should be that specialist keeping coaching, which I'm looking forward to as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah.
It's not something found very easily in England, unfortunately, in the women's game. So it should be a great deal of knowledge I'll pick up whilst I'm out there and develop my keeping, definitely. Leach runs into ball from the sea end. And that's squirted into the offside there.
Yeah, it's still doing a bit Ariana, isn't it? And I think Jack Carson was just a little bit surprised there by that he managed to play it carefully enough to backward point, but there's still a bit in this pitch. I always think that I think we might have discussed this earlier in the season, but I think the sight of a wicketkeeper standing up to anything around medium pace is a real art.
Definitely is.
And just doesn't happen by accident. There's a lot of practice goes into that, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's an expectation around it, especially in the shorter format.
Yeah.
As Leach is in, that's defended very solidly, just to mid off for no run, and that's the end of Leach's over.
Yeah, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 37. When you say an expectation that you're going to stand up, is that because of the fact that in limited overs cricket, particularly T20, batters are looking to get down the track, particularly so if you're standing up, at least you're putting some more pressure on the batsman? Would that be the thinking behind that?
Yeah, definitely around pressure, around them advancing the last few overs just to push on a bit more. But if you have the keeper standing up, there's that little thought in the back of your head, if I miss this, it's going to be stumped, it's going to be out. So definitely, I think there's a higher expectation of keepers in short format to be standing up to their faster bowlers at the end of the innings.
Dylan Pennington's going to carry on. I wouldn't fancy standing up to Dylan Pennington. He comes racing down the hill from the Cromwell Row bowls to James Coles. Looks to tuck this on the leg side. He gets hit, I think, round about the midriff. The ball just bobbles down in front of him, and there is no run. I always just think the hardest thing when you're standing up, Ariana, must be that ball that's going down the leg side. I mean, how do you... we've got a wicket-keeper here in Sarah Taylor who is a past master at it, but I just wonder how you can follow the line of the ball sometimes, because there must be a blind spot where it sort of disappears.
Yeah, and that's the hard bit about leg side dates. You're completely blinded for seeing the ball for quite a bit of a time, but the key is to keep your head as still as you can and watch it for as long as you can. Let your hands go and then quickly jump across.
Pennington in bowls. Coles again lets that go. Good leave by James Coles, and there is no run. And as much as moving your hands, how important is foot movement as well when you're keeping wicket?
It's very important. You need to be very snappy and quick on your feet, kind of thing. Standing up, it can't be anything like slow or not very explosive. It's very dynamic keeping.
Yeah,
that's the word I'd use.
Yeah, and often, the good wicket keepers, they say they barely get noticed. You see some keepers who fling themselves around all over the place, but I'm not sure the tidy keepers never quite seem to do that. In comes Paddington down the hill, bowls. That is down the leg. So that's a good tumbling stop by Roderick. Couldn't have done that without a dive. That was a good stop. Yeah,
definitely. I think the good keepers that they just go unnoticed, unfortunately, because if it's a clean job, no one has any negatives to say, and that's just it. Unfortunately, it's just expected. That's the standard that they're required to fulfill keepers nowadays.
So whilst I'm sure you'll have a good time out in Perth and you enjoy yourself, there's a bit of hard work to be done out there as well.
There will be, and I look forward to the challenge.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, we wish you well with that. In comes Pennington, bowls and clipped away by Coles, through backward square leg. He's picked up one, they'll think about two, but I don't think there's going to be a second run there. As the throw comes in, I think that's Josh Tong out there, and it's one more to the total. James Coles goes to 37. Frank will be back with us in a couple of moments' time. 1:27 for 7 on a gorgeous bright afternoon here on the south coast. If you're just joining us on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex. Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat first, but stumbling to 23 for 5 before Finn Hudson-Prentice and James Coles added 76 for the 6th wicket. In comes Paddington in bowls, and Carson drives nicely through the covers, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. Didn't quite time it, did Jack Carson, but nonetheless it was wide enough, and he clubbed the ball away through the covers for a boundary. He goes to 10, and Sussex to 131 for 7. Ariana's going to take a breather, and Frank's going to come back and join us. Paddington back to his mark. 3 slips go down. Paddington roaring towards us. Comes in bowls to Carson, who's beaten outside the off-stump. That was a pacey delivery from Paddington. Dylan Pennington. The ball ends up in the gloves of Gareth Roderick, and there is no run. End of the over, 131 for 7. Coles 37. Carson is on 10. I'm a bit envious, Frank, because Ariana's been telling us that she's off to Australia.
Oh, right.
For the winter, out playing cricket for a club out in Perth called Melville, where she's going to be doing practicing her keeping and her batting and all-round cricket ability. That sounds like a fabulous opportunity. Did you ever get to play any cricket out in Australia?
I went to New Zealand for one winter as a young player, and had a great time. Learned a lot, grew up a lot. Had to do a lot of coaching as well as playing, and found it a very educative experience. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Never played in Australia, but it was tough. It was tough in in New Zealand, and as it is in Australia, certainly in the men's game, the first-class players all play club cricket if there's no first-class cricket. It's Barnard from the C end, bowls, and this one is dropped down on the onside by Coles, who's played well for his 37. He's kind of gone unnoticed, Coles here, but it's been a really, really good innings from him. And played second fiddle to Finn Hudson-Prentice in that big partnership for the 6th wicket. They added 76. But since then he's been in charge really out there, Coles, without really doing anything spectacular. Pushes this one from Barnard out on the offside, and there's no run.
When you went to New Zealand, Frank, was that playing club cricket, or was it?
I was employed by the sponsor of a club in New Plymouth in the North Island to work for him in the morning, sort of driving around delivering household appliances, washing machines, fridges, etc. And then every afternoon I coached in a different school. Barnard in, bowls, and flashed that outside the stump by Coles. Doesn't make contact, Roderick takes it. And then in the evenings I'd probably coach at 2 or 3 different clubs as well as my own club, and then played at the weekend. So it was hard, but it was great experience, really good experience, and also, you know, learning to sort of fend for yourself a little bit, living away from home and so on, all of which Ariana will have to deal with, although I know she's Barnard in, bowls outside the stump. She's already been to university and got a degree and all that kind of thing, so she's probably more than capable, probably more than capable than I was, and I was about 25 when I did it, so but it was good, and it set up a little link between Worcestershire and Taranaki in the North Island at the time, because Phil Newport and Stephen Rhodes both followed me out there in the following 2 years. Here's Barnard moving away from us and bowling at 2. Coles, who clips him away square on the leg side, but there's a man out there, Ben Gibbon, on the boundary under the scoreboard at square leg, and they only get a single. It's becoming fashionable again. There was a time 20 years ago, I would say, when every young cricketer almost would shoot off to the Southern Hemisphere in the winter. It then became less popular when 12-month contracts were introduced and everybody was kept at home and told to train and work with their clubs. It's Barnard in again, bowls, and this one's wide, and Carson needs no second invitation to capitalise on that width. It was a pretty rank delivery, that one from Barnard, annoyed with himself, and slapped away to the square cover boundary for 4 by Carson, who goes to 14, 136 for 7 at the end of that over. And then and now it's becoming a bit more fashionable again, I think, for players to go off, and certainly quite a few of the Worcestershire young players. Dylan Pennington's been to Australia a couple of times. Jack Haynes went to South Africa last winter, and it's becoming popular again. It's a very good way, I think, for a young player to gain experience and a little bit of responsibility and learning to cope with what life throws at you when you're away from home, really. Josh Tongue back into the attack. I'd like to see him bowl at this end.
He's going to come down the hill, but interesting, we were talking to John Philby because Jofra Archer was out in the middle doing some light bowling work at lunchtime, and Frank asked me which end Jofra liked to bowl from, and John and I was saying that probably in terms of what he probably likes bowling from either, he can bowl from either end. I think he was probably his most dangerous bowling from this C end. There's perhaps a little bit more bounce. But Josh Tongue's going to bowl. We had an email in talking about Ariana's views on wicket keeping, which I'll come back to in a minute, as in comes Tongue and bowls, and Coles looks to pull a short delivery down towards fine leg, misses out, the ball ends up with Roderick, and there is no run. It's from Phil. Hello Phil. He says, interesting to hear Ariana's views on inners. I'm probably over 3 times Ariana's age. Well, I don't know, Phil, but I kept in club cricket for many years. I always wetted the inners, which helped prevent them from drying out and tearing when you push the fingers into the gloves. You're quite right. The leakage from the inners also helped the gloves to flex a bit better, as they can become quite hard. In comes Tongue bowls. Coles clips that one away through mid-wicket. I think for a moment Josh Tong thought they'd have breached Coles' defences, hence the howl and the oohs and the ahs, but Coles goes to 38, the total to 137 for 7 to 39, I should say. He says, I'm committed to coming down from London tomorrow for day 2, so I'm hoping you can do something about the weather forecast. Yeah, I don't think it's the best here tomorrow, Phil. I mean, the weather forecast, you're never quite sure here on the coast, but certainly the weather forecast I saw for tomorrow was not great. In comes Tong and bowls, and cast his foot a ball that kept a little low. Tong fields of his bowling, no run. He goes on to say, hearing Ariana talk about tricky keeping challenges, they also include a slow left-arm bowler who has never bowled over the wicket to left-handers, with the invisibility of a ball that results from that also. Best wishes to you all, says Phil from South Woodford in E18. It's just where, and you kept wicket as well, Frank. It's just where that ball disappears in that blind spot that Ariana was talking about.
I did. I kept wicket, and I did use those inners that is completely soaked.
Tong in bowls, Carson forward, placed to mid-off.
All chamois leather. The whole glove was made of chamois leather, and they did dry out and get quite crinkly.
Yeah.
And then you would completely soak them, wear them soaking wet. But then I also was still keeping when the newer inners came on, padded inners, and by the end, and I've still got some of these, you had inners that had like a mesh back but a chamois palm and padded, and I still used to wet that palm a little bit just to make them a little bit softer. But the gloves got better certainly as well, with the proper gloves.
Tong in bowls, that's short down the leg side, Carson ducks, and there is no run. But often, the standard of cricket that I played, which wasn't great, but at the end of the weekend you didn't have your own wicket keeping gloves.
Club bag.
They were in the club bag, so the club kit would get packed away and it just gets stuffed in the bag. Then when you got to the next game, you pulled out the inners, they'd be as stiff as a board.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you're then rooting around trying to find the inners in the bag. And,
screwed up. Yeah.
Happy days they were, Frank, though. In comes Tong over the wicket, bowls, and Carson drives on the bounce back to Tong, who fields with one hand above his head. There is no run. End of the over. 137 for 7. The flag fluttering away at half-mast over on the right-hand side of the ground. The Union flag, the flag of the Martlets, is sort of limp to the flagpole. It's a lovely afternoon here on the south coast. Sussex 137 for 7. We did have a minute's silence before play began here at 10:30 this morning, and the players, as you would expect, all wearing black armbands.
The other thing about blind spots or something, you sometimes get batsmen who just raise their bat in a way that makes it difficult for you to see, and you have to go a bit wider or a bit. And there's one in particular. It sounds like name dropping this because
go on.
Because I played against him about probably 4 or 5 times in my whole life, always in games that were like I was playing for the Birmingham League 11 or the Midlands Club 11 or something like that. I'd just break off as Barnard bowls from the C end, and Coles is forward, no run. And I'd play at the beginning of the season. Often the Birmingham League would play against Warwickshire as a warm-up or something like that, or it might have been a benefit game. I played 4 or 5 times Dennis Amos. If ever you remember the way that he used to pick the bat up, he used to have a very big wide pickup over towards slip. Impossible, just couldn't see anything, and he was such a big guy as well, and it used to drive me mad if I was keeping. Barnard bowls, he didn't miss much, so it didn't matter really, because he just tended to hit everything. That one clipped to mid-wicket, no run, but it was very, very frustrating, and just occasionally you come across something like that. And I played in an era where everybody batted on middle and leg stump. Now so many batsmen stand on off stump. I would imagine that you've got to stand quite wide in order to get any view at all. So the game evolves, the game changes, and the challenges thrown up to wicket keepers become greater. I think in white ball cricket there are challenges as well. We'll just break off as Barnard moves in again over the wicket, down the leg side. This one taken by Roderick. No ball as well, signalled by umpire Hassan Adnan. I think in white ball cricket the trouble for keepers now is that we talk about all these variations that the bowlers use, taking the pace off, one out of the back of the hand, looking for the wide Yorker, etc. Those present problems for the batsman. They also present problems for the wicketkeeper, because you don't know exactly where you should be standing. Barnard in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone, no run. So it's difficult to get your distances right, I think, when you're a keeper, and also, to read all the variations. So different challenges as the game evolves, but still the best position to be in the fielding team for me, without a doubt, because you're always in the game, always got some input for the captain, and it's a great job. Barnard in, bowls, and Roderick takes outside the off stump. And I heard you talking when I wasn't on air about wicket keepers and saying about that it's a bit of a cliche, but like a lot of cliches, it's become that because it is common sense that the best keepers are the ones you don't really notice. And I think Gareth Roderick falls very much into that category. He's obviously Ben Cox still, I guess, first choice for Worcestershire, but with Cox missing some games earlier this year, Roderick came in and just did a really tidy job. Just Barnard aborts his run at this time. Picked up 5 catches in his first game at Durham, in his first innings behind the stumps, and everybody knew that he was a competent keeper because of his time with Gloucestershire, but he is exactly what you're saying. He's that sort of keeper that you just don't really notice. He just goes about his business, and he's done well. Barnard in the sunshine, moves away from us now and bowls to Coles, who works this into mid-wicket. Talking of not noticing, Coles has played one of those sort of innings, hasn't he?
Yep.
105 balls, he seems to have been there. He has been there for quite a long time. And you look up and he's on 39. You think, I can't really remember any great shots that he's played. He's just nurdled it round and held things together and played a very valuable hand. And when you're 23 for 5, 139 for 7, looks a long way off. Barnard again gets his run up wrong and pulls out. No wonder he's bowled a couple of no balls. He just doesn't. Maybe it's coming up the hill. He just doesn't.
Well, I was just going to say he's looked slightly out of sorts here, Ed Barnard. I think he's a fine cricketer, but he's a couple have gone down the leg side. He's sharing a joke there with Dylan Pennington, but he's
Well, you say he's a fine cricketer. I think I'm speaking to Worcestershire supporters. It's obvious. Break off as he bowls, and that's let go outside the off stump by Coles, taken by Roderick. End of the over from Barnard. He was always. I mean, as a young player, Ed Barnard was a batter who bowled a bit, and batted for, I think, at 4 for England under 19s. I'm right in saying, and then developed more as a bowler down the order, batting at 8 or so, and started to pick up wickets on a regular basis, and then a couple of years ago made it clear that he wanted to bat higher up the order, certainly at 6, got 100 in the opening game of the season at Chelmsford a couple of years ago, followed that up, and since then, I mean, to think that he was a bowler that batted a bit, his batting this year has been absolutely outstanding, as good as anything I've seen in Division 2, I would argue. He has played some brilliant innings, and he's become almost the number 1 batsman in this Worcestershire lineup. Wow. It's such a shame that he's leaving at the end of the season.
In comes Josh Tongue, played by Carson Smith, and there is no to destination where?
To Warwickshire.
Yeah. Okay. And there's a couple going from Worcester, aren't there?
Well, Murray is the other one.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And one coming the other way because Adam Hose is coming to Worcester.
And Ed is going because he'll be very loyal to Worcester, I guess. In comes Tom Bowles, and down the leg side, take away Roderick, no one.
He's been a brilliant player for Worcestershire over the years, and made it absolutely clear when it was made public that he was going at the end of the season, and between that point and the end of the season he would give everything that he possibly had for Worcestershire, and indeed he has. Why is he going? I suspect because he feels that his own profile will be higher elsewhere.
Tongue in bowls, down the leg side, Carson with a play and a miss, good take by Roderick.
And by that I don't mean he just wants fame and fortune. I mean, I think he wants to be in a side that might have a better chance of winning things and possibly play Division 1 cricket, which is why it'd be ironic if Warwickshire were to get relegated and he'd find himself still in Division 2. But I think he's got ambitions of playing at a higher level, and possibly feels they'll be best served by moving. There's a few counties would have had him, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely. Tongan bowl, Carlson drives slightly across the line to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And I guess that was a question that I put to John Philby a little earlier on, because it was a question asked at the Sussex Members Forum this morning, that with some good promising youngsters in this Sussex side, how do you stop the...
How do you stop them going to Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire?
Yeah, and from Sussex, how do you stop them going to a Surrey or a Hampshire?
Yeah.
And it is increasing. And John was making a case. In comes Tongan bowls, Carson. Well, another good take by Roderick, actually. That wasn't easy. And there is no run. And John was saying that, the English game is strong with 18 counties, and Sussex have produced more than their fair share of England players over the last 3 or 4 years. But it is a concern, sides particularly who have got, sides who are playing in the 100 and perhaps the bigger clout. It is a concern.
Yeah. It is a big concern. My own feeling is that there needs to be a proper transfer system.
Yep. Comes Tongan bowls and Carlson forward, plays to mid-off. There is no run. Just watching Joe Leach down here getting some attention from the physio, and he seemed to be stretching out his thigh.
Yeah, he's had a few issues over the last year or two, Joe Leach. But
I think he's staying on. He just gave a thumbs up there.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to this idea of a transfer, I mean, you look someone like Ed Barnard. He's been associated with Worcestershire since he was about 12 years old, one way and another, and he's played all his cricket for them. And he's going off, and Worcestershire get nothing, just nothing. No, there is no payback for any kind of investment that you've made in that player.
No, I agree.
It just doesn't seem right to me. And I think there should be some sort of system where you pay a certain amount for that each year that they've been with the side. As Barnard bowls, and this one's turned away on the leg side by Coles for a couple. Tongue the fielder coming round from long leg, and Coles moves on to 141 for 7. But it's not just Worcestershire. I think there are many other sides that have seen players go and see their academy products plundered by other counties.
No, I agree.
It's an aspect of the game that I think is frustrating for the so-called smaller counties. Barnard in again over the wicket, bowls, and this a repeat of the previous delivery, except this time Coles hits it a little bit better. But when I say it's a repeat of the delivery, it was over-pitched on leg stump, and Coles just clips it away for 4. Not the best bowling from Barnard in this post-lunch spell. He's in his 8th over. He's conceded 29 so far. Considerably more expensive almost than anybody else.
I would say as well, Frank, that I think the more players see from the smaller counties, which especially that we hate, I'll break off.
Barnard again in. Outside the off stump this time, left alone, taken by Roderick.
The more that players see it happening as well, the more other players think to themselves, well, actually, if I'm going to get on, I need to go there as well. And so you get this. I'm totally in your camp on this. I think there should be something. I think there is some sort of a payment, isn't there, for developing players? But I don't know. It's all shrouded in mystery. I just think some sort of open system. James Coles, for example, is only 18 years of age. He's come through the Oxford pathway that Sussex have.
Barnard in again, bowls, and again outside the off stump, well wide of the off stump, left alone.
So he might be a classic example. He bowls left arm spin. He's made 45 here. He's a good young cricketer. He has a couple of good years for Sussex, and all of a sudden the county's thinking, oh, that Coles lad, look, he looks half decent. We'll get him, and I'm sure perhaps this, I don't know whether it's more money or what it is, or just the fact that you might be playing at the Oval or somewhere and not, so there should be some sort of compensation, no question about that.
Barnard again in, bowl to Coles, who walks across his stumps and pushes this one up to mid-on where Joe Leach does the fielding. Worcestershire have, they continue to produce players through their academy. And they've made use of the transfer system themselves. Gareth Roderick has come in, having been sort of surplus to requirements at Gloucester. And Adam Hose, as I say, is coming. And Ed Pollock has come this year from Warwickshire, although he did start at Worcestershire. Barnard bowls, full, swinging delivery, driven and beautifully fielded by none other than Ben Cox, the substitute fielder, normally, of course, behind the stumps. Makes an excellent diving save that mid-on and now jogs back to the pavilion because his little 12th man stint is done. It's 1:45 for 7. My little stint is done. I've just got to nip next door and do an update, then I'll be back.
Yeah, what we'll do when Frank comes back, we'll bring Ariana back in, and Frank can take over from me. But it was, I think Frank's absolutely. I guess it's the same in football, isn't it? You know, that some of the so-called smaller clubs develop players, and then they get bought by the bigger clubs. But at least there's a transfer fee involved, then, and at least you feel they're getting some kind of adequate compensation. But so that doesn't seem to be the case at the moment in terms of cricket. As in comes Josh Tong from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to James Coles, who plays this through square leg. They've set off for one. They're going to think about two. And it's good running, actually, by Jack Carson, because he turned very quickly. The key was there that Jack Carson ran that first run really quickly. And he's come back for the second. And Sussex go to 147 for 7. And this partnership between these two is now worth 48. A good partnership as well, Ariana.
After obviously a couple quick wickets followed 1-2 kind of thing, it's good to rebuild, I'd say.
Tong in again, bowls, and Carson dabs this to point footed by D'Oliveira, and there is no run. Well, we said Jack Carson could bat, and I'm glad I didn't put the mockers on him, because he's played very straight, played and missed a couple of times, but that's kind of been par for the course on this pitch today.
Yeah, definitely earlier on we saw many players on this.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, there was a lot of playing and missing going on. And it wasn't easy early on, and Sussex were in all sorts of trouble. But these two are just slowly guiding Sussex towards something respectable. As in comes Tong and bowls, and Carson is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So much, Ariana, has been made this season about how important it is to pick up wickets when you've got the new ball, and with these Duke's balls that... when the shine goes off and it gets softer, it is, batting is considerably easier. So if you're batting up top and you bat up top, it's do you use the Duke's ball in women's cricket?
We use many different balls. It changes on format and levels that you play at.
In comes Tong and bowls, and Carson changed his shot about 2 or 3 times before that ball reached him. He was going to play a straight bat. He was going to play it on the leg side. He sort of always chipped the ball down to third man and picked up a single. He goes to 17, the total to 140. Is that 146 or 148, Ariana?
148.
Thank you. You're acting as my glasses.
Happily. It was definitely something that I think the main fast bowlers would be interested in, that shiny new ball.
I'm going to have an update to do in a moment's time, so do you mind if I just take over, because I think they're going to send me a text when it's ready to do our update on the radio. As in comes Tong bowls, and Carson's just ducks underneath that. Cole's rather ducks underneath it, and there is no run. Yes, Sussex going along very nicely now after having at one stage, Banny, been 23 for 5 this morning. They're now 148 for 7. James Cole, the 18-year-old, is playing very nicely. He's on 45. Jack Carson with him is on 17. And these two have so far added 49 for the 8th wicket. Sussex earlier on, as I say, 23 for 5, rescued by an innings of 51 by Finn Hudson-Prentice. So Sussex now 148 for 7 here in the sunshine at Hove. Meanwhile, at Northamptonshire now 102 for 3 against Surrey, who, if they win that game, will return to the top of the county championship. So we've got a problem with our connection to the studio today, but nonetheless, that's that done. And it's going to be, I wonder whether, we're going to get a change in bowling, or is it still going to be Ed Barnard? No, it's not. It's going to be a return to the attack for Ben Gibbon, who's going to come in. I thought Ed Barnard, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 29. Didn't really get his line and length right, to be honest, Ariana. So we are going to get a change of bowling from this, the C end of the ground.
Yeah, one thing we talk about a lot at Vipers Academy is body language, and Ed did not look very happy. He
didn't, did he? No, I agree with you. He didn't look happy. And just very quickly around those other games, Lords Glamorgan 165 for 8 against Middlesex in the 2nd Division, reigning at Leicester, where Leicester are 97 for 2 against Durham.
That's Gibson is in, and that's punched through the covers by Carson, and that race away for 4. A lovely start to the over there from Carson with the boundary.
Good shot, wasn't it? Yeah. Frank might remember Jack Carson's 87 down at New Road last year. He's a decent bat. And that's the 50 partnership up between these. So I'm going to leave you, and I'll leave you with Ariana and with Frank.
Yeah, 50 partnership up, as well as 150 brought up for Sussex, as they now move on to 152 for 7. As Gibson is just running away from us into bowl, and it's driven through the leg side, through mid-wicket region, and it's raced away for 4 in hot pursuit by Leach, who just couldn't quite get there. Back-to-back boundaries here for Carson. Moving his runs up quite nicely there. Round of applause from the crowd there. Announcing the 50 partnership between these two. Little fist pump and I'm sure a little congratulations to each other for being out there and building that partnership up.
One of the things that's frustrated some of the Worcestershire supporters this year, I'll just break off.
As Gibson's in, drive and miss from Carson there, straight through to the keeper.
Is that when they've had teams down, they haven't actually driven home their advantage, and it's seen them. I mentioned earlier there have been 2 or 3 games that they probably should have won, and certainly could have won. And had they won a couple of them, they'd be right up the table. And that's why, without getting panicky, a partnership which is now, 50 for the 8th wicket, is a bit frustrating.
Gibson's in, and it's defended strongly by Carson, straight back to the bowl.
But I would say, immediately having said that, it's flattened out. The skies have cleared, the ball's got older, and they haven't done anything wrong. I mean, Barnard, a few too many 4 balls, you could say, but generally speaking, 1 catch has gone down. I think they bowled well, but it's just, you think when you get a team 23 for 5, and then when they got those 2 wickets after lunch, you just thought, yeah, they could bowl them out of 150 here.
As that's flicked off the legs, driven through the covers, and it will be well fielded by the fielder at mid-wicket, who reduces it to a 2 for Carson.
Olivier is so quick. Adrian said before, what did you say, right? Like a hare. He's just so quick over the ground, isn't he? Sliding stop. But it's also quite short on that side of the ground, out towards the scoreboard, square of the wicket on the leg side.
Yeah, that just races away, but it's fun watching them race up to the boundary. As Gibson goes into bowl, and it's defended and collected again by the bowler, and that's the over.
Yeah, Gibbons' figures so far then. He bowled pretty well actually, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 29. Leach the pick of the bowlers, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 37. And Pennington not far behind, to be fair, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 28. Very impressive. Certainly, one of the features of this ground is the flats that well, not quite surround it, but on a couple of sides. I mean, there don't appear to be many people watching from the balconies, but what a bonus it would be if you had one of those, and what a view. Certainly the block at the Cromwell Road end that's almost exactly opposite us with big balconies. I would imagine when there's a big T20 game on here or something like that, you get all your friends round and have quite a party, because the view is as good as you'd get anywhere on any ground, I would think, from about halfway up. You don't want to be too high, do you? About halfway up be perfect. You're not missing any cricket because there's a drinks break or a general comfort break of various descriptions. One of the umpires going off, 2 batsmen towelled down by the 12th man, drinks coming out. None of the fielders getting much attention. A couple of the Worcestershire coaching staff, Alex Gidman and Kadir Ali, walking past down below us, just doing one of the many laps they tend to get through in a day. 158 for 7. Give me a chance to give you the full scorecard. Ali Orr was out first, bowled by Joe Leach off an inside edge for 1, and then Tom Alsop LBW to Leach for 0. Clark LBW to Leach for 8. That was 14 for 3 at that point, 15 for 4 when Carter was caught by Roderick off Pennington's very first delivery for 1. 23 for 5 when Tom Haynes was bowled by Ben Gibbon for 2. Haynes having faced 36 balls for those two. That's how difficult it was for the batsman in the first hour this morning. So 23 for 5, Sussex staring down the barrel, but a good partnership either side of lunch for the 6th wicket from Finn Hudson-Prentice and Coles, who added 76 for that 6th wicket. Hudson-Prentice then went caught behind off Pennington for 51. That was 99 for 6. 106 for 7 when Fahim Ashraf on debut for Sussex was caught at second slip by Jack Haynes to give Joe Leach his 400th first-class wicket. But since then, Jack Carson and James Coles have added 52 for this 8th wicket, and they've done it in, well, I wouldn't say in style, they've done it through sensible, dogged batting and made sure that when the bad balls have come along, they've, generally speaking, capitalised on them. And Coles has 45, Carson has 27, and the future looks bright when you see two young players like this come together in circumstances like this and play so well. Josh Tongue from the Cromwell Road end is in and bowls, and forward is Coles pushing out on the onside. Azhar Ali comes in from mid-on to do the fielding, and there's no run. Beautiful afternoon. 2 slips, third man, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And then 2 men out on the leg side boundary, 1 just behind square and 1 at a wide-ish long leg. So there is the potential for Tongue to bang one in short and try and induce a hook from Coles. Not this time. Pushes this out on the onside. Barnard did it this morning to Coles early on in his innings. And he was unlucky because Coles did go for the hook and he got a top edge. It flew down over the keeper's head to fine leg. So there might just be suggestion that the Worcestershire camp think that Coles is inclined to take on the hook. If he does against Tongue, it'll be a lot quicker than it was when Barnard was bowling. Here is Tongue, he bowls, and that one is just short of a length outside off stump. Pushed out on the offside. He's not bowling flat out, Tongue. Generating a fair bit of pace, but in this spell, I get the impression that he isn't slanting the ball in. Just thought he was falling down the hill a little bit this morning towards fine leg, and just the ball was, I mean, it was slanting it in, but it was probably more than he wanted to, if that makes sense. Anyway, he'll be hoping he can just get it to hold its line a bit here as he comes in, and Coles is just pushing this out on the offside. Barnard fields at cover, and there's no run. It's 158 for 7, just going through one of those quiet little periods that you get in games, and this is where the batsmen will be saying to each other, concentrate, we've made a good partnership, this is really, really important now that we don't give this away. And the fielders maybe won't be saying it, but certainly be thinking, must concentrate, must take the chance if it comes along. Pushed up to mid on this one from Tongue by Coles, and there's no run. And although it appears to be a lull, both sides will be well aware that it can easily change. Worcestershire still feel if they can pick up a wicket or two here, a sub-par total will be registered by the home side, having won the toss. At the same time, these two will be thinking, if we can take this partnership, if we can get up to 200, still only 7 down, it's a damage limitation exercise, and Coles drives at this one from Tongue, misses it, taken by Roderick. End of the over. That was almost the breakthrough that Worcestershire were looking for, the mistake that Sussex are hoping not to make, but he got away with it. End of the over. Tongue's figures: 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 21, and Gibbon to continue. But it's so important, isn't it, Ariana, for both sides to concentrate in these quiet periods.
Yeah, it's just the longer formats, knowing when to switch on, switch off during the game when the ball's bowled.
Yeah.
Then you have to take yourself away, turn off, and then switch back on before the next ball's bowled.
But But of course, we poor keepers can't really do that. You've almost got to be switched on the whole time. But you're absolutely right. But it's just knowing when the game is in a particular situation where the danger of making, just getting a bit overconfident perhaps if you're batting.
That's Gibson's in, and it's back foot drive through the covers there, racing along the outfield, but it's well fielded, and will it be
Jake Libby, the fielder.
It'll be a 3 for the batter, Carson. So Coles is now on strike. Very nice compact shot there, very comfortable looking. Gibbon back with ball in hand at the top of his mark. He runs away from us and bowls. It's tucked off his hip. Shouts of 2 there from Coles.
Yeah, good running.
Will be 2 runs there.
Good running. Mature batting, I think, these two. Really good for 2 young players. They've really come together at a difficult time. Those 2 wickets going down after lunch, and they've played very, very sensibly.
The only risk has been a play and a miss, really.
Yeah, very, very sensibly. And I do think it's flattened out quite a bit, but they're making Worcestershire work hard now. And I reckon when they got those 2 wickets after lunch, they were fancying that it would be innings over by tea.
That's tucked off the hip straight to mid wicket for no run.
But I'm not. It's not. There's no blame attached. The ball's 50 overs old now. It's not really doing anything now, is it? Really, it's not. Nothing's going sideways now, from what I can see, really. And it's just a case of bowling good areas and taking your chances when they come along and waiting for a mistake. And the batsmen know they don't make that mistake. They can build this to a really significant partnership, I think.
Definitely, as Gibbon is running away from us, and it's defended point for no run there from Coles.
But that would have been the talk, I'm sure, at lunchtime in both dressing rooms, and I think Sussex would have said, we know it's going to flatten out, and it is a lovely afternoon there, pretty clear sky. Pitch, any moisture in the pitch will have pretty much disappeared, I would think, by now, and the ball has lost its shine. So now's the time, if ever there was one, that batting will be its easiest in the day, you would think.
It's Gibbon bowls, and it's just left outside the off stump by Coles, and that will be straight through to the keeper. Just as he said, Gibbon was looking at the ball before he started his run up, just checking that amount of shine that's not probably there anymore.
Yeah, well, they'll keep working on it, won't they? But not a lot of encouragement for the bowlers now. This is where you just got to stick at it, just keep working at it. Wait for the batsman to make a mistake.
Gibbons in, and it's driven to mid on for no run. That's the end of the over. Sussex are now 163 for 7, with Coles on 47 and Carson on 30.
It's almost a hint of a loose shot, that last ball, I thought, from Carson, just looking almost as though he's going to try and whack it over the leg side. I think that's the other thing that you would, I'm sure, appreciate this, but I think these days that, and I've said this so many times, people are probably bored with hearing it, but when 2 batsmen get in a situation like this, and they've played really well, these 2, as I've said, and in my opinion, they've batted very sensibly. Barnard coming on to replace Josh Tongue. But because young cricketers now have played so much white ball / short form cricket, when a situation like this arises where the captain could say, well, look, lads, all I want you to do is bat till tea. I don't really care how many runs you get. they're not that well equipped to do it mentally because they've played. You don't do that on a Saturday afternoon. You don't do that in a school game or a county youth game or whatever. So it's quite tricky for them, I think. Here's Ed Barnard then from the Cromwell Road end, starts with a massive full toss. That one slipped out and he gets away with it because Carson was sort of taken by surprise really and could only sort of push it up to mid-wicket, and he really did get away with one there. Ben Cox on the field again at mid-wicket to 12th man duty. I should imagine he quite enjoys having a little run in the field, Ben Cox, having spent 15 years behind the stumps. Barnard is in and bowls, and Cox is again the fielder as this is pushed to mid-wicket. 163 for 7. But yeah, I think, and the more chance that players like this get to play these kind of innings and put together these kind of partnerships, the more likely they are to be able to do it the next time it happens. But it won't be something that they've done very often, is all I'm saying, because of their cricketing backgrounds. Barnard bowls, and this one pushed out on the onside, and that might be a very good thing according to most people, who might say, well, what I'm saying is that 40 years ago you'd had young players in who might have played a lot of club cricket where they batted out for a draw or something like that, which you never do. I'm not attaching a value to either. I'm just saying I think it's different, and it is different. Players coming into the game with different backgrounds, and these two, well, whatever their background, they've done very well. Barnard in bowls, and that's a nice shot too from Jack Carson, clipped up to mid-on, but Josh Tongue is quickly across to his left to do the fielding. Barnard in his 9th over, no wicket for 29 so far, the most expensive of the Worcestershire bowlers, but has also perhaps been a little bit unlucky. Had a catch dropped before lunch off his bowling. Comes in now and bowls short, and Carson swivels round on that bouncer from Barnard, and he wasn't entirely in control of it. He did roll his wrists over it, but it was on him perhaps a little bit quicker than he thought. Barnard quite surprising with that bounce. He doesn't do it very often. He did it to Coles this morning, I beg your pardon, as I said a few minutes ago. But anyway, gets 2 there, Carson, goes to 32, 165 for 7. Barnard last ball of his 9th over. He's in now, 2 slips waiting. Short, pulled in the air, and he's got away with it. Top edge over the keeper's head, and he gets 2, almost exactly as Carson was deceived this morning. I'm sure it's a deliberate plan. They've got 2 men back on the leg side boundary waiting for a top edge, and it came, but it went back over wicketkeeper Roderick's head, and he ran back and was unable to get a glove on it. So moral victory for Ed Barnard, but 2 runs for Jack Carson. He goes to 34. Coles has 47, and it's 167 for 7.
Yeah, very similar to the one earlier where he just went straight over the keeper's head almost, the first one as well. But that time there was a bit more flight in the air and a bit more of a chance for the keeper to try and get underneath it, but just landed safely in front of us here in the commentary box. Given back with the ball in hand, getting ready to bowl at Coles, who's on 47. As he runs in now to bowl, and it's punched back with a point there. It's run away to the boundary, and there's 2 slides, but I think it's well fielded in the end there, and 3 would be scored to him. And that brings up his 50 for Coles.
Yeah.
26 balls, 8 fours for James Coles, I should say, and of crucial innings, played really well. Second 50 of the game following Hudson Prentice.
Gibbon and now bowling. It's driven to the cover fielder for no run. Oh. And an overthrow. It's gone flying over the keeper's head.
From Ben Cox. Sorry. Keeper to keeper. There you are.
Some might say keeper's arm.
He's made a good stop. Don't bother throwing it in.
So Coles is back on strike now.
Just got a bit carried away, didn't he?
Gibbons in. It's driven to mid on for no run there. Bit of excitement, a bit of adrenaline from the diving stop there, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, when you're a keeper and you get the chance to field, I don't know how often it's happened to you, but I mean, for me, it was about once a year, most of the time, and you just love it. Just run around and get a bit excited and try and see how hard you could throw it. And that's the sort of thing that happens, I suppose.
As Gibbons in. That's back foot punch to the mid off and no runs.
It's really got easier, hasn't it? When you look now, there's not a lot of lateral, if any, lateral movement. Not a lot of pace in the pitch, it would seem, with this ball now being so much older. What is it? 53 overs. Now is the time, if any, to bat on this in these conditions, and these two, I think, will have been made aware of that.
Gibbons in, it's left alone outside the off stump, straight through to the keeper. He ended off doing a good job at trying to clean off or create a little bit of shine with what's left, but
yeah, well, you've got to keep working on it, I suppose, and there might just be one side a bit shinier than the other. They might try and get it to reverse a bit later on, but at the moment, I would say it's the best time to bat that we've seen today, certainly.
As Gibbon runs into ball from the seat end, and it's defended edge there. That's going more down to the workload now would be, and that's 4. The edges have really flown today off the bat for us.
Yeah, and well, there was a third man, but he was very wide, so it just feels like cheap runs. But as I say, these two capitalising on the situation with regard to conditions. It's flattening out. The ball's older. Bowlers are tiring a little bit, and Worcestershire haven't got a frontline spinner. They're just in need of a bit of inspiration, and these two young batsmen are in with an opportunity of grinding them into the dirt a bit this afternoon. They've added nearly 69 now for this 8th wicket. It always hurts a little bit more when you get a big partnership, when it's the 8th or the 9th or the 10th wicket, I think, psychologically. And that's where Worcestershire are at the moment, as Barnard comes in from the Cromwell Road end, and there's going to be 4 more through for the third man. So frustrating. Found the edge, controlled it, to be fair. Carson kept his hands soft, and just thickish outside edge all on the ground. And 4 more. So 8 off 2 balls off the last 2 deliveries. 1 from Gibbon, last ball of the over, first ball of Barnard's over, and frustration for the pairs. D'Oliveira, the captain, just going for a chat with Barnard, who's one of his senior bowlers, and there's a change in the field as a result, and they're doing away with this potential trap on the leg side, bringing in the fielder Josh Tongue, who was on the square leg boundary, in order to be able to send Azhar Ali, who was at mid-wicket, down to third man. But it's a little bit of stable dooring, isn't it, with 8 having gone through there in the previous 2 deliveries. But then I suppose if another one went through, you'd say, well, why doesn't he put a man there? So you can't really have it both ways as a judge and commentator and say, well, he's doing it a bit late. Here's Barnard in, and wouldn't you know it, the ball gets worked through backward square leg where the fielders come from. And good running, actually, because Joe Leach came in fairly quickly and got a good throw away, but Carson had seen that gap was bigger than it had been before Tongue moved, and therefore he knew that if he got his skates on the first one, he'd get back for the second, and he did. So he goes to 41, and these two have now added 75 for this 8th wicket. And that moment when Ashraf was snapped up at second slip by Jack Haynes off Joe Leach seems quite a long time ago now. And the home side enjoying their best period of the game, I would suggest. As Barnard comes in again now and bowls. And this one is worked away on the onside by Carson. Quite a bottom-handed sort of little punch with the right hand up to mid-on. But straight to the fielder Josh Tongue. And no addition.
A few people have gone up to the captain and talked to him this over.
Yeah, there's a few. Well, Jake Libby's vice captain, to be fair, so I suppose he's entitled to do it. But here's Barnard again. He's in, he bowls, and this one's forced off the back foot for 4 runs through the covers. Lovely shot, as good a shot as we've seen all day, actually. Technical execution, back and across, high left elbow, punched in front of square. Good shot from Carson. Played really well. Goes to 45 off 58, probably the most fluent of all the batsmen that we've seen so far today, including Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was similarly productive. His 51 coming off just 64 balls. But man out, sweeping the boundary now. Didn't think we'd see that, did we, when it was 23 for 5. In comes Barnard. And he bowls, and that's short, and that's smashed away on the leg side. That's 4 more. For Jack Carson, goes to 49, 189 for 7. These two really, really enjoying themselves. So much so that I've had enough, and I'm going to go off and do an update and bring Adrian Arms back in.
Yeah, just this over. The batter's looking to take a bit more control here. The fielder's trying to change up the field and not quite executed that bowling plan out, unfortunately, with all the change-ups in the fielding position as the ball comes in and it's flicked off a low through mid-wicket. This might be a few runs slowing down as it reaches the boundary. And that will be the cover, and that's 50 up for Carson. Well batted and well deserved 50 here. Loud round of applause again. So another 50, the third of the innings.
Well, it's been a terrific knock, hasn't it? You know, we said when he came in, he can back Jack Carson. He made 87 down at Worcester last year. He's a very handy man to be coming down as far as number 9. He can bat higher than that, and he's suddenly making a case for it today.
Was in and has defended this time and fielded off his own bowling to end the over with a dot ball. Sussex are now 193 for 7.
I think what's been interesting, Ariana, is that from the moment he came in, Jack Carson has played very straight. Anything that's been wide, he was beaten a couple of times early on, but that's been par for the course today. But I think he hasn't had a dart at anything too wide of the off stump. I think he's batted really sensibly. And we were saying a little earlier on just how much Sussex have missed Jack Carson, primarily this season because of his bowling abilities. But also he's showing he's more than a very fine off spinner. He can bat. He's very, very competitive as well, which I think is great to see. And if he can play in these last 3 games, have a good winter, get himself really fit, that could only be for the good of Sussex. So who'd have believed it? 23 for 5 has become 193 for 7. How the game turns. And it's going to be Ben Gibbon who's going to come in from the C end of the ground, running in around the wicket to bowl to the right-handed James Coles, who lets that one drift by outside the off stump. There is no run. The other good thing from a Sussex perspective is, there's been so much talk about young players and young players developing and how much time do you give them, etc. You're looking here at an 18-year-old in Jack Coles and a 21-year-old in Jack Carson. So these are young cricketers who come in at bat at a difficult time, and you wonder whether Sussex at 23 for 5 might fall in a heap, because it can happen. The Sussex have responded well as in comes Gibbon bowl, short pulled away by Coles, and he's caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Short from Gibbon, it was pulled away by Coles, and that's a good catch because that went very quickly. I think out there, that is Ashraf who's taken the catch. We'll get confirmation of that in a minute. But just as I'm singing the praises of James Coles and Jack Carson, he also that was a short delivery and he pulled it straight down the throat at the fielder at deep backward square. And it is indeed Azhar Ali who's taken the catch, and Gibbon picks up a wicket.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed, the fielding side here. Just that breakthrough, just one little lack of concentration there. Fortunately.
Good round of applause, though, coming from James Coles. Batted very nicely, his 54, and that ends a partnership of 94, by my reckoning, between Carson and Coles. For two big partnerships, Finn Hudson-Prentice and James Coles added 76. Now this partnership between this pair, as well as really dug Sussex out of trouble. So Henry Craigham is the new man coming in. His job here is to support Jack Carson, because Carson is going along very... Been an entertaining day's cricket, really, Ariane, hasn't it? Well, we've had 54 overs, we've had 8 wickets, and the best part of 200 runs, 3 half centuries, a side recovering from 23 for 5. What have we got left in the day? 41 overs after this one. Tea will be taken when there's 32 overs remaining in the day, so if Sussex were to lose a couple of wickets now, Worcestershire would come out to bat before tea. You see that wicket of James Coles. He was going along so nicely. I mean, you know, if that clears the fielder, if he hits it 2 feet higher, it goes for 6. We say, what a great shot. But he just picked out the fielder. So I guess you have to give some credit to Dolivere and Worcestershire in terms of where the field was placed.
Yeah, it's one of those where you think just either side would have been 4, would have been 6.
Yeah.
But it's one of those as a batter.
Well, I can see Dylan Pennington is warming up at mid-off, but here comes Ben Gibbon racing away from us. He's in and bowls to Crocombe, who steers this one out into the covers, and there is no run. I think Henry Crocombe will be looking forward to bowling on here, you know. There's a bit of extra bounce.
Definitely after watching the first 5 wickets of Sussex anyway.
Yeah, we'll also see Fahim Ashraf bowling as well. Brad Curry. Finn Hudson-Prentice will also bowl seams. There are plenty of options for Sussex in this innings. Then you've got the spin of Coles and Carson as well. To his mark comes Gibbon. 2 slips go down. Get bowls and Croker with a play and a miss, and he didn't move his feet at all, that Henry Croker. That was just a swish of the bat outside the off stump. The ball goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Bit of shadow batting there where he did move his feet, so I'm sure he realised his error.
Yeah, that was a bit of a number 10 shot, wasn't it, to be honest? And to be fair to all number 10s, but that was absolutely no movement of the feet whatsoever, and it's prompted a change in the field. I'm not surprised, to be honest. And it's going to be, well, I think they were quite, well, they're going to put a third man in place. I think that's Ashraf Ali who's going back there. So...
questioned, asked if he should have gone into slip or not.
Yeah, I think that might not have been a bad idea. In comes Gibbon, bowls, and Crocombe this time does play a better shot, back and across and steering that one down the offside of the track. And there is no run. Well, Jack Carson, 52 in just 61 deliveries, and I think if he gets on strike, Jack, I don't think he'll hang around here. Go in the over, and we'll bring Frank in to replace Ariana as we go through towards the tea break. What have we got? 9 overs to go until tea, if Sussex survive that long. Given in again, bowls, and Crocombe drives. Without moving his feet, he's going to get a run on this occasion out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Crocombe is on his way with a single. It is the end of the over, at the end of the 55th over of the day. And 41 overs remaining. 9 until tea. Sussex are 194 for 8. Carson on 51. Crocombe is on 1. What would you make of this Sussex recovery, Ariana, particularly in view of the fact that they were 23 for 5?
It's been a remarkable recovery, I'd say. A lot of partnership was built in and around quite 350s, which half centuries, which have been scored, which is quite impressive. I think the change of conditions has definitely assisted the batters being able to score more freely now, I'd say. But now it's going to be can they survive these last few overs before tea?
Well, almost every run you feel now will be a bonus for Sussex, really. I think Dylan Paddington back into the attack.
Into bowl, and it's played down to the final leg, and it's 4 runs as the fielder just couldn't quite make it there.
Yeah, Ben Gibbon was chasing around the boundary edge, wasn't it? But it was a shot play with no movement of the feet at all by Henry Croker, and somehow he managed to work the ball down to fine leg and picked up a boundary. I guess it doesn't matter how they come, but nonetheless, it's 4 runs nonetheless. That'll annoy Dylan Pennington, I'm sure.
Especially with the minimal foot movement again.
Yeah.
And then from the Conrail end, and flicked off his legs through mid-wicket. And then cards it slow enough as it gets towards the boundary, and they'll pick up 3 to bring Carson back on strike.
Well, he moved his feet on that occasion. The 200 up for Sussex as well, which looked a long way away when they were 23 for 5. Applause from a decent-sized crowd at Hove.
On the mic, a bit of murmur now.
Yeah, I think we might see Jack. I mean, Jack Carson's been very positive, hasn't he? And I think we'll see that continue now.
In comes the ball from the corner road end, and it's punched defensively off the back foot to the cover. Fielder for no run. I was just starting to form overhead again. Yeah, I really hope we don't get a day of rain tomorrow. I mean, you never quite know, do you, whether the weather forecast is going to get it right. But so we've got a lot of cricket to be played tonight. Still, you'd expect that we're going to see Worcestershire batting at some stage today. As in comes Redmond, and it's hit the pads and no run. As Carson asked the question of Crocombe, him and Crocombe at the non-strikers end there.
Yeah. Gareth Roderick was very quickly up. He sort of whipped off his wicket-keeping gloves, hasn't he? To prevent the single. I just wonder here whether she just might be very keen to keep Jack Carson on strike and keep Henry Crocombe at the other end. There's only 2 more balls to go on this over. I see they've now got 5 men in saving a single. I think Jack Carson needs to just keep playing the way that he is.
In comes Barnard, and it's defended strongly there by Carson to mid-on for no run.
For a good spell here, hasn't he, Dylan Pennington? I think he's bowled well, really, throughout the day. I don't know why they've got Barnard up on the scoreboard, because that is definitely Dylan Pennington who's bowling up there. Unless Frank can tell me otherwise. So I'm pretty certain that Ed Barnard has 30 on his shirt.
Yeah, right. It is definitely Pennington there.
Yeah.
That'll be messing up the bowler figures a little bit.
Yeah, now they have got all these men in saving 1 bar 2.
Comes Pennington.
Sharp.
It's pulled away for 4. Okay, with a slightly shorter freebie that Carson at this point in the game won't be missing out on.
He won't. Thank you, Ariana, who's going to take a little breather up until tea. Frank will come back and join us on commentary here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Frank Watts and Ariana Dowse. Your commentary team here this week. Sussex, just a little reminder, we're 23 for 5 and looking as if it could be a very bad toss to win and decide to bat first, but since then they've recovered largely due to half centuries from Hudson Prentice, who made 51, James Coles, who made 54, and now
Jack Carson,
who's top scored with 55. He made 87 down at New Road last year. I remember, he's a very handy player to be coming in at number 9.
Yeah, not bad at all. Ben Gibbon bowling now from the C end is in round the wicket.
Shot.
And just to emphasise how well he's played since he's come in, Henry Crocombe drives that one on the up, wide of mid-off for 4. Lovely shot. As good a shot probably as we've seen all day in terms of timing. A little bit upright perhaps, didn't get a great deal of bend into that front leg, but a lovely shot from Crocombe nonetheless. He goes to 12, 209 for 8, and that theme that I've talked about, and I keep reiterating that I think generally as a unit Worcestershire bowled pretty well today. Ed Barnard possibly the exception, having gone for 51 off his 10. The rest of the seam attack tidy. Gibbon again bowls. Ooh, that's not so tidy. It's wide outside the off stump, and Crocombe throws his hands at it and misses it. But what has happened is that Worcestershire, having had a team down but not out, have perhaps just not pressed home their advantage as much as they would have liked to. And that's not, as I say, it happens, and I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, but it has been a bit of a theme this season, and there will be some Worcestershire fans watching and listening who think, here we go again. Gibbon in bowls, and that's slogged basically over mid-wicket for 4. It was a slog. It was a good slog. He kept his head still, and it was in the slot, but he just basically smashed it over mid-wicket, sort of shot you see in village cricket and league cricket, club cricket generally, week in, week out. Probably in white ball cricket too, but it was an agricultural heave from Henry Crocombe, but a very effective one. And already this partnership is worth 20, and it's already beginning to frustrate, I would suggest, as Gibbon is in again, and this is caught out this time. Yeah, he tried to repeat the shot, and it was on him a little bit quicker. It wasn't very good cricket at all, that from Crocombe. He'd be annoyed with himself, having played couple of good shots earlier in the over. He didn't really need to go for another one, but he kind of, I don't know, got a little bit carried away, went for another big hit on the leg side, toe end of the bat really skied it up in the air, and a simple catch at mid-off. So a 3rd wicket for Gibbon and a 9th wicket for Worcestershire.
Yeah, you're right. It certainly put back to ball Henry Crocombe, and I've seen him make some very useful runs down the order for Sussex in the way that he plays. But as I say, I think probably the idea would have been to give as much as a strike as he can to Jack Carson, who's batted really well. But this game is moving on apace, Frank. I mean, we're not even at tea yet, and there's every possibility here that Sussex could get bowled out before tea.
Yeah, there is, and as you say, by the end of day 1. The game could be kind of further on than it should be, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, and I think that from a, there's a bit in the pitch, isn't there? And I think as the ball has got softer, as these Duke's balls do, it does become easier to bat. That's not to take anything away from Jack Carson, who has played really, really well.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because 3 players have played really well.
Yeah.
All the 50 makers, Carson, Crocombe, Hudson Prentice, they've all played very, very well, very sensibly. Nobody else has managed to get themselves in, I would suggest. Really, I think that's fair, isn't it? Nobody else has got in. So it's a pitch that you can get in on, but it's a pitch that one would imagine when the ball's new, I would say, in the first hour.
It's tricky.
It's a bit obvious, really, I suppose, but the first hour of the Worcestershire reply will be tricky. It probably shouldn't be. I mean, if, let's say, Worcestershire are batting after tea, it shouldn't be as difficult as it was this morning, because the cloud cover's less, and the moisture has gone a little bit out of the pitch, and it's certainly flattened out, and they'll probably have had a roller on it as well, but that first hour or two, one would imagine, could be crucial. What Worcestershire want to do now is finish this job, and Gibbon round the wicket trying to do that, bowls the first ball to the new batsman, who is
Brad Curry,
I beg your pardon, who is 23 years old, left arm seamer himself, facing a left arm seamer, and no doubt he'll be thinking, I could be out here very shortly with the ball in my hand. 2-1-3 for 9. I guess Worcestershire would have settled for this when they lost the toss. Whether they would have settled for it when Sussex were 23 for 5 is a different matter. Gibbon round the wicket bowls, and Curry turns this on the leg side, and he's offered a single and he turns it down. So what is Carson's approach going to be now? He turns down the single there, Therefore, Carson has the strike, but he also puts himself under a little bit of pressure to do something with the strike. And no doubt Brett D'Oliveira will spread the field and offer him a single. End of the over, 2 on 3 for 9. Just a word for Ben Gibbon. Pretty good from him. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 51. And he's not flattered by those figures. It's been a good effort.
I think he's not very nicely. So, what can Dylan Pennington do? Can he pick? He's bowled very well as well. 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 39 for the tall right-arm seamer, who starts his run, but Jack Carlson isn't ready. There's some bit of changing of the field going on. I think they'll be happy to give Jack Carlson the single here if they can, as Pennington is busy, aggressive approach to the wicket bowls, and Carlson just plays that into the offside. Well, clear what Jack Carlson's tactic is here. He's not going to take the single. He's going to deal in boundaries and twos, is Jack Carlson, if he can. It's always a debate, isn't it? I mean, do you just take a single and just pick up the runs where you can in this situation? And Gareth Roderick might have said something there to Jack Carlson.
Well, it's probably, how long are we going to do this for? I mean, look at it now. They're all saving 2.
Yeah, they are.
How long is it going to go on for?
Comes Pennington, who wicket bowls, and Carlson plays it onto the onside. They've taken 1, they're going to think about 2, but there won't be 2 there, I don't think. The throw comes in, there could be a run out. No, there won't be. It's just a single. Carlson played it to mid-on. He was looking for the 2. It's very difficult to pick up 2s when the field is as well set as it was, but Carlson goes to 56 and Sussex to 214 for 9.
It's nonsense, isn't it, really? They turned down 2 runs and then taken 1, and they're now in exactly the situation they would have been in if they'd taken the first one. It just doesn't make any sense. The only difference is that we're 2 balls nearer to the end of the game.
Elsewhere in the second division, Glamorgan bowled out for 214. Lords, 2 sides there who are vying for promotion. One side who may be struggling to stay in the first division are Somerset. I'll tell you more in a minute, as in comes Pennington bowls, and Curry gets that off the thigh pad. I think it's come down to final, gets wait and see. No, it's off the bat. I do Brad Curry's disservice, I'm sorry. Not the greatest delivery from Dylan Pennington, who I think has bowled very well today, but that was down the leg side, and Brad Curry just helped it on its way to find leg for a boundary. Sussex to 2. 18 for 9. Yeah, Somerset 60 for 5 at Edgbaston, and Somerset in real danger of being relegated. Would that be it's not a local derby, but it's a shortish trip for you, isn't it? Ish.
A couple of hours.
Is it?
Yeah. But it's a nice...
Down the M5?
It's one I like, yeah, down the M5. But yeah,
I went down the M5 for a 50 over back in August, and the traffic was absolutely horrendous, Frank, whichever way you try to get to Taunton in the school holidays. In comes Pennington bowls. Oh, crumbs, how did that miss the stumps? Curry plays and misses, taken by Roderick, and there is no run. Elsewhere in the first division, reigning Headingley, Yorkshire 134 out against Essex. Northants 153 for 3 against Surrey at Wantage Road. Emilio Gay is 99 not out. 3 slips in place. There's a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Pennington on his way again. From the Cromwell Road end bowls, and Curry's right in behind and steers into the covers, and there is no run. Carlson 56, Curry on 4. In terms of the test match, old news now, but England winning the test match by 9 wickets. That Crawley in the runs, making 69. And England now, a bit of a breather for those players as well, and they guess head off to Pakistan for a test series before Christmas. Pennington down the hill bowls, and Curry edges that down to third man. They decline the single, which is the end of Dylan Pennington's over. He has bowled 14 overs, 7 maidens, taken 2 for 44. Sussex 218 for 9 with Carlson on 56, Curry on 4. Interesting earlier on today, Frank, and I meant to ask you about it a bit earlier when you said the championship form actually hasn't been too bad, but the one-day form has been poor. You didn't associate Worcester with being a good one-day side, particularly T20. What's gone wrong this season?
How long have you got? a lot.
Well, it can't have been any worse than Sussex's T20
Well,
campaign.
a lot went wrong. I mean, Worcestershire listeners will have heard me say this before, and not just me. I think a few people have said it. I mean, basically, in my opinion anyway, it all went wrong when Matthew Wade got an IPL contract, which was, I think, in about February or March. Ben Gibbon comes in from the C end, bowls, and this is driven nicely out on the offside, and it was going to be 4 or nothing really. Diving stop by Pennington, it means it's nothing. So Wade had been signed to play all formats. Aggressive, pugnacious Aussie was going to pick the dressing room up and instill that devil.
Was he going to skip at the side, or?
Well, that was a moot point, really. I don't think he was necessarily. Gibbon bowls, and an attempted smash out on the offside by Carson comes to nothing. Dribbles away on the offside. Anyway, he got an IPL contract and he wasn't coming. So then there was a rethink about overseas players, etc., etc., and the overseas players signed for the white ball T20. Dwayne Bravo and Colin Munro were the first two, and Moeen was obviously going to play. Gibbon is in, bowls, Yorker, well played, no run. First 4 games were all away to big counties, Notts, Lancashire, Yorkshire, etc. And neither Moeen nor Dwayne Bravo had arrived for those 4, nor Munro, who came for the 3rd, I think. So Worcestershire were led by Ben Cox in those first 4 games. Then Moeen came on, and we had a different captain who had different ideas and different approaches. Then Moeen went off to Holland on that little mini tour. In comes Gibbon and bowls, big swing and a miss from Carson. And then Munro took over as captain, and he wanted different ideas and had different plans, and so it went on. And Worcestershire lost those first 4 games. Lost 6 of the first 7, I think. Managed to win 1 against the Bears at New Road, which went down well. But just basically, it was a mishmash of different selections, 4 different captains, I think, in the T20 campaign. And then when the Royal London Cup came along, Brett D'Oliveira and Jack Haynes had both gone to the 100, where they never played.
At all?
Well, D'Oliveira played a couple of games for the Phoenix, and Haynes played a couple of games, I think, for the Oval team. But the whole thing was wrong. Gibbon in bowls, and Carson flashes this away down to 3rd man for a single, goes to 57, 219 for 9. And then there were some injuries then as well. Mohammed Hasnain came in. The idea was that he was going to play in the last 5 or 6 county championship games, but he only played a couple and then went off to the 100, and now has been selected by Pakistan. So in terms of recruitment and so on, I think with the best will in the world, things haven't gone the way that Worcestershire had hoped they would, and it all started with the Matthew Wade thing, in my opinion. Gibbon bowls again, and this time Curry is playing defensively out in the offside, and there's no run. So in a nutshell, that it's a season that didn't. I think the shortest way of explaining it is to say it didn't go to plan.
Right. Yeah. Well, that was.
But
when you think
in amongst it, there was some really dismal performances as well.
Yeah, when you think that Sussex and Worcestershire were the 2 finalists, in 2018 at Edgbaston, and neither of them this stage gone out of the groups, and Sussex had a similarly. I mean, John Philby, the chair, alluded to it earlier on. I mean, my words were it was a mess, which is perhaps slightly strong, but the whole thing lacked cohesion from beginning to end, really. But anyway, that's in the past. In comes Pennington, running in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Carson, who flicks this onto the onside, declines the single, and Pennington trots out after the ball, and there is no run.
It's always helpful when you have somebody like John Curtis, who we all rely on so much at Worcestershire in the press box and does all the website stuff and so on, to give you those important stats that you really need. And he's just come up with one here that honestly fantastic. 101 miles Worcester to Taunton.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Nice to hear from you.
Doesn't make any difference how long it takes. And I don't live in Worcester.
In comes Pennington down the hill, bowls to Carson. Carson plays on to Johnson. Now they're going to look for two here. There'll certainly be one. I doubt there'll be two. They'll have to get a mover. That's good running, actually. The throw comes in. He's the stumps and he's out. Jack Carson's run out. That's a direct hit, and Jack Carson is furious with himself. Brilliant bit of fielding by Jake Libby. It was played into the onside by Jack Carson. They were looking for two. It looked to me like a good call to come back for the second run, but the throw was a direct throw that hit the stump. And even from here, although we've probably got the worst view in the ground in terms of whether he was home or not, he looked by Jack Carson's expression that he was out, and indeed he is. He's run out for 57, and Sussex are bowled out for 219. Is that right? Or is it 220? Let's just wait for the final score. Not sure whether
220, I think, they'll get one, won't
because
they?
he got that run.
Yeah.
And Jack Carson will get a nice round of applause as he makes his way off. So there we are. We are going to see Worcestershire back before tea, I'm sure, because tea will not be taken until 32 overs. A good round of applause for Jack Carson, who makes his way off, raises his bat. So Frank and I will have a little breather for a minute. Sussex bowled out for 220. Now, I didn't hear whether that said there was going to be tea or not now. We'll wait and see. I would have thought that Worcestershire would have to come out for a couple of overs before tea. So we'll wait and see on that score. So stay tuned for that as the umpires come wandering off. We may get a display on the scoreboard that shows whether it is going to be tea or not. There we are, 220 all out. Jack Carson run out for 58. And Sussex bowled out for 220 in 59.2 overs. So we'll wait to see if it is tea. You may have heard the announcement around the ground. I must admit I missed it. But I thought tea would be at 32 overs, in which case I think Worcestershire would have to come out for a couple of overs before the tea break. However, we shall see. The stewards are out in the middle guarding the pitch, just to make sure no one comes running on. So we can have a little breather here in the commentary box. Frank's gone off to do his update to listeners on BBC Radio Worcester. I need to do one to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. We'll leave the effects microphone bubbling away in the background. And thank you for listening. We'll join us in a few moments' time with the reply.
So the tea will be taken now. Please keep off the stage.
Hi, Callum. If you're there... Oh, hang on, someone's trying to call me. Hi, Callum. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Is John Reynolds around, or...? Okay, all right, don't worry. Okay, well, let's do it on the phone. That's fine, then it's safe and it's done, isn't it? Okay. Okay, thanks. Cheers, bye. effects on as well.
Welcome back to Hove, where play is about to resume. Evening session on day one. Sussex against Worcestershire, and Worcestershire are replying to Sussex's first innings score of 220. And the bowling attack is going to be taken up by the debutant for Sussex, test bowler Fahim Ashraf, and he's going to be bowling to Ed Pollock. If you've never seen Ed Pollock bat, Ariana, you might be either in for a treat or it could be over quite quickly. Here's Ashraf from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, and Pollock is taken on the pad, shout for LBW outside the leg stump. He doesn't hang around, shall we put it that way. Ed Pollock plays white ball cricket, whatever the colour of the ball. That's a bit unfair. He made a fairly measured 50 against Glamorgan last week. If he gets going, he changes games in a very short time. But he is as likely to get off the mark with a 6 as he is to get off the mark with a single. It's exciting, but it can be frustrating as well.
I look forward to it.
It might not last very long. Here's Ashraf in again, bowls, and Pollock drives into the gully. Finn Hudson-Prentice fields and fires a throw in to wicket-keeper Ollie Carter. Carter doesn't play all the games, but he always seems to play against Worcestershire, Adrian, doesn't he? I like watching him. I think he's a really good glove man. Very, very tidy. One of the young keepers on the circuit that I enjoy. You always watch them a little bit closer when you're a keeper yourself. And I think he's good, Ollie Carter. Didn't have a good day with the bat.
No, but a chance to make up for it with the gloves.
Yeah, absolutely. Always in the game. Here's Ashraf again. Very straight approach. He's in, he bowls, and Pollock drives. That's 4. Bit of width. On the up, not quite a half volley. Square drive for 4 to the boundary. Pollock off the mark with a 4. And Worcestershire are away in pursuit of 220. If you're just joining us, and I know people are all the time, Sussex won the toss and chose to bat. They slumped to 23 for 5. Recovered to 90 for 5 at lunch. And were 99 for 6 when Hudson-Prentice was out for 51, followed by Ashraf for 206 for 7, but then another good recovery, the second of the innings, as Coles and Carson added 87 for the 8th wicket. Eventually all out for 220. Here's Ashraf again into Pollock, outside the off stump, left alone and taken by Carter. And for Worcestershire, Joe Leach finishing with figures of 4 for 37, including his 400th first-class wicket. I'm hoping to have a word with him at the end of the day's play about that. And also there were 3 wickets for Ben Gibbon and 2 for Dylan Pennington. And the innings finished with a spectacular run-out. Jake Levy hitting the stumps direct with a throw from about 40 yards or so. Ashraf into Pollock, outside the off stump, left alone by the left-hander and taken by wicketkeeper Carter. So Ed Pollock, returned to Worcestershire from Warwickshire. He started in the academy at Worcestershire, went to Warwickshire, mainly played white ball cricket, came back to Worcestershire with the opportunity to play white ball cricket and red ball cricket. He's made a couple of hundreds in the championship very quickly, and they've both had significant impact on the game. One of them a match-winning innings at Northwood, Merchant Taylors against Middlesex. But there have been quite a lot of low scores in between. Ashraf is in, bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. And the feeling is that if he can add a little bit of good judgment to his game and a little bit of circumspection, then he could be a very, very, very important cricketer. But at the moment, he's still somewhere in the middle. End of that over, and Finn Hudson-Prentice to start the second one. And he'll be bowling to Jake Libby, who is a much more conventional batsman.
Well, Finn Hudson-Prentice had a good day with the bat as well, also scoring 50, along with 2 others of the Sussex team. Now looking to open from the C end. Bowling to Jake Libby. Set as he's running into bowl. It's licked off the legs. Very full delivery, that's gone for
Leg byes.
leg byes, actually, I correct myself. Bit of a loosener there to start with.
Yeah, a little bit of a loosener. We've seen throughout the day that when the seamers get the ball in the right place, runs aren't that easy to come by. That said, we also observed, didn't we, in the afternoon session, that the pitch had flattened out quite considerably. But it's all about this first hour, isn't it? First 20 overs, I think, with the new ball. I think we'll have a good idea where the game's going by the end of this day.
He's in and it's edge past. Backward pointers running away towards the boundary. It will be a 2 for Libby.
So yeah, 34 overs left after this. So we're going to finish about 6ish, I would have thought, and I would say by then we'll have a good idea of the shape of this Worcestershire innings, won't we? If they've only lost a couple of wickets, they'll feel that they've enjoyed the best of the day. If Sussex can nick 4 of them out before the end of the day, then ours will be quite even. So I think we'll have a good idea. As Adrian said, the game's moving on a fair old pace.
That was played and missed there by Jake Libby.
Bit of movement away in the air for Hudson Prentice there, I sensed. Got my live stream on at the moment, but just a little bit of shape. He likes playing against Worcestershire, Hudson Prentice, I think, for both Derbyshire and Sussex. He's turned in some decent performances.
There always are some sides that you like to play against. There's Hudson Prentice is in and it's driven to mid off there.
I've got a classic photo of a Hudson Prentice dismissal, which I'll try and find. It's always good to show photos when you're on the radio, I find. But there's a picture taken by Dave Griffin at Derby last year of Finn Hudson Prentice dismissing Daryl Mitchell, and it's, as I'll show you, it's quite a spectacular photo if I can find it.
That's in, and that's flicked to the fielder at mid-wicket. That's Henry Crocombe with the nice throw into the keeper, and that's chucked around the field.
I think there it is. You don't get many photos that capture a dismissal quite like that, do you? That's Daryl Mitchell being bowled by Finn Hudson Prentice at Derby, and I know it's radio and you can't see it anybody, but the picture is absolutely brilliant. Mitchell's playing forward, he's missed the ball is clearly visible.
As that's a Yorker dug out there and no run scored.
And the middle stump has been removed from the ground and is turned completely upside down. So in this picture you've got a batsman playing. He's missed the ball, he's taken his bottom hand off the bat, the middle stump has been removed and it's turned completely upside down, so its spike is pointing upwards and the ball is still in the shot. It's an absolutely brilliant photograph by David Griffin, D. Griffin Pics. Follow him on Twitter. He's also one of the greatest defenders of red ball cricket and county cricket that there is. David Griffin, the archive officer, I think, or the keeper of the archives and the records and everything else at Derbyshire. Heritage officer, I think they call him. He's a tremendous supporter of Derbyshire cricket. He took that photograph. Brilliant. Anyway, Ashraf to continue. 2 overs gone, 10 without loss Worcestershire, and Ed Pollock on strike. Ashraf is in, bowls, and that's 4 as Pollock just leans into a full delivery and drives up the ground towards the Cromwell Road. And I thought I was going to be wrong, and it might have been pulled up for 3, but it wasn't. It was in the slot, and a lovely shot from Ed Pollock. And when he plays like that and he keeps his shape, then he looks a very, very good player indeed. And we've seen 2 lovely boundaries from him, but he has a tendency just to get a bit too excited, shall we say, at the crease and loses his shape, and sometimes can be accused of having given his wicket away. As Ashraf is in and bowls, and he pushed at that one outside the off stump. too near it, got away with it, taken by the keeper. First impressions of Mohamed Ashraf, looks the sort of bowler that would be suited to English conditions, doesn't he? He's not express pace, he's a medium pace, a big shoulders, looks as though he hits the deck quite hard, and he looks the sort of bowler that you think could prosper in county cricket, I would say. Comes in again, very straight approach towards us now. Rhino over, bowls, good, hits the deck hard, left alone by Pollock, taken as it climbs through to Ollie Carter.
It's just that extra bit of bounce that we've seen from this end, isn't it?
Yeah, like I said, I would have liked to have seen Josh Tongue bowl from this end for Worcestershire, just to see what sort of bounce the big-shouldered, quicker man would have got from this end, but we only saw him operate from that end, and he just kind of slanted the ball into the right-handers most of the time. Ashraf trying to slant it across the left-handed Pollock here. He's in and bowls, and Pollock pushes up to the bowler on the onside, and he fields. Pollock has a particular penchant for hitting sixes over backward square leg, and seriously, I mean, he does it for fun. Even with fielders there, he'll still do it. And I mean, he won the game at Middlesex playing exactly like that. Hit 10 sixes, I think, in the second innings of the game. But it's also a downfall sometimes on big grounds. Ashraf in bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump. But on smaller grounds, he'll go for it and clear the ropes. Problem he might have here is if he does it here, it's going to be kind of against the slope and against the kind of angle of the bowler. And Ashraf at the moment hasn't drifted into his pads once. But if the ball drifts into Pollock middle and leggish, even if it's on a length, he will lift it over the leg side, or attempt to. Perhaps less likely when the bowling's from that Cromwell Road end, because the right armers are slanting it across him. He waits now as Ashraf is in and bowls, and he just punches this one out square on the offside, and that's the end of the over from Ashraf, a tidy one. And at the end of it, Worcestershire are 14 without loss. Pollock has 8, Libby has 2. You think I'm making it all up about Pollock, but you might well see it. You see, yeah. You saw it happen, Adrian.
I did see it happen. I've never seen it back before, Frank, and he made 77 in 74 balls.
Yeah.
Dropped on 42.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So yeah, it was exciting.
Muffid Hudson Prentice in again, and it's just defended to the offside for no run. And we'll have a change in the commentary box, and Adrian will join me in a minute.
Frank suddenly needed to sprint, didn't he? Oh, that's it. Frank suddenly needed to sprint, didn't he? It's got a bit cloudy actually, a bit gloomy, Ariana. I wouldn't be surprised we're that far away from the lights later on today.
And in comes Finn Hudson Prentice, and it's left alone outside the off stump, through to the keeper, Ollie Carter.
Quite surprised to see Finn Hudson Prentice opening the bowling. I thought that probably they would have gone with Ashraf and Henry Crocombe. Henry Crocombe likes bowling down the hill, so maybe they've decided that they'll have a look at Fahim Ashraf. But it takes a bit of time to adjust to bowling downhill here at Hove, Ariana.
Yes. I know many pace bowlers who don't like bowling down the hill.
Yeah.
As in comes Princeton, it's just defended straight back to the bowler for no run. And then many fast bowlers complain about going up the hill, so it's very difficult.
Yeah, I think here at Hove, because of the slope, and it's one of those grounds where it just can take a bit of time, and often the slope can throw you out of your delivery stride. You see bowlers overstretching and bowling no balls. So it is quite, it just takes a little while. It's right for the Sussex bowlers because you get used to doing it, but for a bowler who hasn't bowled here before, and certainly Fahim Ashraf will be in that situation.
And he flicks it through mid-wicket. There's a chase on here, but it might go for 4. That's well fielded by, I believe, Henry Crocombe.
Yes, it was.
Go for
a combination of Crocombe and Coles. I can't tell you how good it is to see Jack Carson back on the field for Sussex. I just think he brings so much to the side in terms of his bowling ability, but he batted well today. He's aggressive, he's good in the field, and he's been sorely missed by Sussex this season.
It's Finn Hudson-Prentice runs away from us towards the batter, bowls and it's defended to the field on the offside.
But it really has got quite gloomy, hasn't it? In the last half hour or so, the sky has filled in. I was looking at the weather forecast for tomorrow. Without being too much of a prophet of doom, the forecast is suggesting that there's quite a bit of rain around tomorrow, maybe a break in the middle of the day, but it doesn't look great. The rest of the game looks okay. But you can see the lights on the dressing rooms shining, Ariana, and it's only, just turned 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
I know it does look a lot worse in here, a lot gloomier than it is, because we're looking through the tinted glass. I'm aware of that.
That's Hudson-Prentice in, that's defended, and point fields out for no run.
But there's barely a breath of wind. I'm looking at the flags on the clock tower scoreboard. They're absolutely limp to the mast. Anyway, end of Finn Hudson-Prentice, second over, 2 overs, no wicket for 4. And Worcestershire are making a solid start in their reply to the 220 that Sussex made earlier on today. 16 without loss, Pollock on 8, Libby on 4. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Frank Watson and Ariana Dowse, your commentary team here today. You may be watching via the live stream as well, provided by Sussex County Cricket Club, which will show you, if you are watching, that it has got very gloomy. But let's hope that we can rattle through these overs and we won't lose too much play. It's always a problem at this time of the year, hence the 10:30 starts. But here comes Ashraf running in around the wicket. Now, that's interesting, Ariana, because he got halfway down his run-up, and I think that makes the point that it is difficult sometimes just to get your run-up right. And he probably got to the crease and suddenly thought, oh, crumbs, I'm not quite right here. And it does take a bit of getting used to. The slope here at Hove. Let's see what he does this time. He's back to his mark as a light aircraft makes its way across the ground. He mashes in, he bowls, that's wide of the off stump, and he bowls a no ball. And it's not easy. It takes a little bit of time to get used to just the slope on the ground. So it goes to 18 without loss.
Exactly as you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely. You see with a lot of a lot of bowlers, the first time they bowl at this ground, it's not easy to get used to the slope. But I think Ashraf is just struggling slightly. He comes in around the wicket again, bowls. That's a better delivery, and Pollock is up on his toes, steered it down the pitch, and there is no run. The bowler who bowled the best here, who wouldn't have bowled here before this season, was Matthew Potts, when he bowled for Durham, and it was probably the best spell of bowling that Cheteshwar Pujara faced in the county championship this season. And Matthew Potts, who at that stage was relatively unknown outside of Durham and cricket connoisseurs, not too many people had heard of him, but he bowled here and bowled really, really well. He didn't get Pujara out, certainly not in the beginning of the innings anyway, but he did bowl very well. In comes Ashraf, bowls, and Pollock defends out into the offside, and there is no run. I'm not sure who did get Pujara out on that occasion. Let's have a little look. Durham. He got 203. He was Liam Travaskis eventually got him out, but Matthew Potts bowled beautifully. Yeah, I mean, out of a total of 538 that Sussex made, Matthew Potts 33 overs, 10 overs, 2 for 75. That'll give you an idea of how well he bowled. On a good batting deck. Ashraf around the wicket, bowls to Pollock, who's playing very firmly to mid on, and there is no run. You see the fish, and he's restraining himself a bit here. Is Ed Pollock? He batted beautifully down at New Road. I remember I hadn't seen him bat before, and Frank said to me, I couldn't believe he opened the batting. It was the first morning of the match. He was just smashing the ball all around the ground. I thought, well, this is not T20. This is a 4-day game. But he played some lovely shots, and he got Worcestershire off to an absolute flyer in the game.
Well, a very tame start from him then.
Absolutely, yeah. In terms of 16 deliveries for 8 runs, Ashraf is in bowls, and Pollock drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes, way up in the distance. I don't want to overdo how gloomy it's got, but it really it's almost sort of coming very quickly. The cloud drifting in from the west, I think.
Yeah, I think before it was quite wispy clouds that we had, and now
Yeah.
they're starting to look a little bit more
Yes, they
solid.
are. Yeah, they are. As I say, it's slightly exacerbated the bad light by the fact that we're looking through a tinted screen, which always makes it look a little darker than it really is. Ashraf is in, bowls, and Pollock is solidly full to bowl of Goodley, touches that into the offside, and there is no run. Interesting selection for Fahim Ashraf. I was talking a little earlier on, you may have heard John Philby, the Sussex chair, was chatting away before lunch, and no, he's not here just to play 2 or 3 games and then disappear. It's very much a case of Sussex having a look at him, and I guess from Fahim's perspective, having a look at Sussex as well. So we'll have to see how he goes over the next 3 county championship matches. Sussex at Durham next week, then the final game against Glamorgan here a couple of weeks' time. He's in and bowls, and Pollock looks to flick this one on the egg side. That was the shot that Frank was talking about. He didn't quite time it though. Played to mid-wicket. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. Worcestershire are 18 without loss, with Pollock on 8 and Libby is on 4.
This is a good start compared to the Sussex innings start.
It is, yes, absolutely it is. Sussex were at one stage 23 for 5. So you're quite right. Just very quick through the other scores. County Championship today. Northamptonshire 171 for 3 against Surrey at Wantage Road. Somerset 107 for 7 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. Yorkshire 134 all out against Essex. But it's raining at Headingley. Been raining for much of the day. Leicester 97 for 2 against Durham. Middlesex 39 for 1 after bowling out Glamorgan for 214.
There's Hudson Preston's running away from us in the bowls and defended by Libby to mid on for no run. Am I right in saying they've kept their ends that they've been batting at so far?
That's a very good observation.
Not yet faced either of the other bowlers, have they?
That could well be the case. I'm just looking here. Libby's faced 13 deliveries, Pollock 19. Well, certainly the runs haven't been flowing. What are we in the 6th over? But that might be the case.
That's left alone by Libby. It's just bowled in the channel outside off.
So Finn Hudson-Prentice, who sustained a stress fracture to the back literally just before the season started. Massive blow to him, having come back to the county from spending time at Derbyshire. A huge bonus for Sussex that he was back for bowling in the latter stages of the Royal London One Day Cup. And this would have been part of the Sussex plan when he came back last year, that he was started this season as part of this Sussex attack.
And he bowls, and it's defended to the point fielder for no run.
And certainly gives Sussex the option of the all-rounder, which they haven't really had for much of the season. But he batted very nicely for his half-century today. He made 51. It just solves a problem for Sussex if you've got a genuine all-rounder in the side. I'm a little surprised to him opening the bowling, but it could well be the decision is here to bowl both Crocombe and Akrab down the hill.
Defended by Libby for no run there as the on-fielder just picks up nice and slowly.
Well, certainly there doesn't seem to be the movement here this in the opening overs of this Worcestershire reply that the Worcestershire bowlers enjoyed. The ball was zipping around this morning. Batting wasn't easy.
No, it just seems to be the plan to bowl your areas. And quite frankly, be boring bowling.
Well, I'm sure they want to pick up wickets if they can, but it's certainly doesn't quite seem to be the movement off the pitch.
As that's defended back down the wicket and picked up by the bowler, Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Good tight, accurate bowling. I promise I'm not the chair of the Jack Carlson fan club, but I have to say I just like the way that Jack's coming across. He's having a word to Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's chatting away to Tom Haynes. I think he's got a lot to offer this side, Jack Carlson, and he is very, very competitive as well, which nothing wrong with that at all, as long as it doesn't go over the line, but he's a really good competitor.
As that's defended off the back foot for no run, and that's the end of a maiden over.
Yes, indeed, good over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 4-4 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Worcestershire are 18 without loss in reply to the Sussex total of 220 all round, in which Jack Carson top scored with 58. James Cole's making 54 and Finn Hudson-Prentice 51. But a solid reply by the Worcestershire openers in terms of the Worcestershire bowling. Joe Leach, 4 for 37 in so doing, past 400 first-class wickets. So congratulations to Joe Leach. Well, this is interesting. So Brad Curry is going to come into the attack as a replacement for Fahim Ashraf, and I wonder whether that might mean that Ashraf might bowl up the hill, which would be an interesting change. He just seemed to be struggling in that previous over, just getting his line right. But Brad Curry, who has bowled extremely well for Sussex since he's come to the club in mid-July. You saw him make his debut, Ariana, up at Lords, when he took 5 wickets in the Middlesex first innings. Played in the Royal London Cup. He's got a contract now until the end of the season and will be very keen to make an impression in these final 3 matches of the season. He's coming in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground to bowl to the left-handed Ed Pollock. That's down the leg side, clipped away by Pollock down to fine leg, fielded just down in front of us by Henry Crocombe, but Pollock goes through for a comfortable single. He goes to 9 and the total to 19 without loss here on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse, Frank Watson will be back with us just after 4:30. Your commentary team, which brings Jake Libby on strike. And you were saying, Adrian, I'm not sure whether Jake Libby had faced a delivery from the Cromwell Road, and in fact he'd just taken his guard, so maybe he hadn't. So it's the right-handed Libby who's 4 not out. Brad Curry just nattering away at the far end to the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes. 3 slips in place, a backward point.
Just setting up their field.
Yeah. As in comes Curry, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Jake Libby, and there is no run. I was just looking back through my records. Jake Libby made 11 in that match against Sussex earlier on this season. I think it was last season, in a game towards the end of the season, where Jake Libby made a good 100 and saw Worcestershire to victory in a game against Sussex in those final 4 games of the season last year. Yes, here we are. Jake Libby made 125, Worcestershire making 315 for 4 to win that game at New Road last season by 6 wickets. Very fine innings it was too. In comes Curry, bowls to Libby. That's down the leg side, and a good take by Ollie Carter, diving away down the leg side. Wayward delivery by Brad Curry. And there is no run.
Just got a little bit too straight there after being a little bit wide on the offside and just overcorrected there.
Yeah. 3 slips. Tom Alsop at first, Tom Clark at second, Alistair Orr at third. They're very close together in that slip cordon. Curry down the hill, in and bowls, and he just lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Carter. And there is no run. The numbers on the scoreboard, the clock tower scoreboard, are shining quite brightly, which is always an indication that it's getting a little gloomy. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see the floodlights come on, Ariana. Away to the east of the ground, we have got those lighter skies. There's very little wind, but this cloud is just sort of rolling a little more ominously. I'm not sure we're going to get any rain today, but so often at this time of the season, bad light does become an issue, and that might be the case today. As Curry is in again, bowls and again wide of the off stump. And I think what the Worcestershire opening bowlers did very well this morning is they made the batsmen play continually. There were very few poor deliveries and a lot of beating of the bat. At the minute, Sussex bowlers haven't quite got their line and lengths right. I think you can forgive Fahim Ashraf. It's the first time he's played on this ground. And, bowling down the slope is not an easy skill to perfect. But I think Jake Libby and he'd probably be quite happy to let these balls sail past wide of the stumps. Curry again will be mindful of that. He's in and bowls. That's a much better delivery, and he gets an edge. Surprise, surprise from Jake Libby. Goes through the slip cord, and it bounced in front of Tom Alsop at first slip. It wasn't a chance. But I think if you bowl a good line and length here, the pitch will give you a little bit of help. Anyway, end of the over. Libby, did he pick up a single there?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that he did. Yes, he did. Thank you very much. I was too busy watching what was going on in the slip cordon, so thank you for that. Jake Libby goes to 5, and Worcestershire at the end of the over, the end of the 7th over of this reply, are 20 without loss. Pollock on 9, Libby is on 5, and Brad Curry's opening over cost 2 runs. Was that being a little harsh on the bowlers, Ariana? I just feel that Worcestershire made the batsmen play an awful lot this morning.
No, I'd agree. They've not quite got their lines yet, Sussex, as Finn Hudson bowls, and that's pulled aerially through mid-wicket, and I suspect will just be a couple there for Libby as it's thrown in by... Sure who that is.
Yeah, it was Jack Carson chasing back. I just worry with Jack when he chases back and he slides on the ground. I think, just watch your knee, Jack, because he's a... So we haven't seen him this season. Looks a bit out of puff, actually. Chasing the ball down the hill.
But yeah, I'd agree. I think the position definitely bowled more accurately at the stumps and made Sussex play and forced errors, I'd say, as Finn Hudson runs away from us. It's a back foot punch through the covers, racing away, but it will only be another couple for Libby.
Well, certainly there doesn't seem to be the movement here that the Worcestershire bowlers had earlier on, and these two have played very straight. So a good start for Worcestershire. Nice looking shot as well. I'm sorry to be a bore about this light, but I'm always expecting these lights to come any time, Ariana, because it's. I think it's really getting quite gloomy. We will stay on, I'm sure.
That's Finn Hudson runs away from us and flipped off the legs through square for 4 runs.
Well, I think that was a cry from Finn Hudson-Prentice. I think he was just annoyed. It was a poor delivery, wasn't it? I mean, it's a half volley down the leg side and a relatively short leg side boundary, and Jake Libby's far too good a player to miss out on that. The former Nottinghamshire man just clips the ball away through backward square leg, and that was, thank you very much. Lovely shot, but not the delivery that Finn Hudson-Prentice will be very pleased about.
Definitely agree with that. Ball back in hand as Hudson-Prentice runs away from us. And it's defended. Oh, and a quick single is being taken as the fielder was just sat on their heels on the ring.
No, I think you're right, Ariane. I don't think Hudson-Prentice would be very happy about that. James Coles was on his heels in the covers. Shouldn't have been a single there, really. But comfortably taken in the end.
Good awareness from the batsman as well to take that single.
Well, absolutely, it was. And it's just the thing that keeps the scoreboard ticking along, doesn't it? Rotating the striker, you've got a left-hander and a right-hander as well. That never makes it particularly easy for the bowler. And Tom Haynes is just having to spend a bit of time here, just surveying this field. He'll be well aware of Ed Pollock and his ability to get after the bowling. Hudson-Prentice looks to me like he's going to come around the wicket.
Just setting up their field there. 3 slips in play still with the new ball. 7 overs old as Hudson-Prentice is in, and it's pulled across the line to deep fine leg just for 1.
Yeah, I think that was the shot that Frank was talking about. Not executed quite the way. He didn't need to belt the ball in the air there, did Ed Pollock, but it's just that ball that is just erring down the leg. Somebody loves that little pick-up shot.
You can see he's containing himself for this longer format.
Yep.
Spin heads away from us to bowl, and it's defended into the offside, followed by point from a run. That's the end of his over. Bowling 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 14.
Well, this is rather an ominous sign because Ben Gibson, the head groundsman here, who got a good vote of thanks today from Rob Andrew, the Sussex Chief Exec, and the members forum before the day's play, because this ground does look fantastic. I think the outfield is as good as anything in the country, to be honest. But Ben is making his way round with his ground staff, and that suggests to me that maybe there's some rain around. because they're coming down towards the covers. It has got very gloomy in the last half hour here, and the fact that they're here, they're probably having a look at their rain monitors just to see what they do. But you don't very often. Well, we've had very few breaks in playing what's been a glorious summer. But that's a rather ominous sign, but we'll keep an eye on that. It's going to be Brad Curry who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, to bowl to Ed Pollock, who's on 10. Worcestershire 30 without loss. A good start by the visitors. It's going to be Curry, still with those 3 slips in place. Left arm over the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Pollock looks to glide that one down to fine leg. There's a sloppy piece of wicket keeping by Ollie Carter. Allows Worcestershire to go through for a leg bye. And the total goes up by 1 to 31 without loss. The ground staff aren't making any dramatic moves, but I can see Ben has got his mobile phone out, and I'm sure that's checking one of these weather apps to see what rain is around. Maybe there's some showers out in the English Channel somewhere.
Just as he said that, his head raised to the sky to check.
Yeah. It's very unusual. Generally speaking, when Ben and his team wander down to this end of the ground, that's where the covers are kept, just literally down below us. You know that maybe there's something in the offing. As Curry is in, bowls, and Libby lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. I think Worcestershire will be very pleased with their efforts today. I think when you lose the toss and the opposition bat, if you can bowl them out for 220. I know at one stage Sussex were 23 for 5, but I think if Worcestershire feel they could get through to the close today, whenever that might be, without losing a wicket or even 1 or maybe even 2, they'll feel they've had a very good day. Curry back to his mark, 3 slips go down. And he's running down the hill. That's from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Libby just lets that go outside the off stump. Nice shape from Brad Curry through to Ollie Carter. And there is no run. No sign of the floodlights coming on, but the weather is certainly coming in from the west. As we look out here from our commentary box up the ground towards the downs at the far end of the ground, but the weather is making its way up from the southwest, so that's certainly where it's greyest. Away to the east of the ground, actually, there's some quite bright skies, but I rather fear that has gone. So we'll see how things pan out. 31 without loss, whereas Curry is on his way again. Oh, that's a good delivery. Oh, crumbs, that didn't miss the off stump by fact. Now, that's the sort of delivery we were talking about, pitching the ball up, making the batsman play, and Jake Libby beaten all ends up by that delivery. That's the best delivery, probably, that Sussex have bowled in this innings. But that did cut back to the right-hander. It ended up going over the top of the middle stump, taken by Carter. So still a bit in it, a bit in this pitch if he put the ball in the right area. And that's exactly what Brad Curry did on that occasion. Good delivery. Libby patting away at the crease. Waits again as Curry is in. This time it's a shorter delivery, and Libby's right in behind that and plays it down the onside of the pitch, fielded by Brad Curry on his follow through, and there is no run. So Tom Alsop at first, Tom Clark at second, Alistair Orr at third. Looks like Henry Crocombe. That's an unusual position for Henry to be at backward point. No reason why he shouldn't be there, of course. Jack Carson, hands on hips at cover. Fahim Ashraf, the new signing for these 3 games, fielding at mid-off. Tom Haynes, the skipper at mid-on. I like to see a skipper at mid-on or mid-off. James Coles at mid-wicket. And Finn Hudson-Prentice down to our left at fine leg. As Curry is in, bowls, and lovely looking shot by Libby. That's beautifully played through the covers. Ashraf in hot pursuit. Good sliding stop, but not before Jake Libby will come back for a comfortable couple of runs. He goes to 16, and Worcestershire to 33 for loss at the end, without loss at the end of Brad Curry's second over. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 4. I'm still surprised we haven't got the floodlights on, but that's not the case. Ben Gibson still studiously looking at his phone at whatever weather app. I'm sure that's what he's looking. He may not be, of course, but little surprised we haven't got the lights on, but we're still playing, which is good news. 33 without loss, Pollock on 10, Libby on 16. I think Worcestershire Ariana will be very pleased with the start that they've made, considering the fact that they've bowled out Sussex today for 220.
Definitely agreed. Just timing the ball quite nicely here. As Finn Hudson runs away from us into bowl, has left alone outside the off stump for Ed Pollock.
We'll have to ask Frank when he comes back on commentary, and Frank will be with us in 5 minutes or so after his update. You know, it's a very un-Pollock-like innings, but I just wonder, he's obviously, you know, at the top of the order, he gets Worcestershire moving, but I just wonder whether there's an opportunity in these final few games of the season perhaps to show a different side to his game, because you can't go and crash bang wallop every time you play. But he's played very straight and very correctly here so far. Famous last words, of course.
As spins in, and it's worked into the onside there just for the single, which brings Libby back on strike. I must say, they're rotating the strike very nicely today.
No, they absolutely are. I'm just going to, if you just keep chatting away, Ariana, because I know we've got a few issues with our line to the office today, so...
Thing. Yeah, the outfield just seems to be slowing up slightly. A few twos taken rather than boundaries, as it's not quite reached the boundary. As Finn is in and it's defended, fielded by a point from no run. But as the day's gone on, the conditions have changed. It was very much a seamer's morning this morning, with a lot of movement, a little bit of cloud coverage, and then as the day's gone on, the ball has lost its shine, the pitch has just flattened out a little bit, and now the Sussex bowlers are putting in the work to defend 220. All out. As Finn is in, defended and no run scored. Just a small murmur from the crowd. It's not depleted in any way. And, if anything, I'd say it's grown in size.
Can you hear anything in your headphones, Ariana?
I cannot.
You
no.
can't? Okay, right. Okay. No, that's fine.
Maybe tapping the ground once again as Finn Hudson runs away from us from the sea end, bowls, and it's defended again into the offside and fielded for a dot. Spinning good over from Finn Hudson here, just on his spot, drilling that good length, making the batter play.
Yeah, and I think that's what this pitch demands. I think you have to bowl a line and length on this pitch. I think it'll do a little bit if you do, and that's what Worcestershire did to great effect today. Batsman play.
As in goes Finn from the sea end, and it's a bouncer that quite easily clears the batter's head. Given a no ball. I'm sure as helped by the square leg umpire there. And a warning for the over.
So was it?
One for the over.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe a little frustrated there, Finn Hudson Prentice. Actually, there are some lighter skies away to our left. Now I can see we have got a bank of darker cloud, but some lighter skies drifting in as well. So we do get through these remaining overs in the day. 26 remaining after this one.
As it's left alone there by Libby to finish the over with a dot ball.
36 without loss. Worcestershire, Pollock on 11, Libby on 16. Frank's doing his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. Be back with us shortly. I'm going to do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as well. In a couple of moments' time. Apologies, we've had one or two little technical difficulties throughout the day liaising with the studio, so I hope it hasn't interrupted your coverage of the cricket today. Brad Curry is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. If anything, I think the light has improved a little bit in the last 5 minutes or so. I can see Jack Carson warming up, so I wonder if we're going to see a bit of off-spin from Jack. Either way, for the time being, it's going to be Brad Curry who's going to bowl from down the slope. For those of you who don't know Hove, it's quite an appreciable slope from the Cromwell Road end down to the sea end. He's in and bowls, and Pollock is forward to ball a good length, based into the offside. And there is no run, filled in the covers by James Coles.
Nice loud cheer there. I'm pretty sure that was from the crowd.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was.
Sussex supporters showing their support, I guess.
Yeah.
put it simply.
36 without loss. Good start by Worcestershire. Curry. Down the hill bowls, and Pollock short, and he's rather lucky to get away with that. Brad Curry, it was short. He looked at the bottom of his boots. I don't know if he slipped slightly. Aaron, you carry on. I've got to do this update.
Yes, I feel like Pollock might have felt like he just missed out there. He punched it very hard into the covers, but straight to the fielder, unfortunately, because either side I feel like would have been 4 runs. But dot ball instead, and Curry has the ball at the top of his run up from the Conrail Road end as he makes his way towards us. And it's down the leg side, and a rolling dive from Ollie Carter means it's a dot. Just not quite found his area to the lefty today. Curry just trying to straighten up too much there, I feel, after giving him a slightly shorter, wider one to punch through the covers there. But back to the top of his run up, and in he comes. Curry bowls, and it's defended back straight and fielded by mid on. Another airplane going past overhead, as you can hear. There's been a few of those, but not seen by us in the commentary box, unfortunately. We'll look up and shine the ball there at the top of his run up. Been doing too much with the ball swinging, unfortunately for Sussex, as it did for Worcestershire. But he's in, Curry bowls, and it's works into the offside. A quick single taken, and safe. 1 run added to Pollock's score. He now moves to 12. Libya's on 16, and the total is 37 for none. Left in the over. Still 3 slips in place. Rather positive thinking from Sussex here. Few talks. I feel like as a keeper when in a longer format, it's always nice to have a few people in slips to talk with, keep your mind occupied. A little bit of banter, I'm sure, will be shared in those slips. No, it does prevent diving.
I'm not sure it's the best line. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Curry is running in. Down the leg side. Dot ball to finish the over.
Earlier today, Sussex winning the toss. Bowled out for 220.
That's the end of Curry's third over. He's 0 for 5, 0 maidens bowled.
58 half centuries as well for James Coles.
We're actually looking rather comfortable at this point, building a nice partnership.
Without loss in reply. Meanwhile, at Wantage Road, not a great day for Surrey.
Even though the clouds have come, as Adrian was commentating on.
Are 195 for 3.
Switching ends into bowl for the end, where
We have a change of bowling at the C end. We have Fahim Ashraf coming on to bowl.
Yes.
Switch of end.
Yeah, I think he's changed ends, hasn't he, from where he was before. So I think we're going to have a change in the commentary box. Frank's going to come in for Ariana. And this is the first time that Fahim Ashraf has bowled from the C end of ground. Thank you, Ariana, for now. She'll be back with us just after 5 o'clock. But it's going to be Ashraf to bowl up the hill. Interesting, actually, Frank, because I was saying when I was talking to Ariana earlier, it's often quite difficult for a new bowler to get the gist of bowling down the hill here at Hove. And I think it's no surprise that after 3 overs have been switched to the C end. He comes in and bowls, that's a wide half volley, drilled away through the offside, but the first over is wide of the offside, but it's belted away for 4 by Ed Pollock, who goes to 16. Lovely shot. Worcestershire to 41 without loss. It's a strange ground when you haven't played on it before. It does take a bit of getting used to. And
they say the same. They say the same about Lords, don't they? That that with the slope at Lords is quite significant, and if you're new to it, it can take a while. And as you quite rightly say, Ashraf won't know yet which end he prefers to bowl at here at Hove. I'm just going to come back about something you said about Ed Pollock a few minutes ago. I'll come after this ball.
Ashraf in bowls and wide again, hammered away by Pollock, but fielded at backward point by... Who's that out there under the...
Hudson.
It is Hudson Prentice. Good spot. Yes, Hudson Prentice. I was saying...
You were saying that could they have sort of changed him? And I did refer to his half-century last week against Glamorgan, which came off 113 balls, which doesn't sound slow, but by Pollock standards, that is quite a watchful innings. So I think a lot of people are hoping that he has turned the corner in terms of reining himself in a little bit.
Ashraf again bowls wide of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run.
There is undoubtedly a player of huge potential. As I've said, he scored a couple of hundreds in red ball cricket this year, and they've made a huge impact on the game because he scores them quite quickly. And he's averaged 32, and he's got over 550 runs. So that's not bad for somebody who's got not a great deal of red ball experience. But if he could just be more consistent, I think it would be of great significance.
Ashraf in bowls, and Pollock plays very straight to short extra cover, fielded by Alior. There is no run. It's terrific to have someone who can go in and crack the ball all around the ground. But opening bats in this country is not easy, and you'd think that you're probably more likely to. This is perhaps a little harsh. Perhaps likely to fail more often than to succeed. I think that's probably true.
You mean because you play most of your red ball cricket in April and September?
Yeah, absolutely. Ashraf runs away from us around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Pollock, who's forward very solidly, plays the ball into the ground. It bounces up obligingly into the hands of Alior, a short extra cover.
The irony really is that Worcestershire signed Pollock back from Warwickshire, and the idea was, we all know what a good white ball player he is, but we're going to give him a chance in red ball. And in fact, his performances have been more effective in red ball than they have in white ball. I think a similar situation might be what has persuaded Adam Hose to make the move for next season, that he's going to get a chance in red ball, which he doesn't get at Edgbaston.
Ashraf in bowls to Pollock, who plays stylishly into the offside, fielded by Alior, who slips when he feels the ball. It's the end of the over. We just conceded the 4 runs there, did Fahim Ashraf. It is the end of the over. Worcestershire 41 without loss. Both bats are on 16, Pollock and Libby. And if it stays like this and Worcestershire get to the close without losing a wicket, there's another 24 overs to go. They'll be
very happy with that.
They'll feel they've had a terrific day.
Yeah, it's quite gloomy, as you say. Difficult to work it out with this sort of tinted glass that we're behind, but it does allow us to move freely in our commentary box without disturbing the batsman. If this glass weren't tinted, we'd have to sit like absolute statues, wouldn't we? Because we are right.
Yeah.
If you imagine the batsman's eye line, we are right where the bowler's hand would be coming over the top. There's a complaint about the ball, and guess what? They're going to change it. So this so-called second batch of Duke's balls not really proving to be that much better than the ones that we had first time around, and I always think this offers an opportunity for a bowling team that isn't going well. But if they're going well, they wouldn't change it, of course. No. So they've gone to the umpire, it's not gone through the rings, a new box is coming out, and they're going to change it. And I always think it offers an opportunity because you just wonder whether the new ball, or the one they pick, which will obviously look right, it'll look as though it's been used for about, what have we had, 10 overs or so.
Yeah.
But it might be a bit harder, mightn't it? It might have a slightly prouder seam. It might just offer the fielding team a bit more help than the one that they've been using so far, and that's obviously why they do it.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them.
No, this might be me being a bit old and grumpy, and I don't mean to be old and grumpy, but I really don't understand this situation where the umpire gets to go off the field, the box of balls is brought out, there's now quite a lot of fiddling around, there's a delay in play. Why can't we got the problem with these Duke's balls? I just wonder whether the umpires couldn't have a box of balls standing with them at square leg. So if the ball goes out out of shape. We don't have to have this the umpire going off, selecting a ball, then he comes back on. Now we've got a break in play. There's drinks, etc., being brought out. I just think in county cricket the game needs to keep on moving.
Maybe they could have a couple of balls, one each in their pockets.
Well, maybe, Frank. I just think you get these inordinate delays.
It's
the umpire wanders off. They sort of walks off the field.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's Adrian's.
We've lost a few minutes.
I just think it just slows everything down. And if this happens 2 or 3 times a day,
I think if it happens once, it's not too bad, is it? But we're at the seaside, Adrian. We're just chilling out. We don't want to rush everything, do we? Let's have a little break. Who cares?
Oh well, perhaps. What you're trying to say, Frank, is I'm old and grumpy. So we go with that. We'll go with that.
That's not what I'm trying to say at all.
We had a nice email in from Gary Knight, which I'll read at the end of the over.
Brad Curry to continue. He's coming in from the Cromwell Road and round the wicket to Libby, half volley. Libby drives, but doesn't quite time it. Slightly slower, I think. He didn't quite get onto it and hit it stylishly and nicely, but he didn't really time it, and he didn't manage to beat the fielder at mid-off. And that man, who was it?
Jack Carson.
Jack Carson.
Yeah, he can't keep out the action,
Yeah, Carson, tall, slim sun hat.
Yeah.
And the slightly bigger Coles, slightly broader Coles sun hat at mid-wicket. I'll get it right in a minute. He's in again round the wicket bowls. This one angled in by Curry to the right-handed Libby and squeezed up to mid-on off a thickish inside edge.
I think he's look more likely than anybody to get a wicket, Brad Curry. Actually, he's got his line and length right, and he's making Libby and Pollock play.
Well, I'd get Crocombe on because I reckon he's the one that's caused Worcestershire as many problems as anybody in the last 2 or 3 games I've seen between these two sides.
Yeah, I was a little surprised he didn't open the bowling.
Yeah, bowled well at New Road earlier this year. Anyway, here's Curry round the wicket, bowls, and Libby works this into the mid-wicket area and there's no run. There was a time, and I can remember probably, I suppose I'm going back a long way, but you almost never saw a seamer bowl round the wicket, a left-arm seamer. Almost never. I can remember one in the league that I used to play in when I was a young man, and it was almost unheard of. And now, quite common. We saw Gibbon do it quite a lot. We've seen Curry do it fairly early in his spell, and Worcestershire have had various bowlers in recent years who've gone round the wicket in an attempt to stop the right-hander from freeing his arms. It's become quite a good tactic in white ball cricket as well. Libby does free his arms to this one as he drives it into the covers, but doesn't get a run.
I can't see the over 8 up on the scoreboard, but my suspicion is it's not very fast because it's 4:45 and we've still got 20. I mean,
23 after this.
When we should, I know we were talking about time. When what it doesn't really matter what time we finish, but
we should finish by 6 though. When you start at 10:30,
well, we should do really, and we might struggle,
Yeah, I think you're right.
But Sussex over 8 has been an issue, and they've been deducted points this season for slow over 8s as well.
Yeah, Wayne Parnell's another left-arm seamer that made good use of going around the wicket, and this one again from Curry is angled in and he gets excited. He thinks he's beaten Libby's forward push, but he just gets a thickish inside edge on it, and it runs out to Coles at mid-wicket. 41 without loss. They've become quite becalmed, these two. Pollock 16 off 35, Libby 16 off 44. So very, very watchful, but crucial, because as you say, if they can get to the end of the day and they're only 1 or 2 down, it will have been a good day. Libby waits and drives again on the offside, but again straight to the athletic Ali Orr at short mid-wicket, and there's no run end of a maiden. And we're going through one of those periods again, those little lulls where one team has got to make something happen.
I don't know whether Tom Haynes was listening to me, but I noticed at the end of that over, the Sussex players were sort of running around to their fielding positions. So maybe they are mindful.
I know whether he was listening to you or not. The answer is no, he wasn't.
But there have been, and it's something. But now there's a delay because there's a bit of nattering going on, and Fahim Ashraf was waiting for the ball, and Finn Hudson-Prentice.
So any gain is immediately lost.
Yeah. And you know, 15 seconds, it makes a difference. Anyway, it's going to be Ashraf who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground, running up the hill. I'll read Gary Knight's email in a couple of moments' time. He's in around the wicket bowls, and Pollock just plays that easily onto the onside, picks up a single to Tom Haynes at mid-on. He'd go to his left to field the ball. One more to Pollock. He goes to 17, 42 without loss. Gary says, unfortunately, I won't be able to come down to Hove over the course of this game. I'll try to watch the live stream as much as I can. It's been an interesting first day, to say the least. Very encouraging to see the recovery led by two of our promising younger players. Like yourself, I'm a big fan of Jack Carson. I believe he's a lot to offer with bat and ball, so it's great to see him back. Yes, first match of the season. I thought your chat with John Philby early was interesting, particularly regarding the overseas for next season. I'm sure all supporters will be praying for Bijar's return, as long as his commitments to India allow. And I think that's the crucial point, really, Gary. In comes Ashraf again, bowls, and forward comes Libby, plays it down the track. Ashraf fields of his own bowling, and there is no run.
It's the overseas conundrum for all counties is quite a tricky one, isn't it? And the system as it is, which allows you to bring somebody in for just one game or 2 or 3 games, I think I can see why it works short term sometimes. But Worcestershire now have got Azhar Ali in, and they've got him in again for next year, and they're very pleased. I think we're all quite pleased that we know who we're getting, and we know he'll be there for most of the time, and we know what sort of a guy he is.
Ashraf in bowls, and Libby comes up better delivery, pitching around middle and off.
And I think the answer to that, what sort of a guy he is very much like Teshishwar Pujara. You know what you're getting, you can rely on him, good influence around everybody else, really supportive generally. And it's a bit of a throwback to the days when, Gloucestershire had Courtney Walsh every year, or Derbyshire had Michael Holding for so many years, and players came over and gave more than just their performances. They became part of the club, and it's almost forgotten, that sort of overseas player.
Ashraf in bowls, let go outside the off stump. Gary finishes by saying, with regard to other possibilities, I would have thought a pace bowler or bowling all-rounder would make sense. Ari Cavalas has certainly staked a claim, but clearly they will look at all options, including Ashraf. For a bit of fun, I'm trying to pick a team for the first game next April, which I might send you later. Yes, thank you for that. Disappointed to hear about Ari.
While you're on, can he just tell us what sort of cricket it's going to be as well, possibly? He's obviously got all the knowledge.
Yeah, he's a good contributor, is Gary, throughout the season.
What's the format going to be, Gary?
Comes Ashraf over the wicket, bowls, and nice looking shot by Jake Libby. That's going to be 4 runs. Too much width, up on his toes, and he punched the ball through point for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot. He goes to 20. And Worcestershire to 46 for without loss. I don't know if you heard, Gary, but Ari Cavalas has had some knee surgery, which means he will miss the rest of the season. And I think John was saying, I think his words were, there'll be a long period of rehabilitation. And Sussex, he's only got a contract here until the end of the season, but Sussex are looking after him, which is great news. He bowled so well in the Royal London One Day Cup. So we wish Ari all the very best in his recovery. We understand he's on crutches at the moment, so we hope that he recovers, and he may well figure as part of Sussex's plans. Now, Tom Haynes is going to change the field. He's going to move his third man up to backward point, and that's a bit more protection through that point area. The fielder who was at backward point is a more orthodox point. Finn Hudson-Prentice, as Ashraf runs away from us. He's in and bowls. Oh, that goes a little low, but well played by Libby. Back to Ashraf, and there is no run. How would you describe his pace? He's not express quick, is he?
Medium pace.
I would say
much more than that.
I would say he's not much more than medium pace either. I would say he's certainly. Hudson-Prentice is a little quicker.
Yeah. Medium pace.
Crocombe's quicker, so he's medium
proper
pace.
Medium pace. Is sort of, as I said earlier when I was on with Haryana, that I think he looks like the sort of bowler that could prosper in English conditions once he gets used to them, and works out exactly what sort of length to bowl, etc. He's not out and out quick like we've often seen from Pakistani pacemen. He looks as though he's relying more on his ability to do a bit with it than to just beat people for pace. But early days for him. Just paid the price for a bit of width, didn't he, with that one to Libby, who's very strong off the back foot, square on the offside. Here's Curry continuing to Pollock. And that one outside the off stump, kind of slingy sort of action with that one, Curry. Just left armour to left-hander over the wicket, doesn't make him play, and it's taken by the keeper.
I think that's the key at the moment, and you've hit the nail on the head there, Frank. I think didn't have to play. I think if anything, Sussex be just a little disappointed. I think there's still a bit in this pitch, you know. It's not as lively as it was first thing this morning.
You would imagine with the ball still being fairly new and hard that it ought to offer the best opportunity to the bowlers that they're going to get in this innings. Curry is in again, and Pollock turns this on the leg side. He takes one. They thought about two, but Ali all quickly off the boundary. Don't think they'd have even got halfway.
No.
If they'd have gone for that second. And Pollock ticks quietly along to 18. He's faced 38 balls, and Libby is 20, having faced 50 balls. The most important stat from a Worcestershire point of view is the 0 in the wickets column. 47 without loss. And Jake Libby on strike. 2 slips, the only close fielders. Curry left arm round the wicket from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, and Libby mistimes an attempted drive. Ball just trickles up to the captain, Tom Haynes, at mid-on. We've had a decent crowd in all day, I think.
Yes, we have.
It's a difficult ground to kind of calculate the crowd, because there's lots of little nooks and crannies where they can hide away, and also quite a lot of them are sitting at the end that we're at, so they're not exactly in our sight, but quite a few in the deck chairs at the far end, and in the stands away on the left-hand side, just alongside the pavilion. Curry comes in again to Libby and bowls, and Libby is pushing this one up to mid-off, and there's no run, and the weather's probably the worst it's been all day. It's almost completely clouded over now, a little tiny bit of blue sky away to the east, but generally speaking it's been a nice day. And the sun, certainly for about 2 or 3 hours in most for the sort of mid part of the day, it was glorious weather, wasn't it?
It was, and actually behind this bank of grey cloud there's some lighter skies, and the light has certainly got no worse in the last 20 minutes or so.
No, ground staff still hovering, looking at their phones. Curry in again, bowls, Fuller. Libby just works it up to mid-on, and again there is no run. 47 without loss. So what have we got? I calculated a 6 o'clock finish. I'm not going to be right with that unless we get the spinners on, because we've got 21 overs left after this, and it's 5 minutes to 5. So quarter past 6.
Yeah, I mean the overage is showing us nothing at the minute, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sussex were a bit behind here already. I know we had
Worcestershire only used seamers as well.
Yes, they did. 1 over a spin.
Curry bowls, and this one is turned on the leg side by Libby, and he'll fancy 2 as Ashraf comes round to field, and he gets back quite comfortably. 4-2 to keep the scoreboard just ticking over nicely. The end of the over, Libby moves on to 22, and the total to 49 without loss. This all in reply, remember, earlier today Sussex making 220 all out, 50s from Hudson Prentice, Coles and Carson, none of them managing to go on any further than 50s. Hudson Prentice 51, Coles 54 and Carson 58. 4 wickets for Joe Leach, including his 400th in first class cricket, and Worcestershire replying so far in steady fashion.
Well, they certainly are, Frank. Tom Haynes coming down, having a chat now to Fahim Ashraf, who's bowling from the C end of the ground. Jack Carlson is warming up at mid-on, the off spinner. It's going to be Ashraf for the time being, who's going to carry on bowling to the left-handed Pollock, who's 18 not out. Comes Ashraf, bowls. That was a quick delivery. He's bent his back there. That's the quickest ball he's bowled, I reckon. But Pollock having plenty of time, just ducking underneath it, the ball sailing through to keeper Carter, and there is no run. 2 slips, third man. Point, cover, mid-off. Henry Croker is also warming up down at third man. We haven't seen anything of Henry yet, so maybe that's going to be a change as well. On the onside, there's 2 men set back on the leg side, which is slightly curious.
No, that's where he hits it.
While they're waiting, let's see if he hits it, if he takes the bait. Ashraf in bowls, shorter delivery, but he's right in behind that Pollock, and he just plays it into the offside, and there is no run.
I mean, he has been caught at deep backward square several times, and when I say several, I'm talking more than once or twice this season. And that is the bigger side of the ground now. If it was this end, as I was saying earlier, he might well have continued to take them on. Whether he can resist or not, if Ashraf drifts into his pads, we'll have to wait and see. But those two are back there because the analysts have done their work.
Ashraf once again running away from us in bowls, and Pollock fought a ball of good length, eases that to backward point footed by Hudson Prentice, who throws the ball vigorously to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. 28 years of age is Fahim Ashraf. Wandering back to his mark just down in front of us. Pollock waits, two slips clap their hands. 49 without loss, Worcestershire. Excellent start in bowls. That short pulled away by Pollock, and there's going to be more runs. It might well go all the way for 4. It's running down the hill. Carson is in hot pursuit. He's chasing all... Well, he never gives up, Jack Carson. It's a very good bit of fielding and a very good throw as well. They've missed this young man because he's... You know, he chases everything down, he hurls the ball in. I just like him as a cricketer. 50 up to Worcester, 52 without loss. Pollock to 21, Libby on 22. But a very, very good start. From the visitors. Ashraf shines the ball on his trousers. And runs away from us. Ball to Jake Libby, he's in on bowls, and Libby, that one kept a little low and he just gets right behind it, plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. Frank's going to go and do his update, then Frank will be back and he'll be on air with Ariana for the next half hour or so. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, Frank Watson, Ariana Dowse. Your commentary team here this week. As Frank was saying earlier, 14 test matches for Pakistan. Fahim Ashraf, 24 wickets. Away from us in bowls, and Libby's right in behind this, plays it to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes. There is no run, end of the over. Ashraf 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 22. Worcestershire 52 without loss. Last time we were on Ariana, we were talking about the light, which I don't think has got a whole pile worse. So I can see the umpires are now looking towards the dressing room area. I'm not sure whether on their radios or whatever, suggesting that maybe light may be becoming an issue. We shall see, but what we are going to see is a change of bowling, and we're going to see Brad Curry out of the attack and Henry Crocombe coming in for his first bowl of the match.
Would you expect it to see Henry Crocombe bowl a bit earlier in the season?
Yes, I would have expected him. I mean, they clearly want to have a good look at Ashraf, but Henry Crocombe is quicker than Ashraf, no question about that. He gets good bounce, likes to bowl down the hill. So yeah, I'm a little surprised he hasn't bowled so far, and so was Frank when he was on commentary as well.
Well, he's into the attack now and just setting up the field for Ed Pollock, who is facing. Who's batted very contained from the way you guys set him up to be a very expensive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Player.
Yeah.
That's a very good sign for Worcestershire as they're 52 for naught, quite comfortably in, I'd say, the two batsmen. Just a few bowl throughs to mid-off, just to loosen up there. Henry Crocombe was into bowl. Driven to the covers and well fielded in the end for no run.
Yeah, it's getting lighter, Ariana, isn't it? You can see that bank of sort of cloud is sort of breaking up as it comes towards the ground, so, and it is definitely getting lighter. So I'm reasonably optimistic we're going to get through the overs. Having said that, we've got another 19 to go. I mean, it's crazy. It's 6 o'clock, and really, you should be getting through the overs quicker than this. Anyway, lots more cricket to enjoy.
as Crocombe comes into bowl, and it's defended and fielded off his own bowling for no run.
If you missed it earlier on today, England winning the Test series by 9 wickets. Well, winning the series 2-1 and the match today by 9 wickets. I understand Ollie Robinson named player of the series for England, which is great news for Sussex, great news for Ollie.
As Crocombe comes in from the Conrannock Road end, and it's punched off the back foot and fielded by mid-off eventually for no run. It's a good start to Crocombe's over. 3 dots on the trot. Just that little bit extra pace, as you said.
Yeah, certainly the quickest Sussex bowler, I would say. Here come the lights. Just as the light seems to be improving, that's a bit odd.
As Crocombe bowls, a wide delivery, but
that wasn't very good.
Straight through to keeper for a dot. The lights are slowly warming up there.
Yeah, it takes a little while, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Worcestershire will fill here with 19 overs left. If they were to score at 3 and over, which they're roughly doing now, they could be around about 100 or so by close of play if we get these overs in. And in a very strong position in the match.
So Crocombe comes into bowl, and again is left outside the off stump for Ed Pollock.
He's not having to play, was he?
No, not looking very threatening there, unfortunately.
I can see Jack Carson warming up, the off spinner. So I wonder whether he's going to come onto bowl from this end of the ground.
We only had 1 over of spin early, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons perhaps why the over rate has been a little slow today. And we had a lot of wickets falling as well.
That doesn't help as Crocombe comes in, and it's worked down to
Better
third
delivery.
man
Sorry, Emery.
for
Yeah.
the single. It's all good.
Yeah, better delivery from Henry Crocombe, end of his opening over. And indeed, it is going to be Carson time. So let's see what Jack Carson can do with the ball. Top score with the bat, making 58 in the Sussex total of 220. He's going to come onto bowl from the C end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Ed Pollock. And this might be interesting because I'm sure that these two have never faced each other. Carson will know all about Pollock. I don't know whether Pollock will know all about Jack Carson. We shall see. A really good round of applause, and certainly the Sussex supporters will be really pleased to see Jack Carson back in the fold. The Northern Irishman, who's made such an impression in his first 2 seasons in Sussex colours. But he's had this knee injury and then slipped over on some stairs, I understand, and badly damaged some ankle ligaments. So he's had a pretty wretched time of it as Jack. But he's going to be bowling. And we've got an adjustment. I've got some pads bought out. A little surprised that maybe perhaps it's just me. Perhaps I shouldn't get so concerned about slow over rates. But again, it's just holding up play. I'd have thought you'd got the pads out a lot quicker. Someone on the boundary edge rushing out with those pads if they can have a short leg in place. But it's just taken 2 or 3 minutes, and it's certainly not going to help the Sussex over rate. And as I say, they've been deducted points. They were deducted points against Middlesex. Lords are deducted points at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire as well.
The lights just coming on a little bit brighter.
Yes, they are. They are. Yeah.
Looked up and got blinded.
Yeah, and there's brighter skies coming in as well. So, famous last words, I think we're going to be okay. Anyway, in comes Carson, round the wicket, coming into bowl to Ed Pollock. He's in and bowls, and Pollock is forward, plays the ball to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So, Jack Carson bowls his first ball of the season on the 12th of September. He just waits at the end of his run, 21-year-old. In again, bowl, and that's a full toss. And looking to clip that one away on the leg side. Sorry, Pollock looking to clip that one on the leg side. Rather toe-ended the ball straight back down the wicket. And there is no run. 22 or 50 deliveries, Ed Pollock. Carson in again, bowls, and forward comes Pollock. Very cautiously, very circumspectly. Plays the ball to Coles, who feels at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Come on, Cars is the cry from one of the Sussex fielders. Carson in again, bowled. That's a full toss, and that's going to be dispatched down towards the fine leg boundary, almost certainly for 4 runs. That was a loose delivery by Jack Carson, and just helped on its way by Ed Pollock. No need for any flamboyance there. He just helped the ball on its way down to fine leg and picks up a boundary. He goes to 26, and the good Worcestershire reply continues. 57 without loss in reply to the Sussex total of 220 all out. Joe Leach, 4 for 37, wonderful spell of bowling. During that spell, he passed 400 first-class wickets, so many congratulations to him. Carson in bowls, forward comes Pollock, plays down the track, and there is no run. One more ball to go in this over, then we'll then hand over the microphone to Frank Watson. Frank and Ariana will see you through the next half hour. Carson again. Bowls, forward comes Pollock, plays to mid-wicket, there is no run. End of the over. Worcestershire are 57 without loss. Pollock 26, Libby on 22. And I'm going to leave you with Ariana and with Frank Watson.
Let's talk about the over rate, but nothing on the scoreboard yet about being behind. But Sussex will be looking not to get that up on the scoreboard, so just getting through their overs. The introduction of a spinner, second over of the day of spin completed, and hopefully that will get through the overs a little bit quicker now with the shorter run up. We have Henry Crocombe on for his second over from the Conwell Road end, and we're just setting up the field for Jake Libby. 2 slips in play, and here comes Henry Crocombe into bowl. Just worked into the onside for a single.
And the lights beginning to take effect now, aren't they? You can tell. I often think when floodlights come on that it needs to just go a little bit darker than for you to really notice them, if that makes sense. And at first they didn't really make much difference, but they have brightened things up now.
As Crocombe comes in, and it's punched off the back foot, 2 mid on for no run. Yeah, I think it's just still a little bit light for the lights to be on. But,
do you? Yeah.
Nice and bright.
It was a bit gloomy. It's difficult, as we constantly said, we're behind this tinted glass here, which has the benefit of meaning that we can move around freely without disturbing the batsman, because we're right behind the bowler's arm. But it does make it look a bit darker than it really is.
That's flicked off the hips to the square leg fielder for 1. A little bit short from Henry Crocombe there, but just a single given.
Pollock 27 off 56, very steady for him. Libby 23 off 57, and good to see from Ed Pollock, reining in his natural instincts.
So that's defended into the leg side just for the run, quite easy for Libby to rotate the strike now.
They haven't batted together that much, these two. Obviously, mostly this season, Libby having partnered Daryl Mitchell for the previous 2 seasons at the top of the order. So they're just still learning each other's games, but today I think they've run well. Picked up quite a few little singles like that without too much trouble.
As Crocombe's in, it's defended solidly through the covers for no run. Still 2 slips in play. A few fielders on the one on the offside here for Pollock, but still 2 out there on the leg side, deep square and the long leg. Ready for that famous shot I'm waiting to see.
But he hasn't played.
No, yeah. I'm still waiting
but
for it.
They've put those men there for a reason, that's for sure.
Definitely. So it's punched through the covers off the back foot, racing away for 4 there. Lovely shot by Pollock. That'll be 4 more to his name.
End of the over. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Total goes up to 64, Pollock 31, maybe 24. If you set a kind of trap, call it trap like that, 2 men back on the leg side for the catch, but you don't really want to deliberately bowl a ball into his pads, which allows him to play that shot. And maybe consequently that was a bit of an overcorrection with Crocombe there, and he's got driven through the offside. You've kind of got to go with it. If you set the trap, you've got to be prepared to get hit for 6 a couple of times. in order to pick up the wicket. That would be my thinking anyway. Carson is going to bowl from the C end. Quite a severe haircut he's had, isn't it? Carson.
How would you describe
the
his
modern?
haircut?
Well, it's not quite a Mohican, but it almost is, isn't it? He's shaved completely on the sides and quite lengthy on the top. Yeah, well, not quite Mohican, but anyway.
Verging that way.
Yeah. I think Henry Brooks of Warwickshire, I saw him in the 100 and he had something similar. Anyway, here he is, Carson bowls. Nicely flighted delivery. Pushed away on the onside by Libby. One of the best young off-spinners around, I think, Carson, genuinely. Gives the ball a rip. Nice height, gets a big bit of dip on it. Good shape. Tall figure. Bowled really well at Worcester last year. He's in again now and bowls. And yeah, just a hint of turn, I think. Hard to see with all the bodies in the way. We're almost, well, our line really when Carson is bowling is between the umpire and the non-striker, isn't it?
Yeah.
So hard to speak with authority out there. That one's really nicely floated up, but slightly over pitched as well, and Libby drives it. Because it was so full, he was able to get right to the pitch and negate any spin at all and drive it through against the spin through extra cover. Didn't really whack it, just steered it, made sure he got it wide of the fielder at extra cover, and he picked up 2. Carson again bowls, and this time it is a bit fuller and a bit wider, and he can get his hands through it a little bit more. It's the same shot, but he just lets his hands go a little bit more, and the extra impetus that gave the shot means that this time he gets 3 and not 2, not 4, because there was a good bit of athletic fielding by Ali Orr, diving and flicking the ball back inside the rope at extra cover, and then Ashraf, who'd run after the ball, completing the fielding. But 3 more to Libby, 29 now to him, and Worcestershire 69 without loss, as Carson comes round the wicket to the left-handed Pollock, who pushes out the offside. Pollock generally, I would say, more comfortable against seam than spin, but reining in his natural instincts at the moment as he pushes forward to this one, and it's fielded at short leg, and that's the end of the over from Carson. Worcestershire ticking along nicely. 16 overs left in the day, replying to Sussex's 220 and 69 for no wicket.
Just slowly accumulating the runs here without much struggle, I'd say.
Well, minimum risk, I suppose, is what their policy is out there, and they'll keep reminding themselves of that. Minimum risk, put the bad ball away when it comes along, keep rotating the strike, left hand, right hand combination, and keep going, keep going, keep going. 16 overs left in the day. We want to be here at the end. That's what these two will be saying.
Square leg's just been brought in off the boundary into sort of mid-wicket kind of area. Maybe tapping his bat as Crocombe comes into bowl. And it's defended into the covers for no run. It's a little rushed, that shot almost.
Yeah, I think I just got the impression that it crept on him a bit, that one. And he kind of jammed his bat down on it. Maybe just kept it a little bit low. Crocombe's a big guy. You expect him to get a bit of bounce, and he normally does, but that one more like shin height, really.
As he bowls, and it's a play and a miss. For probably the first time in 10, maybe 15 overs, I'd say.
Yeah, first time for a while.
Yeah. But good areas, enticing the batter into playing a shot.
Yeah, I've already said my impression of Crocombe. I'm surprised he's come on as late as he has, but he's made a decent start, I think.
So he comes in from the Conrad Road end.
But you don't bowl there to Libby. That's his strength.
Punch through the covers off the back foot for 4 runs.
Just square the wicket on the off. So you give Libby a bit of room and a bit of length like that outside off stump. He's not a big man. He just gets up on his toes and he just steers it and makes sure it goes through the gap. And it's quick down there, isn't it? Running away.
The one thing I liked about that was still with a straight bat as well.
Yeah.
Very proper technique.
Yeah, proper shot.
Yeah.
Proper shot. I think that's something that we've lost a little bit with the white ball, isn't it? Is the actual the shape, the correct technical shape of straight bat shots that we often appreciate so much.
Comes in and digs that one out slightly as it goes and fielded at mid-off.
In white ball, batsmen always deliberately lose that shape to try and get the ball into unusual places, don't they? So a shot like that Libby played, somebody might have been giving themselves room and trying to uppercut it and get it all the way for 6. But there's still something to the aesthete anyway that's beautiful about a shot played like that, or an on drive where the batsman keeps his head up, or a straight drive with the high left elbow.
And that's worked into the leg side for no runners. It's fielded by Ali Orr.
And we've seen a few today, haven't we? No, there's been a few. Not been a batsman's day, you would say, generally, but there were a few very nicely played shots in the Sussex innings, particularly by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who went through a little golden spell in the middle of his innings where he found the boundary about 6 times in about 10 deliveries.
As Crocombe's in, and it's worked into the leg side, looking for a couple here, and they'll get it quite easily as the fielder slides almost past the ball there. And that's the end of Henry Crocombe's over.
Yeah, nice accumulation from Libby in that over. Minimum risk, as we said, picks up 6 runs from the over, 4 by punching away the one really loose delivery in the over, the short wide one, and then 2 at the end with that little work through mid-wicket, accumulator's shot, the sort of the maker's shot, just working it. Not a bad ball, not an easy opportunity, but just a professional piece of batting from Libby. He's not a showman, Libby. He's an artisan. He's a worker, and he's a very, very reliable member of this Worcestershire side. The vice captain. Just break off as Carson starts a new over, pushed out by Pollock. Yeah, Libby had a great season in his first season with Worcestershire. Another very good second season. Not quite so consistent this season, but going well today. 35 not out. Pollock on strike, and that's a nice shot for the back foot. Only a single, so he gives himself a little bit of room against a slightly slower ball from Carson, and just punches it through extra for a single. There's a man sweeping on the boundary on the offside. Pollock goes to 32, 76 without loss. The light's really taking effect now as Carson is in and tosses this one up to Libby, who just works it with the spin to short mid-wicket. And Hudson-Prentice does the fielding. So, can Carson produce one here that maybe pops to short leg? Not that one, pushed out on the onside by Libby. Or can he perhaps induce a mistake from Libby? Can he tempt him to come down the wicket and try and lift it over mid-wicket? That would be tempting. It's quite a short boundary, and Hudson-Prentice quite close at mid-wicket. But Libby just goes back to a nicely flighted delivery from Carson. Bowling, one thing I really like about Carson today, particularly, but also when I saw him bowl at Worcester, he bowls quite slowly, and I quite like that. I think it's a lost art a bit. Comes in again now and bowls, and Libby pushes out on the onside, and there's no run because the white ball game, the spinners just got quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker for obvious reasons, and you don't often see spinners bowl really slowly. Jokingly said this to the Worcestershire bowling coach Alan Richardson, and we both said, unless Jake Libby comes on with a bit of his occasional off spin, and then you're talking really, really slow. So slow that if you miss it, you could turn around and have another go. You know, that kind of slow. But Carson, he varies his pace. He's quite an expert, really, and I just think it also shows a little bit of confidence in a young spinner if he's prepared to bowl the ball really slowly, and he did in that over. 3 overs, no makes, no wicket for 10 for Carson. Finn Hudson-Prentice, I think, is being reintroduced into the attack at the Cromwell Road end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17 from Hudson-Prentice in his first spell. And he'll be bowling around the wicket to Ed Pollock.
It's defended very strongly back by Pollock. No run as he fields it off his own bowling. Finn Hudson-Prentice. Yeah, I'd say it is very brave to bowl off spin so slow, but it also is very enticing for the batter. It tests their patience a lot more, so it'd be interesting to see how Pollock copes.
Yeah, it's a bit like we were talking about before. I'll just say a bit more after this ball.
As Finn comes in, and it's defended again straight back.
When we talk about batsmen who haven't got the experience of playing the longer form of the game, so they haven't got the experience of being in those situations, etc., that we were talking about before, spin bowlers, such as they are these days in junior cricket, are very, very prone to bowl quick and flat because they play so much limited overs cricket that they can't afford to learn to take the risks. So it's the same argument, really.
As it's in again by Finn and defended again back to him for the third time in a row this over.
Bit of news of Worcestershire seconds for Worcestershire listeners. They're playing Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl, and they are 239 for 6. Trialist who played minor counties cricket with Ben Gibbon for Cheshire, called Sam Perry, and he is 66 not out at the moment. Thanks to John Curtis for that information.
It's Finland and it's defended, this time to mid-on instead of to himself again.
And listeners can follow Worcestershire Second's progress, not just on the club website where there is regular news, but there are various websites around, aren't there? NV Play and ESPN Cricket Info, where you can follow the second team games in quite a lot of detail, sometimes even with live streams these days. Just got to be a bit thorough in your searching.
As again, Finn's in and it's defended to mid-on for the second time in a row by Pollock, being very patient.
He is, yeah, he's being very, very patient, and it's really good to see. And the floodlights really taking effect now, aren't they? It's properly bright out there once again, with still 13 overs left after this. Could be walking home in the dark, I reckon, tonight.
It's a possibility. As Finn's in again, and that's slightly on the leg side, but well fielded by the keeper. Ollie Carter just quickly round there to prevent any single taken, and that's the end of the over. That was a maiden for Finn Hudson.
Yeah, maiden over, but perhaps more importantly, no huge threat to the batsman from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Carter, fielding that last ball, takes his cap off, tucks it in the back of his trousers and goes to get his helmet, because he'll be standing up to the bowling of Carson. Off spinner, tall, be going round the wicket to the Pollock. No, he's bowling to Libby, so he'll be over the wicket to the right-handed Libby. These two more or less keeping pace with each other. Libby 35 off 72, Pollock 32 off 68. And earlier today, Sussex 220 all out, having won the toss and chosen to bat, and having slumped to 23 for 5. Recovered pretty well as Carson is in and bowls one of those loopy slow deliveries, and Libby pushes out on the onside. Think about a run. Pollock scampers back into his ground as Finn Hudson-Prentice comes in from mid-wicket and underarms, left-handed at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Carson again to Libby. He's in and he bowls, and Libby is again very studiously forward, bat and pad close together, pushes out on the offside, and no addition to the score. Carson again in, bowls slightly drifting into Libby's pads, and he tucks this one away on the onside, a little bit squarer, hoping for a single, but not able to make it, as Hudson-Prentice in that short mid-wicket position moves pretty smartly to his right. And it's Carson again, and Libby repeats the shot, and Hudson-Prentice repeats the fielding. And once again, the score stays at 76 for no wicket. 12 overs left after this. Carson. Oh, really loopy one outside off stump, and Libby takes the opportunity to drive it through the covers for a single. Ali Orr, the fielder. Libby goes to 36. Board's very quick. 77 without loss. One ball left in the over. Round a wicket goes Carson to Pollock. And the left-hander pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. End of the over. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11 for Carson. And Worcestershire continuing to prosper. 77 without loss. You need a wicket. What do? Often think in these situations, you got a decent spinner going at one end, you're rotating the seamers at the other, but it just needs a little bit of magic, doesn't it? A little bit of inspiration. Or do you just plug away?
I think something needs to happen here. Magic moment.
Yeah. Somebody needs to make something happen, don't they?
Exactly. We can't wait for these two batters to make a mistake at this point. Too focused and in the zone, I'd say.
Try something. Put a fielder in an unusual position, perhaps. Try and get in the batsman's head.
Finn bowls and it's punched to the covers, no single taken.
Put a man in on the drive at short mid-wicket, make the batsman think we think you're going to lift it there. Don't know. Just got to try and somehow force the issue, I think. Just got to be a little bit imaginative out there at the moment, Tom Haynes, because it's drifting a little bit.
Finn Hudson Prentice comes into bowl. It's a short one, bounced up but pulled nicely by Libby just for the one to the square boundary.
I'm going to have to leave you and let you keep going. I'm sure Adrian will be very.
The field changes as the left-hander Ed Pollock comes on strike. Still one slip in play. A little hopeful, I'd say, but he does have the shin pads on after being at short square leg there. Sends in again from the Conrail Road end, and it's defended solidly back to him, just like the previous over. So he's bowling a very good line here to Ed Pollock, really testing him here, testing the patience. But a couple of free deliveries, I'd say, to Libby, the right-hander. So just coming around the wicket for the lefty, change of angle. As I'm now joined by Adrian.
Sussex need a breakthrough, Ariana.
Yeah, so that's flicked off the legs for one and a square leg filled that. And Ed Pollock moves on to 33, I believe.
Well, you have to say, Worcestershire batted really well here, haven't they? They've played very straight. They've, just working their way into a good position in the match. Sussex won the toss, elected to bat. They obviously thought it was a decent batting track. There was a bit of movement around early this morning. I thought one or two not great shots by the Sussex bats, but Worcestershire are really pressing home their advantage here.
As Finn comes into bowl, and it's just punched into the offside, and it's a quick single taken, but quite comfortably in the end, I'd say. Point just comes around to throw it in.
Yeah, it wasn't a great throw actually, was it? It was lucky that there was some backing up going on there.
Cheers there again.
Yeah.
Trying to make the atmosphere a little bit.
Yeah, a few people have drifted away, haven't they? It's been a decent sized crowd. A few are staying on in the deck chairs at the far end of the ground. There's still plenty of people inside the ground.
Finn's in, Bolson's defended nicely back to him. Again, that's the end of the over for Finn.
Yeah.
Now 80 from none.
Yeah, 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 20 for Finn Hudson Prentice. The two bats going out of lesser in the middle of the pitch, Jake Libby and Ed Pollock, are given their side a really solid start. What they're also doing, Ariana, is chewing up overs here, and the ball will be getting softer and softer and more difficult for the Sussex bowlers. Jack Carson has certainly injected some life into the over rate. 4 overs, no wicket for 11. We've still got 11 overs to be bowled in the day. Floodlights shining brightly, and now we got another delay. What's the delay for now? Oh, it's the ball. So is there a further complaint about the ball? Yeah, I think there is. So this is the second time the ball will be changed. This is what I was saying to Frank a little earlier on. These delays with the ball. So now the umpires will have a discussion. And if they decide the ball has gone out of shape, then we'll have the umpire strolling over to the Spenkarma Pavilion. The box of balls will be brought out. I just wonder if there's a quicker way of doing this. Balls go out of shape. I'm not questioning that, but in terms of, I think they've said actually no, bad luck, get on with it. Or maybe there should be something that says you can only show the ball to the umpire a couple of occasions. I don't know, but I'm just a big fan, Ariana, of the game progressing. Of these constant stops and starts. I think is something that needs to be eradicated from the game, not just at county championship level, but Test match level as well. You're getting a Test match where sides can't bowl 90 overs in a day. I think it's crazy. Anyway, you carry on. I've got an update to do.
Sure thing. Yeah, maybe something similar to a review as Carson goes into bowl, and it works into the leg side for 1 run, just behind square. And overthrow to mean it'll be 2 runs.
Well, that's the second time, and the previous over, Sussex got away with that as an overthrow, didn't they? When Crocombe threw the ball in. And Sussex just looking a bit ragged here, I think, in the field.
Frustration coming through.
Yeah, it is a bit of frustration, but it's late in the day, you need to keep concentrating. Carson bowls played into the offside. Libby defends. Sorry, Ariana. I've got to do my update in a few moments' time, so the producer had just been in touch to say Carson again over the wicket bowls and defending his Libby. I thought that came a little low, and Carson fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. 82 without loss, old Worcestershire. If you're just joining us, Sussex winning the toss this morning, 220. Sussex made. Jack Carson top scoring with 58. In comes Carson bowls and forward comes Libby, plays it straight back down the track. Carson fields of his own bowling. There is no run. There's a slip and a short leg. Short fine leg, deep mid wicket, orthodox mid wicket, mid on, mid off, short extra cover, sweeper on the cover boundary as in comes Carson and bowls and forward comes Libby, clips to mid wicket, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. Floodlights on. We're gloomy around Hove with just a few gaps in the ever-increasing cloud. Carson again. Final ball of his 5th over bowls, and Libby drives firmly into the offside. Good stop by James Coles, tumbling away in the covers. Just 2 runs off of that Jack Carson over. 82 without loss. Pollock on 33, Libby on 40. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Ariana Dowse and Frank Watson, the other member of our commentary team today. We've got 10 overs remaining in the day. The first of those is going to be bowled by Finn Hudson Prentice and described by Ariana Dowse.
Yeah, Finn Hudson Prentice just coming on a bit of 12th man duty, just slowing things down a little bit as he runs off the field after collecting something off one of the players, not sure what it was. Now everyone's in position and Hudson's coming into bowl at Ed Pollock, who defends it strongly into the covers for what feels like a very familiar shot that he plays against Finn, who's been very consistent in his line and length against Ed Pollock, really testing his patience, as all I've heard about Ed Pollock is his all or nothing batting style.
Well, it's just a completely different knock than he played in the game down at New Road. He's played very straight and very correctly.
He's in bowls, punches into the offside, but for no runners. Point fields that quite comfortably.
He's had to go on the defensive here, hasn't he, Tom Haynes? There's just the one slip in place now. Tom Alsop, he's got a 3rd man, backward point, extra cover mid-off. He's still got the mid-on and the mid-wicket, so 5 men saving 1, 2 men out on the leg side. And that's that area where Frank was saying he likes to clip the ball in the air, does Ed Pollock, but he hasn't done it so far today.
Finn comes in from the Conroy Road end and it's defended straight back to him. What needs to happen here for Sussex? It's a bit too comfortable here for Worcestershire. 82 from naught, and unfortunately they've had to set the defensive field because both batsmen are quite settled. Ed Pollock on 33 and Louis on 40. So you have two in batsmen and a very defensive field set. As Finn turns around, rearing in, and it's the same again. Defender straight back to the bowler for a dot. It's very longer format batting here, very solid in his defensive technique here. I'm sure he wouldn't have practiced many defences in the nets, but he's for sure getting his practice in now. Adrian just getting an update next to me if you hear it over the mic.
Jack Carlson, who made 58, James
Pollock sets up and Finn starts running in from the far end towards us, and he's in, and he's punched into the offside for no run. Another very consistent over here so far, 5 dots in the over, 1 ball remaining. Finn finishes strong here, could be another maiden, which would bring him to 8 overs for 3 maidens, not for 20. But 1 ball left in the over, and we'll have to see another defensive shot here from Pollock as Finn comes in, bowls the ball, and it's worked into the leg side for a run. Nice and easy end of the over. Was shown out 83 for naught. And very solid over again from Finn Hudson-Prentice.
8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 21 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Now the 2 umpires having a natter about something or other. I'll be surprised if it's the light, because I'm not sure it's any worse than it's been for the rest of the afternoon. Maybe it's a discussion out the ball as well. I think both sides actually, there was a discussion about the ball. As I say, I'm in favour of maybe. Oh, now Tom Haynes is going to come on to bowl. So Jack Carson is out of the attack, 5 overs, 0 for 13. He's bowls bowl these medium pacers. Tom Haynes, the skipper. But I'd be quite interested because the over rate calculation isn't showing on the scoreboard, but we are. I think Sussex may be slightly behind, but we shall see. Tom Haynes is into the attack from the C end of the ground. Thank you all for your messages today. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Looks like he's going to be bowling around the wicket. Tom Haynes, his first county championship match since he broke his hand back in July against Leicestershire. Missed out on the entire Royal London Cup until the semi-final against Lancashire a couple of weeks ago. But he's coming into bowl from the C end of the ground. Now, keeper Carter is standing up to the stumps. There's a slip, a backward point, a short extra cover, then an orthodox cover. In fact, I think I'll wait until he's set his field, because now everybody seems to be moving and going in all sorts of directions. What I can tell you is there's certainly a slip for the left-handed Ed Pollock, who's on 34 off 78 deliveries. And now he has settled on his field. So it's going to be Tom Haynes with a backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket. 2 men set back on the leg side as in comes Haynes around the wicket bowls, and Pollock is forward to a ball of good length. He punches that to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run. The one fielder I missed off is fielding on the cover boundary. That's Alistair Orr, who's a sweeper over by the clock tower scoreboard. Haynes, he walks back to his mark, then he goes around in a big circle, does Tom Haynes, and immediately starts running in. Here we go, he turns, and he's running in, away from us. Keeper Carter up to the stumps, he bowls, and Pollock is dropped at first slip by Tom Alsop. The chance that Sussex would win, it would have been a good catch by Tom Alsop. He looked to cut that one away through backward point, he edged it, it went to a sharp chance to Tom Alsop at first slip, but the chance goes a-begging, and Pollock gets a life on 34. Catches win matches, and the skipper makes a change, and he'll be really disappointed about that.
And that was the one chance so far of the innings.
Yeah, it was.
And that's Pollock dropped on 35.
Haynes comes into bowl to the right-handed Jake Libby. He's in bowls, and Libby is forward and plays into the offside, and there is no run. Well, he's fielded very well this season in the slips as Tom Alsop. He kept wicket during the 50-over competition as well. It went very fast, was the feeling I got, Ariana, to his left-hand side. I mean, it certainly wasn't an easy catch. It would have been a good catch if he'd have caught it. But nonetheless, it was a chance, and the chance has gone a-begging. Haynes in again, bowls, and Libby is forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. So that chance going when the score was on 83. Dropped in the slips by Tom Alsop. There may be a debate about the light here, you know, Ariana, because there is this case, isn't there, when the floodlights take over the natural light. It's all horribly confusing, but that looks like it might be the case at the minute. In comes Haynes, bowls to Libby. Libby is forward, plays straight back down the track. The ball hits the stumps at the non-striker's end and bobbles away into the offside. There is no run. Total remains 84 without loss. James Kirtley having a little walk around the outfield with Grant Flower, who's chatting away to... Who's that he's talking to by the scoreboard? I think that's Ali Orr he's talking to in front of the scoreboard. Sarah Taylor in conversation with James Kirtley as in comes Haynes again, bowls, and Libby defends to mid-on. There is no run. That is the end of the over. We're going to have a change in the commentary box just for the last 7 overs of the day. Worcestershire 84 without loss. Pollock is on 35. Libby is on 40. Thank you very much, Ariana. Been great to see you again today. Hear about your trips to Australia, which is forthcoming in October. And a cricket tour as well to England, Scotland and the Netherlands as well. So thank you, Ariana. Great to see you today. Ariana back tomorrow. Just 8 overs remaining in the day. As Frank is back into the picking up the microphone in a few moments' time. And Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to carry on the Sussex attack from the far end of the ground, at the Cromwell Road end. We did have some lighter skies that were drifting in from the west, but they seem to have filled in again now as in comes Hudson-Prentice. Bowls to Pollock, and Pollock is forward, plays to mid-on, fielded by Carson. And there is no. And last time we were together, Frank, we were saying, well, if Worcestershire can get through to the close, maybe losing only 1 or 2, they'll feel they've had a very good day. Well, they'll be doing cartwheels tonight because if they don't lose a wicket in the remaining 7 overs and 5 balls, they would have had a tremendous day.
Yeah, indeed. Nearly lost one in that last over.
Yeah. In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls, Pollock forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. My feeling was, Frank, it would have been... There was a similar chance to Jack Haynes that went down off Hudson-Prentice. I mean, it went very fast, I thought, to Alsop's left-hand side.
Really fast.
You know, it would have been a terrific
fantastic catch. I mean, I think it was harder than the Haynes one, personally, because he's standing that bit closer with it being a dibbly-dobbler almost.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Haynes. And Pollock really threw his hands at it. It really flashed quickly.
Yeah, it did. It would have been a terrific catch. Yeah. But it goes down as a chance. Hudson-Prentice bowls to Pollock, who's really concentrating hard out there. He's right into line, punches the ball into the covers, and there is no run.
He is. I just went in the press box and I said, can anybody tell me who this batsman is that looks like Ed Pollock? And he's wearing Ed Pollock's shirt.
Yeah. Well, 35 of 83 deliveries.
Very good, very good. And he's not succumbed. They've still got these 2 men back looking for that lifted shot off his legs, but he hasn't played it. He's carried on from where he left off last week.
Hudson-Prentice in again, and Pollock just eases that through square leg, picks up a single. Henry Crocombe is who comes in from under the scoreboard to field. 1 more to the total. Pollock to 36. Worcestershire 85 without loss. Grant Flower and James Kirtley just wandering around the outfield just down below us. Chatting away to a couple of people in the corporate area to our right-hand side. I think James might be a bit disappointed with the way Sussex have bowled here. I just think there have been a few too many deliveries that the batsmen haven't had to play. Hudson-Prentice in, bowls, and Libby plays that nicely through the covers. It's going to race away towards the clock tower scoreboard. They've taken 1, and they'll come back for a second bit of relay fielding between Henry Crocombe and Tom Clark. 2 more, though, to Jake Libby. He goes to 42. Worcestershire 87 without loss. I was just listening to the local weather forecast on the radio station, which is suggesting more sort of showery rain than anything else tomorrow. A few bright interludes. I think we're going to get interruptions tomorrow, Frank.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much cricket we'll get, but let's hope at this time of year that the umpires are keen to get the players out there as much as possible.
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice down the hill bowls. Libby is forward, punches that to mid-off. There is no run. End of Hudson Prentice over. His 9th over, 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 24. Worcestershire in reply to the Sussex total of 220 are 87 without loss.
Yeah, so I better just have my little waterproof with me when I walk down tomorrow from.
Yeah, I would.
From Brighton.
The season's its warmest now.
Yeah.
Frank, you could go and have a little dip in the morning.
No, I don't think I'll be doing that. But I will have a stroll along the front. Well, probably tonight and tomorrow. Back to my hotel. There's Haynes comes in from the C end appropriately and bowls to Pollock, who cuts at this, misses it, and then Carter doesn't take it quite cleanly, drops down on the offside.
I might have to tell the Sussex coaching staff just to be a little bit careful what they're discussing. They're just crouched down by the advertising hoarding down in front of us. They're right.
To turn the effects mic up and we stop speaking. Might just be able to say, oh no, we can't.
Can't say that. Yeah.
Haynes round the wicket, bowls to Pollock, who's forward, taken on the pad. There must have been a bit of an inside edge because it was pretty straight and the appeal was strangled. But it's good from Haynes. This,
yeah.
Just before you were, when you were next door, Ariana and I were saying that it's conjuring time. You've got to come up with something if you're the fielding captain. Get the keeper up, put somebody in an unusual position. Brought himself on, and he almost did it, didn't he? We would have been applauding Ariana and I and saying he'd done exactly the right thing had that catch been taken. Bowls again, and Pollock is forward because he's at you. He makes you play. I know it's not particularly quick, but he makes you play. He's got the slip in there. Pressure's on now. 6 overs left in the day. Worcestershire just looking now to survive to the end of the day. I'd be tempted to get another spinner on maybe and just crowd them a little bit, just try and make something happen. That's what he's doing, of course. He bowls and Pollock is watchful, pushing out on the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, down at New Road earlier in the season, Frank, in that total of 491, Tom Haynes bowled 19 overs, 3 maidens, took 3 for 50.
Yeah.
So he does this economy job, Tom Haynes, and he's now on his 2nd over and he's only conceded 1 run.
Yeah.
But he does take wickets.
Yeah. Busy comes in there again, bowls full, Pollock drives, not really timing it, up to mid-off. And again, there is no run. It's quite gloomy now. The light's really taking effect, but I think we'll get through. Another 6 overs after this.
Looks like Fahim Ashraf is warming up as well. I wonder if we can see a little blast from the debutant. He struggled a little bit, I think.
Haynes again. Moves away from us up the hill, bowls. Pollock leaves that alone outside the off stump, taken by Carter. The end of the over, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 1 run for the Sussex skipper.
They're going to have a natter, aren't they?
87 without loss. The umps are going to have a chat about the light, and they are going off, I think.
They are.
There's me saying I think we'll get through. In fact, we're not going to get through.
No, I think that'll be it for the day.
That will be it. I don't think there's any way they'll come back out.
No.
So very much Worcestershire's day. Sussex winning the toss and choosing to bat. 220 all out. At one stage, 23 for 5. 2 significant partnerships. 76 for the 6th wicket and 87 for the 8th wicket.
Either Finn, Colsey or any of the 50 makers.
220 all out. Leach 4 for 37. Gibbon 3 for 52. And Worcestershire in reply 87 without loss. Gosh, that effects mic is.
It's good, isn't it?
It was almost like having a chat with James Kirtley there. It was almost like he was in the box here with us. Anyway, Worcestershire replying then to that total of 220, 87 without loss. Jake Libby 42 and Ed Pollock 36 not out. They've done a splendid job for their side. I think there are scheduled to be 6 overs left in the day, but the umpires have taken the players off for bad light. We're unlikely to have any more cricket, and it's been a very interesting and enjoyable day of Red Bull County cricket here at Hove.
Yes, it has been a very good day of cricket. particularly Worcestershire. I mean, Sussex recovering from 23 for 5 was a terrific effort to post 220, but I think they put this pitch in some sort of perspective really with the way they've batted since tea. The stumps are coming out. I'm fairly certain this is going to be it, and we won't see any more cricket today. So Frank and I will sign off. The effects might bubbling away just in case, but it is, we're off for the day. So there we are off for the day. So just remains me to thank Ariana and Frank. Great to see you both today. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Let's hope the weather forecast is wrong and we do get some cricket tomorrow. But for now, from us at Hove, with Worcestershire in a very good position, 87 without loss in reply to Sussex's 220s. Good night from myself, Frank, and from Ariana.
Good job, team.